Attention all music artists, let's collab. To lease beats by Sanchez, log on to brosancheztv.com/beats-by-Sanchez. Click on package discounts if you are looking to purchase 2 or more leases. Attention all music artists, let's collab. To lease beats by Sanchez, log on to brosancheztv.com/beats-by-Sanchez.
That's that kind of shit right there. Y'all ain't ready. Stop.
Please like and share the video, and don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Be sure to select all so that you can receive notifications every time we go live and upload to the channel.
Welcome back, everybody. As you can see, I've been in the lab. I've been busy getting these beats knocked out. These tracks that you heard, they will be available in the store no later than tomorrow morning. So I'm on my mixing and mastering. We getting them up out the program. We getting them into the store, and we getting them available to the artists who looking for them. But besides that, man, salutes. Beats by Sanchez all day. Flat motherfucking power. Taz exclusives in the building is always awesome to get some a compliment from the brother Taz, man. Cause I know he got a respect for music like I do. Hey, when you be going live, Taz, you play a lot of shit that I grew up on, like in the South coming up, man. It's crazy, man, cause I think you from Ohio, and I'm like, damn, be forgetting, I be thinking Taz from the South sometime. But then I have to remember Do or Die sounded like they was straight from the South. I used to always think Do or Die was from Atlanta. You did too? I thought the Dayton family was from the South, nigga.
They is, ain't it?
No, the Dayton family from Dayton, Ohio.
Oh.
My brother thought the Dayton family was from the South too. So that's what I'm saying. it's crazy how the Midwest had that South bounce too. It's crazy, man. Well, can't say a South bounce. We all got the same, you know. Hey, hey, somebody, yeah, no. Hey, check this out, y'all. If y'all feeling those beats that you heard, be looking for them tomorrow morning. All of them will be on the beach though, and I got tons more coming. That's about that's about 10 of them now. I got plenty, man. I got so many. I just got to have the time to mix and master them and get them polished down the way you heard all of everything you just heard right now. Those are mixed and mastered, ready to go. I just got to upload them to the store. That's going to take all night. So be on the lookout for that. Besides that, though, we back in the building, man. And I'm going to be dropping the link here because y'all know how we do for Monday Madness. But before I drop the link, I want to set the stage. Now, yeah, hopefully, Brother Taz, you'll join us today. You know my people rocks with you, man. You know, see what I like about these communities, they don't all agree on the same thing, but they respectful and show each other love. So salutes to you, salutes to Q Butter as well, and the whole B1 and RBG movement, because we respect what you guys are doing. You know what, guys? This gonna be a fire Monday Madness. I'm allowing people to bring all smoke to the table. We're gonna be building today. I can open up the slides. If you got questions on any deep stuff, I'm ready to dive deep with you. We're gonna do it all. But we're gonna open this thing up with a little bit of something that's gonna blow your mind. Taz, if you still watching this, watch this shit. This is what we're going to start off with. And oh man, you know what? I don't even know what to say. I just want to play this for y'all. And y'all can tell me what you think. So today we definitely gonna start off dealing with Farrakhan and the NWO. And Brother Sanchez, why would you do that though? Well, the reason why I would do that is because people would like to know, Brother Sanchez, why don't you support NOI brothers? Why don't you rock with the NOI? I got a lot of NOI brothers follow me. They always wanted to know, like, man, what's your beef with the NOI, brother? They cleaning brothers up, you know. It's not that I got any beefs with the NOI. It's just that I disagree with some of the teachings in all groups. And I don't mind to go out and tell you what I disagree with because it's intellectual. And this is what we need to be arguing and debating about instead of football games, basketball games, and all that. This is where what needs to be up. So let's play this. This is Dr. John Henry Clark on Farrakhan. And this is one of the things why I can't rock with the NOI. I can't rock with none of these so-called pro-black religious groups. When you say pro-black to me, I'm thinking of something like B1. I'm thinking something like what the Zayats Institute going, like who else we can throw? Like I'm basically trying to tell you, I don't see the NOI as a pro-black group. And not only did they merge with Scientology and Run L. Hubbard, which we're going to talk about here in a minute, this video here will show you one of the main reasons why I don't rock with them, and also show you why the NOI has an alliance with the KKK. The KKK believes in manifest destiny, and that's the religious belief that blacks were supposed to be slaves. It was prophecy. It was written in the book. You couldn't escape it if you wanted to, black man. Why? Once it was written by the divine prophets of God, you can't escape slavery because it's prophecy now. At that point, you're now a cursed people. A cursed people mean that there's a divine intervention attacking you. All right. If you want to go and do your definitions and etymology of what it means to be cursed don't mean Brother Sanchez punched you in the face. To be cursed mean Brother Sanchez put a spell on you, and now there's an evil energy in your life fucking your whole shit up. You just can't get it right. They say, okay, he put a curse on you. So in order for it to truly be a curse, there have to be a supernatural element to it, which is why I'm bringing up Manifest Destiny. It brings up a supernatural element to black people's slavery. Instead of just saying, hey, man, the white man wanted your land and we went to war with him, you lost, so you're a prisoner of war, or you ain't had your shit back afterwards. Instead of saying that, what the white man teaching history, or when you talk about the religious side of history, when a child asks his daddy, why did black people go through that? Think about the little white boy that asked his daddy that, Daddy, why did black folks go through that? Why did our people do them that way? How does his daddy look him in his little blue eyes and justify those atrocities? He tell him, son, those people are cursed. God punishing those people because they did X, Y, and Z. You got to understand how religion gave them an out when it comes to the moral code and what it means to be human. Is part of it is exercising humanity, keeping humanity. You're not a humane creature when you can do the type of things that we saw done to those people in slavery. And in order for you to ignore the part of you that would make you human, which would be a consciousness, something inside of you that would make you feel merciful, in order to ignore that, you create a spiritual system called forgiveness, to where I can do you like I want today, ask forgiveness for it tomorrow, and all is well. See, the concept of bringing your sin to the cross is Celtic magic. They think they can cheat karma. Celtic magic. These are the same people that said you can tell a lie long as you cross your fingers. So it's something about the cross that they think they can just get away with something just because of the cross. If I cross my finger and lie, it's okay. Or if I lie without my fingers crossed and bring it to the cross, I can be forgiven. But, like I said, a form of Celtic magic, that's the foundation of all world religion. I'm here today to show you it's the foundation of the Nation of Islam as well, which is a religious group that has accepted the spiritual ideology of the first people that enslaved black Africans. Notice I said black Africans. The Greeks didn't invade Egypt first. The Arabs did. What we're going to find out here when we hit play on this Nation of Islam video with Farrakhan is why they got him at the forefront. He appears to be a revolutionary, but if you understand what he believes, and this is what you got to deal with, what a person believes, you're going to see how sick this thing go and how deep this rabbit hole go when we talk about manifest destiny and having a spokesperson before the world that will admit to the world that what black people went through is us getting our behind whooped from our God, not our enemy's God. This is our God kicking our ass, using our enemy though to do it. You got to think about everything I just said. When they want to justify slavery to the world, you're dealing with a conversation of morality, so religion comes into play. And how you justify such a thing is you say, well, they got fucked up because they wronged, they sinned against God. Hey, why are all of them children in Africa starving? Because they practice voodoo. They don't know Jesus. They cursed. It's the devil fucking them up because they ain't got the true God, Brother Sanchez. Them people worship pagans over there. That's why them flies flying on their lips and they rib cage showing. Not because the white man over there taking everything from them. It's God doing it. Now, we never see this sky entity do this thing directly. But what the people who doing it to these folks will say is that this is your punishment because you got that sky daddy mad. But the sky daddy never come and enforce his own anger. He does it through a group of people who tend to go around the whole world telling everybody you pissed off this same sky daddy. When white folks want to justify how they come into power with what happened in the past to the world, the language that allows them to do that on a moral level. This is why the Pope can go shake hands with a slave owner. This is why your grandmother can look at slave owners and still feel pride of the forefathers of America. You know, we can still, it's because your slavery was something you did. You wouldn't have been no slave if you wouldn't have went against God. Them white folks wouldn't have been beating you like that and hanging you on them trees like that had you not went against God. See what I'm telling you? This kind of language is dangerous. It's manifest destiny. It means that your destiny is sealed because what's written is going to be manifested, whether you like it or not, because it's God's prophecy. Now, a lot of folks will say, well, Brother Sanchez, it manifested, so it must be our curse from God. But that's silly. That's like me writing in a book today that I'm going to kill you tomorrow and I do it. Did prophecy motherfucking manifest, or did I just carry out my damn plan that I said I was going to carry the fuck out? Yeah, they told you they was gonna kill you and they killed your ass. Oh, that's prophecy manifesting. No, that's just him coming through on his threat, that's all. That's all, my friend. Nothing more. But see, the enemy can get you to think that your slavery, your servitude, the atrocities that was done upon your people is justified, and we start talking religion and we get into manifest destiny. Now let's play the video, and I'm gonna let you see an example of what that looked like, of what exactly it looks like when someone is giving you this. All right.
In a speech made right here in New York, Farrakhan bought the story of the curse and said, and I've got it on tape, I got it on video, and I got it on audio, that people with dark skin and woolly hair, a certain kind of nose, was cursed. In a speech made right here in New York, Farrakhan bought the story of the curse and said, and I've got it on tape, I got it on video, and I got it on audio, that people with dark skin and woolly hair, a certain kind of nose, was cursed. And that the texture of your hair and the texture of your eyebrows supposed to be the same.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair. because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you so busy frying it. That's why you so busy pulling it.
People, I gotta interject. I think Farrakhan's suffering from OCD, and that he really want the hair on his head to look like the hair on his eyebrows, which is why he perm it a lot. People, this is nonsense. This man making multi-millions of dollars, and people is in drones and flocks to listen to this man. And do you hear what he just said?
Stupid.
At its motherfucking finest. Stupidity, folks. Saying that you curse because your eyebrow hair don't match your real hair. As if the hair in your butt crack should look like the hair on your mustache.
Stupid.
That's why you're so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks.
Now, Farrakhan said we gotta learn to be proud of kinks, but he still put that red devil eye in his head. You know that stuff? When you ever watch Malcolm X, the shit that burnt Malcolm X's head up, the water wouldn't turn on, so he had to go to the fucking toilet and stick his head in the toilet. You remember that part? That's the shit Farrakhan put on his head, nigga. Now that man said that you got to learn to love kinks in your hair. What better way to promote that than for him to show up doing this shit nappy-headed, kinky-headed? You know they can't have him on CNN at the Million Man March with them kinks in his head. You better look at Al Sharpton. All of them go and get the cow lick. They Yo, it's something about it when you get in them niggas line of work. It's like the news say, if he ain't got a cow lick, we ain't fucking with him. Oh, shit. And he talking about some kinks, man. Come on.
Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose, and kinky hair. Most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair.
Are y'all hearing this? I'm going to take it easy on him because it's Farrakhan and he's an elder. Y'all know how I really go in on this kind of stuff, but I don't got to really go in on it that hard because it's cringeworthy. I bet you Farrakhan will listen to this shit today and be like, yo, what the fuck was I thinking? I wish I can delete that. Because listen to it. I'm going to rewind that. That's amazing.
You that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair.
So Farrakhan is not jet black. He got a broad nose, big lips, and he got kinky hair. But he's saying that our original ancestors didn't look shit like how he looked. Everything he named as our original ancestor, he ain't got none of them features. So you know what this produces? Self-hate. You're not what you say you should be. Tell me this won't subconsciously produce self-hate. Because now you'll have a nigga, if I was to really take this serious, a light-skinned nigga like me, I'm light-skinned, I got nappy hair, big nose, big lips. I'm everything you said on the list that we shouldn't even look like. So if I was that type of nigga, I would look in the mirror and I would feel a little bit diseased or wrong. I would feel like I'm a mutant or some shit. If I really, a lot of people look up to Farrakhan. If I was one of those guys and then think for myself, that'll kind of fuck with me a little bit. You know, I wonder, like, I'm not the original human. Like, I'm a hybrid. I'm fucking, you know what I mean? See, I don't believe all that. I think niggas that look like me been around, you know? So I think that's self-hate because he's saying we didn't have these features, facial features, but he said now our ancestors was jet black and all that good stuff, but they had straight hair. So it's something about Farrakhan where he's being hypocritical right now, and I think he's trying to justify the use of that activator because we can see by his hair, man, permacon. So now check this out, right? The hypocrisy is he just said we need to learn to love kinks. Then he turned around and said, your ancestors didn't have kinky hair. They had straight hair. So why wouldn't people straighten their naps out when you tell them that? A person ain't gonna embrace their naps when you tell them that their ancestors didn't have naps. Them naps come from some sort of mutation. But you need to learn to embrace your mutation.
They were dark-skinned people, jet black, but they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person.
So let me get this straight. A black person with straight hair, a thin nose and thin lips, and they in America, that's what we call Little Kim. Michael Jackson. Before the white skin. A copper-colored person with straight hair, thin lips and thin nose, oh yeah, that's you know, we can start looking into the LGBTQ community. Thin nose, thin lip, that's the normal look that all the plastic people going with. The only brown-skinned people I see like that, they went under a knife. And they all look the same, like Little Kim, the kind of tranny-like look. Y'all know what I'm saying. The thin nose, real thin nose, with the real thin lips and the straight hair. That's Lil Kim. Like that's like on some. I don't know where they make them like that. And where is Farrakhan's sources at? I don't even think the Quran even teach that.
Jet black, but they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth.
He said the Negro in America with the kinky hair, the big nose, and big lips was rejected by the circle of gods. I want to rewind that and make sure I heard that circle of gods part clearly. Here you go, bro. If he said circle of gods, we got to talk. Hold on. Let me make sure that's what he said.
People, jet black, but they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we...
Now y'all know he in trouble, right? You know his ass in trouble, because now you got some motherfucking explaining to do. You said we were rejected by the circle of the gods. And because of that, all the people on the earth rejected us. So if all the people that reject us on the earth justify their hate for us because God rejected us, this is exactly what the KKK teach. This is manifest destiny, y'all. Think about that. If all the people on the earth that hate black people, you can't be mad at them. Farrakhan just told you God hates your ass too, nigga. Not just one God. The whole circle of the gods rejected your ass. How can you be mad at the white man for telling you you got to go to the back of the bus, nigga? You can't eat at my restaurant. Nigga, if God rejected you, you couldn't even come in my house. I'm serious. I'm Bro Sanchez saying that. But you know what? I have no proof that God rejected your ass. Who the fuck know that? Who sat down with the circle of the gods? Did you hear that shit? See, people let stuff like that fly over their head. It sound deep. I'ma question that shit. No, that don't sound right. Hold up. Who was the human that was at that table when the circle of the gods saying, you know what, we ain't fucking with them? The kinky headed one with the big noses and a big lip, fuck them, let them go to slavery. What human heard that conversation? That's the most important motherfucker on earth right now. Because that would explain why everybody else on earth hate us. Listen, y'all, you can't be mad at the world for hating you once if they all believe in God and they're convinced that God cursed your ass. You got to think about this, man. Black people don't think about this. You just lash out at people for hating you. And you know what else you say? You try to take a pro-black stance because the hate that's geared toward a specific group of people, rightfully so. But you know what else you say when you doing that? Oh, man, I don't attack people's religion. Let that man believe his religion what he want to believe. But then you be mad that the world look at you a certain way when that's part of the religion. You got to go against religion. You can't be pro-black and not push against religion. When religion is directly going against your human, it's the foundation of why everything done wrong to black people is morally justified. You gotta remember, these are Christians, man, and they will lynch a nigga in the street and still be at church. What justified it? What made it not hypocritical? to the child that said, hey, mama, how we worship God, but we just burnt that Negro alive. What the mama gonna say, oh, that's not even a human, son. Just like you burn your chicken, son, and you burn your steak, son, you can burn a nigger too, because it ain't even human. He 3/4 of a human. And also he's a cursed animal, son, that God despises, and God don't even like him, son. This is how you justify this and still go to church and say, I'm a good saint, though. I mean, think about it. If I'm a Christian and I slay a demon, I ain't a murderer. I'm a saint. In religion, blacks were demonized. In religion, blacks were demonized, and it's okay for Christians to slay demons. It's okay for Christians to burn demons alive. What you think hell was, a place God created to burn some demons alive. It's okay for Christians to torture demons. There's no guilt. It's a demon. So once you're demonized, you can be tortured in a Christian land, y'all. But the people don't understand how that works. I'm trying to show you why religion at its core is the foundation for why people can do what they want of you, and it's all good, man. It's prophecy. It's written. We just fulfilling it.
As a different kind of black person. And we were that black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods.
Not only from the circle of the gods. Now, are you ready for me to break that down to you, since he won't do it? What he's saying to those who ain't as knowledgeable is that every religion in the world identifies the same cursed people. That's what he's talking about. Ever since religion existed, you was written in it as a slave. And your slavery isn't prophecy being fulfilled. It's the people in power who got plans for you, writing it down and carrying them out, just like my calendar, man. Just like my calendar. I'm not fulfilling prophecy because I know exactly what's going to happen on this calendar. My day is going to play out exactly how I wrote it on the calendar. It was written and it shall be manifested. You know why? I'm not going to go against my calendar. If it says it on the calendar, that's what I'm doing that day. It got to be some very emergency to make me not fulfill prophecy. You know what I'm saying? But the people in power wrote your ass as a slave years into the future because they know you wouldn't be free yet. They know you wouldn't gonna be free. So it ain't that they were fucking prophets or nothing. Them fulfilling the prophecy was them telling you, man, when we get our numbers up, we going over there to take they shit. And they wrote it down. That land over there, go and take it. Boom, boom. This how we gonna take it. And all that. And then go carry it out. So that's manifest destiny to make you see the plans of your enemy as divine prophecy, which is the plans of God. If you think that the struggle you going through in your life has any kind of divine connection to it, we're in trouble. Because the divine forces are all against servitude. The divine forces are not how they're described in these religious books as these dick-headed gods who's so angry with people, but they can't go and fuck them up on their own. Think about that. These gods are almighty. They can snap a finger and make you drop dead. But when they want to take people land, they need a group of humans to do it. They need an army to help them with that. That ought to show you is some bullshit. You got black folks right now that'll tell you everything was in God's will, even the slavery we went through. That ain't God's will. That was the will of the royal family. The true God of this universe would never will that for your children and shit. But they got us convinced that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if there was a God Almighty that really wanted to fuck you niggas up, that can be done in a second according to the book. And your ass will just drop dead, snap the finger. Why would he have to fucking sit in this group to go take, come on, man. And they saying that what we going through is a divine act. So God ordered these folks to rape our women, rape our children, make the son have sex with the mama, incest, throw babies to crocodiles. What the fuck did they do wrong? And if you ask the Hebrew Israelites what we do wrong to deserve all that, we stop following the ways of Yahweh Shai. Well, what are those ways? Wearing fringes and shit and not eating pork and little shit like that is why my baby was fed to crocodiles, is why niggas was burnt alive for hundreds of years just because a nigga didn't wear fringes. It be some real traditional customs, then you broke one of them. So you went into slavery for hundreds of years, and it says it right there in the Bible. It says it right there in the Bible, Brother Sanchez, why we went into slavery. And if you ask the Christians why we went into slavery, it's because we was worshiping pagan gods. And you say, well, what are these pagan gods? And they'll show you little ugly little voodoo gods, you know, safari necklaces and little shit like. And that is punishable. That's worthy of your ass being hung, burnt alive. Like, come on, man. So they justify that shit. Yeah, man, y'all was praying to the wrong God. That's why you had to be raped and tortured for hundreds of years. You prayed to the wrong God. Really? That'll get you fucked up like that? Wait a minute. God is so loving that he will allow babies to be raped. Pedophilia, y'all, was happening. Allowing little babies to be raped because you prayed to the wrong God. But yet this is the God that said he want to make peace on earth, make a sin-free earth. And if you look at it, God actually ordering sin on the earth. They said God is so allergic to sin that the smell of it is so filthy to him. I can't tell. Every time you piss God off, he starts sinning. But yet he said he gave you free will, though, but it ain't free because the price of it, the wages of sin is death. So free will ain't free if you're going to burn me up when I use it. You didn't give me no options for real. But let's hear this out, man.
And despise not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why.
Do you know what he just told you and why it's so important? He's telling you because all of the main world religions have a God. And that God and all of the religions don't fuck with black people. And because around the world, everybody God don't fuck with black people, then they don't fuck with black people. Duh. Like I said, you can't be mad that people don't fuck with you if you still saying, I don't shit on nobody religion. I ain't gonna hate on nobody religion. I just want to be treated equally. Guess what, dummy? It's the religion that's telling them not to treat your ass equally. If everybody God don't fuck with black people, why would the people fuck with you? They God don't fuck with the devil, which is why they don't fuck with the devil. If they God motherfucking allowed Satan to get a throne next to him and be up there and make a truce or whatever, then they'll fucking be cool with him. That ain't happened yet. Even though it's a secret truce they don't know about, they working together anyway. That's neither here nor there. You get my point, though. When Farrakhan said we were rejected by the circle of gods first, before we were rejected by the people. See, this religion brought forth the mindset to target certain people and to create class system division, because whoever God mad at, that's who the world mad at the moment. Tomorrow, if they decide to make God pissed off at that group over there, then everybody will be pissed off at that group. This is how you keep the Inquisition mindset in modern times. But like I said, everybody God don't fuck with black people, so why would the people of them nations fuck with us if they God don't? And that lead to another question. Why would Farrakhan tell his people to worship Allah when Allah don't fuck with you neither?
Today, black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight.
Yeah, they're rejected in Arab society today, but it don't stop you from shallow woman and assalamu alaikum and all this other what have you here now. We come on now. Yeah, they're rejected in Muslim society. Those Muslims that wake up every day and they live right next to the fucking Kaaba stone, they live right next door to Mecca, they don't see you equal as them. And they get up every day and they go to fucking to the little cube and they make a circle around it. You're not there. You're over here with a suit on, putting perm in your head on CNN, messing with the American government, and they don't fuck with America. The black man ain't gonna be at the top of nobody's shit but his own. And why would you expect anything different? None of these societies gonna respect you like you wanna be respected, because the gods that they worship don't respect you like you wanna be respected, and that includes Allah.
Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self.
So Farrakhan said we was disobedient to God. And that's why we look the way we look, because we was disobedient to God. And he said it led to basically the fucking up of your internal self, which led to the ugliness of your external self. You know, you ugly with them big lips and all that on the outside because your spirit was ugly. You disobeyed God. And tell me that the KKK wouldn't be happy to hear this. Come on now. If I was in the Ku Klux Klan, I would love Farrakhan. I'm sorry, but I would have to secretly donate to him. Because that kind of talk right there washes all. You got to think about everything that was done, man. The horrendous shit that was done. And the only thing he can talk to you about is your disobedience to God. And this is why the Hebrew Israelites can go out on these corners and be 20 deep yelling at people. But I bet you I couldn't go out there with 20 flat earth brothers. The police will be shutting it down. Because long as you saying that what's happening is God's will, you telling the truth if you know that God is the people in power. God and Mother Nature is two different things. What's happening ain't the will of the divine forces of nature. You think nature created that baby just to have them tortured, just to have, come on now. That's the will of the founding fathers who think that they're gods. And if we look different today than we used to look, it's because they terraforming us. Yes, so Farrakhan kind of giving you a little truth when he say they doing something on the inside of you that affect how your outward look appears. That can be true. That they terraforming us from the inside out and we don't look the way we really supposed to look. But you know, he's saying that we so disobedient to God, which is why we punished, which is why we're struggling, we're poor, which is why we kill each other and people kill us, and why the nations don't respect us because God don't respect us. He's saying all that. He's saying it's because we were disobedient to God. Now, guess what, though? God also don't condone putting chemicals in your hair and all that. When Farrakhan gonna get his curses? See, you gotta understand, Farrakhan telling you how cursed we are, but he's very blessed. He's not part of the we or the cursed ones that he speak of, which is why he can pretty much do whatever he want to do. And he don't really have fear of any curses for real. Otherwise, why would he have a contract with these people? You saying, and see, he can justify that. He can say, yeah, brother Sanchez, I work with the white man and ain't nothing wrong with it. Yeah, he did what he did to our people, but he's justified. God used him to whip your behind because you was disobedient to God. This is what Farrakhan is saying. And y'all don't understand, this is very dangerous narration right here. And y'all around here, you know, talking about swirling and all this shit. And it's a dude out here justifying your motherfucking genocide morally.
And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
He's saying with his high yellow self that he is pretty and blessed by God. And you're buying it, applauding it, and following after this con man. And you would follow him to Washington. It was an achievement. An achievement for who?
I got to drop a bomb for Dr. John Henry Clark, and I really got to put some respect on his name, and I'm gonna admit right now, I never saw this. Somebody sent me this. And when I saw it, I said, damn, if Dr. John Henry, yo, this is crazy. Dr. John Henry Clark was going in on this shit, bro. And he was brave to be going after Farrakhan, yo, during the time when Farrakhan was young as hell, all on the camera and shit. Yo, he was calling out some real shit. Cause I've been saying that about Farrakhan, like, y'all gotta understand that the NOI went from the white man is the devil to you were disobedient. That's why you were a slave. And it happened overnight. Think about it. Khalid Muhammad wasn't talking like that. They got rid of the niggas who was anti-manifest destiny in the NOI in order to keep their contract with the Klan. If there's a nigga in the NOI speaking against manifest destiny, they gonna silence him, just like they did with Malcolm. Malcolm said the chicken's coming home to roost, and they silenced Malcolm. But in their own Bible, they talking about how black people gonna be slaves for 400 years. And then that shit gonna happen to you in this prophecy and all that fake shit. How that's any different? They saying, goddammit, our God don't fuck with you. We gonna torture you, blase, and we justified. Malcolm saying, hey, well, one of y'all powerful men died, and I ain't mad at it. That's karma. I'm justified. That's my God then acting on my behalf. You see? So when Malcolm started speaking his own form of manifest destiny, intercepting the shit against those in power, he gets silenced. So Malcolm can only go out there and say, you were disobedient. Your slavery is God's will. You turned away from God, so the white man allowed your babies to be thrown to crocodiles, all this shit. If you talking like that, the NOI won't silence you. Think about it. Now, every dude that they had with a big voice who was going against manifest destiny ended up dying mysteriously. And when you look at the people who was around Khalid Muhammad, what they doing today is promote religion, which is manifest destiny. Khalid Muhammad was a Muslim, but he didn't promote manifest destiny. You never heard him come out his mouth talking like what you heard Farrakhan talking about. It was Allah's will that you be a slave. That man was walking around with AK-47s. That's how much he thought about manifest destiny. Because if Khalid Muhammad thought that our situation was God's will, why would he be promoting physical revolt with assault rifles? You'll just fall back and perm your hair back, put a suit on like Farrakhan. Get you a contract with CNN and say, hey man, relax, it's God's will. It's the will of, you were disobedient to Allah. That's why you a slave, brother. Now put that gun down. Because if it's Allah's will that you be a slave, the bullets are useless. This is a God we talking about. This is the mindset they promoting. Anybody going against that concept that is God's will, man, they're silenced. And that's something y'all need to think about and peep. It's one thing that they're all Muslims and that they all may believe in Allah, but that don't mean they all believe Allah ordered your slavery. Not all Muslims believe that. That's not even in the Quran. When some of these Muslims that push back against manifest destiny, they'll go to showing you how a lot of that manifest destiny shit come with the revisions and shit. King James and all that. Switching little stuff here to say God said this and God said that. God said we can rape your women. Yo, let me drop the link, y'all. It's Monday Madness. Let's get it. We could talk about whatever y'all want to talk about, but I just wanted to open it up with that topic right there.
Yo, what up, Sanchez?
Mr. C, what it do, my brother? Welcome back to the show, man. Talk to the people. I'm trying to see what's on y'all mind with this topic here, man, and whatever else y'all want to bring up too. Salutes, my brother.
Salutes to you too, bro, Sanchez. Um, the only thing I bring up that's a little different regarding what's his name, JFK. From the research I did, it looked like his wife shot him. And regarding with what's his name, Malcolm X, I believe it wasn't more so of what he said about JFK, just more so what he was trying to expose about the Nation of Islam.
Yeah.
But you
Yeah.
did make a good point when you said a lot of those people do get silenced. Because what was the other dude name? Was it Khalid? Was it
Khalid.
Khalid Muhammad?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I remember now when he was speaking out and saying what he was saying, they got rid of him too. But I've heard stories where they had the Nation of Islam take him out of there too. And I remember when was it? I think it was the Farrakhan or somebody else who was in Nation of Islam. They said Khalid Muhammad is no longer with us. He's now with the ancestors, and they just kept moving like ain't nothing happened. I don't know if you recall that, but I yield the flow.
Yeah, man. That's that. No, I'm just listening, letting y'all interject. Salutes to all y'all brothers, man.
Yo, what it do, bro? Sanchez.
What
Salute
it
to
do, my
everybody in the
brother?
chat and the panel.
Salutes to y'all, man. Salutes. Hey, make sure
Hey,
y'all. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
hey, hey. What was it? Friday night, man. Oh my God, yo, I got back on just to take the replay and shit, man. I fucking died. Yeah, look, yo, it's like I don't understand how much y'all got patience beyond measure, from what I can see, to deal with people who are incompetent with conversation. That shit had me rolling though, bro. I was like, if I was y'all, I'd been hung up on this man, like blocked them and all, but I'm like, damn, this, we growing and shit, but damn, ignorance is bliss for real.
Yeah, that's big facts. It amazed me how the NOI changed though like that. Like, think about this. With Malcolm alive and Khalid Muhammad alive, there's no way you are gonna be merging with Scientology today. With a nigga like Khalid Muhammad walking around talking the way he talking about white folks, and y'all got Ron L. Hubbard books on the stand. you shooting yourself in the foot. You trying to sell,
Yep.
you ain't no way you're gonna be selling products, and you got these big events with white folks there who follow Ronell Hubbard, and here come Khalid Muhammad with an AK-47 and an RBG flag talking about the devil and all this shit. See why the NOI was starting to go Hollywood, if you ask me. But I'm gonna fall back. Me, myself, what's good, my brother? Welcome back. Human Phoenix, what's good, my sister? Welcome to the bill. Y'all go ahead. Y'all can unmute at any time. Salutes.
What's good, bro? Sam, what's good, panel? Yes, sir. Trying to get in on this Monday madness on everything. I've seen that video where Farrakhan back in the day. I actually had the opportunity to go to the first Million Man March, right? Back in, I think it was like 1996 or somewhere around there. But I was in martial arts then. So I was just glad to have a weekend off. My pops was dipping off. So I was like, yep, we fitting to play outside all day. So I missed that first jump. But Farrakhan, from what I was talking with my pops, he's from the islands. And I believe he's West Indian, but he's mixed already. And so the stuff that he's preaching is weird once you really do your research. What's good, Bobby? On actually who this brother is. But he saw the movement and where it was about to go. And you can tell when if you're actually a fighter, you can tell when you got the upper hand against the person you fighting, and you can tell in their eyes they ain't trying to fight no more, and they'll switch tactics up on you. But the people on the outside won't really feel that energy until afterwards. And so that's what Malcolm X was about. He went over there and felt true humanity, and it blew his mind. Came back over on a completely different movement about, yo, we've been duped. Let's move in a more positive, conscientious way. But that doesn't make big money for everybody. And so, yeah, you start to realize how deep this stuff goes when your leaders are in cahoots with the people that you think you're supposed to fight against. But yeah, shout out to the panel.
About the African brother that got killed on the same day as Malcolm.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, dude, when you do a little bit more research into Malcolm death, you understand that he wasn't the only one died on that day. Malcolm was when Malcolm went to Mecca and he found out everything that you talking about, me myself.
Yep.
When he came back talking that nationalism, and you know what I'm saying, we trying to actually go into the more science and really find identity. He got the building with a brother over there in Africa, not Patrice Lumumba, but another powerful African brother like Patrice Lumumba. You dig what I'm saying? And you know what they did to Patrice Lumumba, you know what I'm saying? But before Patrice, they did the same thing to this African brother. Him and Malcolm X had hooked up. The day Malcolm X got assassinated is the day he got assassinated over in Africa. Same exact day.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna look this brother name up so I can give y'all. I'm gonna look his name up so I can give y'all the exact information. Give me 1 second.
What up, Eric?
My only problem with everybody praising Malcolm X, if you do deep research on, you'll see that they all were playing for the same team. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but my thing, I don't think Malcolm X knew all that shit at first, and when he found out, he said it was in too deep. When he found out, he tried to make his own little movement, and by then he was such a target that they wouldn't finna dare let Malcolm movement grow. Because if that would have happened, that would be let me show you what would have happened, right? If they would have let Malcolm shit grow, that would be a whole nother sect of Islam in America that'll be rivaling the NOI and Farrakhan. It just won't be a monopoly right there with the NOI and Farrakhan. It'll be a whole nother group of like Malcolm's legacy going, and it'll be just as equally fucking, but in my opinion, I think so. But yeah, I'm on.
You believe that Malcolm X?
Why did he try to go back to the? Why did he try to go back to the Nation of Islam after he left?
See, that's my question. I was gonna say, so you believe he had already been initiated and all that, and he didn't realize before he was initiated and everything, he was in too deep?
Nah, the thing you got to understand about Malcolm, he was a very educated brother. The background that we get on Malcolm is not his real history. Malcolm didn't spend that extensive time in jail like that. Malcolm come from a very influential family in Boston. His sister was like, you know what I'm saying, one of the first Black women to work at the Bell Telephone Company. You know what I'm saying? His aunt was like a aide to the senator in Boston at that time. No,
Exactly.
but hold on, slow down, brother.
Go ahead,
So
bro.
what I'm saying is this: even though Malcolm came from that background, it's still, you know what I'm saying, levels to certain things. By him getting into the information from the Nation of Islam, that's just like somebody who's a PhD doctor coming into the church. You see what I'm saying? Or coming into Freemasonry. You might not necessarily know what the information is you standing on until you get deep off into it, which Malcolm did when he went to Mecca. You see what I'm saying? And then he got to realize, look, brother, we dealing with people who literal lives is on the line and they got children. You see what I'm saying? So for us to sit and speculate on what they did once they got in too deep, that's one thing. Malcolm X's life was on the line. That's obvious. Dr. Khalid Muhammad life was on the line. This is obvious.
All I'm saying is once they pitch you on that TV, bro, and that limelight, that media costs. They ain't finna just pitting on anybody on CNN.
Yeah, but we saying, but this what we
Fox.
saying. We saying they, and we saying they ain't just finna put nobody on there. What we gotta understand is that that box is a revolutionary tool that's used for mind control. So if they feel
That's
like, oh, hold on, listen, brother, you yourself, Brother Sanchez himself, I guarantee you, bro, if Brother Sanchez get big enough to where 1 million, 2 million people get to talking about him, he's gonna be on CNN, whether he wants to or not. Do you understand what I'm saying? They go create a narrative and paint one once you get to a certain level because they got to. That's their only tool to combat is through they, you know what I'm saying, they level of propaganda.
You got to think, this is we in 2022. They didn't have social media and
social media always been around.
Hold on, bro. Let me talk.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. C.
You know I rock with you, Bobby. But what I'm saying,
right. Go ahead, brother.
We got the technology at the palm of our hand. It's just like Sanchez said the other day. You don't need an orchestra or a group to make music anymore. You can sit down if you're a good enough person with the technology or with your craft, like Sanchez is, for example. He made beats and he a good musician. He got lyrics. You know what I'm saying? He got ball. He could do the whole thing by himself. They didn't have technology like what I'm saying. Back then, you had to have a team, or you had to know somebody, real elbow with somebody to even get. Because think about it, a lot of people got hit upside their head and fought against that. They didn't make TV.
But listen to what I'm saying. Yes, because
not everyone.
Not everybody. Individual. Yeah, but we only looking at
target individual.
Yeah, we only looking at it from our point of view, though, brother and sisters. I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to make this quick point.
You got
like what you saying about, you know, the people being able to create on their own now. It's true, but the game is still the same, brother. When you talk about social media, guess what? That's still millions of people, a crowd of people. It's still the same group situation. That's why I said social media been around forever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you.
Economics, social experimentation. This has been around forever. Social media ain't nothing but the next step in social experimentation, groupthink. You feel what I mean? So it's like, it don't matter if I sit in my room by myself and create 1,000 beats on Fruity Loops. I'ma still need social media and the masses to market myself to millions of people because I'm still looking to get a crowd. You dig what I'm saying? So it's at the end of the day, it still boiled down to putting yourself in front of these screens to get numbers, whether it's for this way or that way. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just feel like Malcolm X fall into that same thing, the Messiah complex, like that, you know, another creative Messiah, him, Tupac, Martin Luther King, all of them have connections with the same people.
You right, but
you know
what you wrong at is that all them people, even Jesus said, I'm not the one. It was the people who kept putting them niggas up on pedestals. These niggas out their own mouths will tell you, Pac could tell you, I'm not the one. I'm here to spark the mind of the one. You see what I'm saying? Malcolm X will tell you.
Point, that would be my only, not to cut you off, is that it's how we view them. Like imagine how somebody's going to view you once you come into enlightenment and that's all you talk and preach, and then they paint a narrative about you that ain't you. And then you die, you get murdered, however you want to call it, and so you can't really defend how the future depicts your teachings in your movement.
Yeah, that's true, but you know, it's still playing on the incompetence of man. Because I mean, think about it. If you read the Bible, everybody they be talking about the Father. Then they always, you know, align Jesus Christ with the Father. But when you read it, it clearly tells you that he's your brother more than he'll be your father. You get what I'm saying? If y'all got the same father.
So that's basically
like, hey, yo, it's really about self-perception. About self-perception and a collective whole. Like, people are seeing it's the way they seeing it as an individual, but in a whole, as a common collective group, basically. And that's the reason for the misperception, man, when it comes to shit like that. Go ahead.
I feel you on that exactly. Because I mean, my take on it is every individual is supposed to pick themselves in the spot of Jesus. Like Jesus is almost like the video game character. Like you cut the game on. That's you. You say what, bro? Oh, my bad. But nah, I yield the flow. It's just before I yield the flow, all I'm saying is I believe all of them are agents. You know what I mean? If you take time and just do some research, you'll see they got too many connections.
I agree with you, but where I disagree is that you got a qualified agent, because guess what? At a point in your life, you could have been an agent. You don't understand that the powers that be is using everything energy-wise that you're putting out, whether it's for good or bad. Do you dig what I'm saying? So when you say an agent, if you don't got knowledge, if you don't got full perception of knowledge of what you're doing, just like we all young brothers from the hood, we probably all used to be out there in the streets doing goofball shit. Guess what? Somebody could literally classify you as an agent. You an agent of chaos out here destroying your community. And hold on, brother. If somebody only knew you from that point up until a certain point and never knew nothing else about you, guess what the consistency is gonna be from you, from that group of people? Man, that nigga Mr. C ain't on shit. That nigga agent. I know him. He be on what X, Y, and Z. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Can't even argue that when you break it down like that. True. But all I'm saying is, you know what? We'll get back to it. You know what I'm saying? Hey,
come on, Mr. C. Let's get
no.
Hey, you my man too.
Look, I started talking.
Hey, my nigga Bobby, bro.
I said shit. What I don't want to say too. Hey,
he started retracing his steps.
Hey, when me myself make them faces, boy, I be like, oh shit, let me shut the fuck up. It like he be trying to give me that, hey, bro. Oh, we online.
Hey, let me ask you a quick question real quick. Why did Malcolm X try to come back to the Nation of Islam after he figured out all of the corruption?
Because he still had very loyal supporters in the Nation of Islam that he cannot just leave to the wayside. You see what I'm saying? That's the whole gist of that. He had people that were still in their organization that have extreme love and respect for him, that he couldn't just say, all right, fuck the nation. Even if it's only 25% of niggas rocking with me out the nation, man, fuck all them niggas. You know what I'm saying? Even the ones that's rocking with me, and the ones that's rocking with me might have faced the same fate as me, because you gotta understand.
Let me cut you off.
Go ahead.
So this nation, they committing pedophilia acts, they doing murders, they doing
American way. They doing the American way.
Mafia, basically.
Mafia.
Hold on.
Bobby, you're not gonna, because I think the brother stepped in on the question. I wanted to ask a question before you get there, because you're gonna get somewhere. Bobby, I wanted to ask something about, like, because I was watching a documentary about not Malcolm X, but what's his name, the boxer, Muhammad Ali, right? And they were talking about how Muhammad Ali was the first athlete ever to get a contract, because a lot of fighters used to basically fight for the mafia, and like Chicago and Vegas didn't want him to fight for the mafia. Now, my question is, because I know the brother's kind of gonna get into it, but my question is, do you think that Muhammad Ali's later on movement going from what was his name? His name was Cassius Clay. Went from Cassius Clay to Muhammad Ali. Do you think that was a protection move? Do you think that was like a thing of, like, you know what? I kind of got signed by the mafia. Now I got to use this religion.
It's all of that, brother. You feel what I'm saying? It ain't no different from me growing up on the west side of Chicago and seeing the shit that I'm seeing from police or whatever, and feel like, hey, I got to get down with the gang because I need me a group of niggas that's gonna look out for me. You see what I'm saying?
Because even fast forward now, you know, you have. Sorry, I mean to stop you.
Go ahead, brother.
Forward now, you have you have stories of like Jim Jones describing the security of the Nation of Islam.
Nation of Islam, FOI. The FOI, from my understanding of what I've been told, is the standing army for us. You see what I'm saying? Nation of Islam security. Trust me, bro. These niggas is on the same level as the Israeli Defense Forces and all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? And because they dangerous. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them is ex-cons, a lot of them is ex-military, and they really own what they own. You know what I'm saying? And they really about that protection and that security thing. You see what I'm saying? That's the first step a nation building. If you want to go that way, you got to have your army, because people ain't out here playing fair.
Nah, that makes a lot of sense. Because remember when Bill Clinton had his office for years in Harlem, and literally it was like that building.
He was being protected by the FOI.
Like low key, I was now I'm thinking about that. Like low key, like most of those connections.
The only way you go move around Harlem like that, or a lot of these Chicago, a lot of heavenly urban inner city areas, Atlanta like that, New York like that, LA like that. You got a lot of Black Panthers and all. You got a lot of Muslims. You know what I'm saying? Detroit. You see what I'm saying? So that's just the power structure of that particular religious section, which is still a religion, but they broke it down economically to where they branched off and they got actual, you know what I'm saying, force behind what they saying. You know what I mean?
Well, look, there's another side of Islam I want to point out, right? As a hip hop head, you got this whole religious side, your Quran Muslims, you know, we typical the ones y'all got in mind while we had this conversation. But let's talk about this whole other element of Islam that's like a gangster though element, like where you got certain Islamic groups that's on some real, like even in the Middle East, you got certain Muslims that'll be jihadists and shit. So you do got that aspect here too. Even some, y'all know what I'm saying, like the 5% groups. I ain't trying to say that they're a gang, but I'm saying it's like it's another element to Islam that a lot of folks don't know about.
You're not worried about no Christian niggas coming and doing nothing to you. Bro, the Nation of Islam will come and literally do something to you. The Baptist church, the Lutheran church, you're not really worried about disrespecting them in a way to where some physical harm will come to you. You see what I'm saying? If you disrespect a lot of these Muslim brothers, you know what I'm saying? Whether they Nation of Islam or not, physical harm will come to you. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? You talk about like in front of a Christian, I could debate them, man. Jesus was this nigga, woo wop the band, woo woo. I could go in. Do that with a Christian, with Muhammad. Get in front of, I mean, not a Christian, a Muslim, FOI, whoever. Get in front of one of them. French. Get to trying to diss them on Muhammad this, you know what I'm saying? And it could be facts that he slept with a 9-year-old and all of that. Hey, guess what, bro? They'll be ready to put you down.
Bobby, remember Charlie Hebdo, the cartoon from France that like, and
they was ready to kill him.
They went and they was ready to kill him. They killed like 7 people, and most of them were like the second guys. Like like
journalists.
They were all journalists. They shut up the place just because of them.
They drew a depiction of
Muhammad, yeah. And then Texas had an event, and a guy ran down on it with an AR-15. They shot him down because it's Texas. Don't get it twisted, you know. But I remember that the same thing happened. The guy, like, they were actually drawing the pictures of Muhammad, and then you see like everybody panic because of, you know. But you're right.
But that's still a coward mentality. You just gonna have to hurt me if I'm talking the truth, right? Now, cool. Like far as the Muhammad Ali thing, that was a dead slap in Black people's face. If you knew who the real Muhammad Ali was, how many Black people Muhammad Ali killed. So for him to change his name to that and then represent Muslim shit, that has to be addressed. And if they gonna harm somebody for bringing those facts to the table, then let them harm them. But I do know in jail, people join Islam for protection. So you're right, they will.
That's all it is.
They will, yeah.
Hey guys, can I just say something, and I'm gonna get off and let you guys talk and go on with whatever you guys want to say. But I just want to say peace to Bro Sanchez first, and much respect for bringing this topic up in the first place, because it is really important to talk about, because Islam is so fast growing and a majority of people in this world does follow the religion. And this what you're talking about with the NOI and you know, the nationality of things is like really separating people as a whole. And like people, Muslims not from Africa, are probably wondering like and confused like I am about certain aspects of their religion and their nationalities anyway. But I just wanted to say and read this quote that says, the reason why Moorish Africans cannot be US citizens is because the Moroccan Empire has a business arrangement with the British Empire. European corporate contract citizens, Caucasian men. The United States is a foreign European corporation conducting trade and commerce in foreign lands.
That's right.
So with that being said, the NOI, if I'm not wrong, is like kind of came from Prince Hall Freemasonry. And if that is the case, then you know, all of their information from the NOI is coming from, you know, the Freemasonry movement or whatever their agendas are. So the fact that we should be listening to them is, you know, contradicting us as you know, people anyways, because you know, that's what makes people like Khalid Muhammad and Malcolm X and all those leaders targeted individuals and not on the same bandwagon as them, because they're not the same people as them. So I just wanted to say that, get that out. And I just wanted to, if you could hear this one video.
The Americans, the term Moorish was substituted with the word Indian. Yes, and you can find the reference in this book called The Karankawa Indians, the Coast People of Texas, by a man named Albert Samuel Gatchett. On page 6, he describes a piece that was found in a museum in 1596 as being a Moorish hat. On this page, he goes on to state that in 1621, the word Indian was substituted for Moorish. On page 9, they also described an Indian axe that belonged to a Moorish king. And remember, this is as described in 1596, more than 2 decades prior to the first so-called Africans arriving in Virginia. An Indian axe that belonged to a Moorish king. The question is, who is this king that this axe belonged to? This Moorish king. Well, if you didn't know, this Moorish king was actually Montezuma, and the reference is here. This weapon belonged to Montezuma II, king of Tenochtitlan in Mexico. If you want to learn more about Moorish history and the connection,
I think he's just saying how
I love that, sis.
you know,
I love that.
how the word, how a Moorish and the Indians and Africans is like the black is a color, you know, it's not a nationality. So they saying like Moors is like trying to make it a nationality.
They showing us the they showing us the misidentification.
Yeah, NOI is kind of contradicting the whole Moorish nationality thing by keep bringing up black and saying how Islam is and black, like they're messing up the religious part of things, and it's just confusion, all confusion, and it's all comes down to the what I just read, the quote from what I just read, you know.
Dr. Khalid Muhammad was murdered trying to get that information out there. That's the whole reason they went after him.
And there's targeted individuals today, like all the time, you know, like that go through it. We don't know who's who, and that's what makes it so confusing.
When was Khalid Muhammad assassinated? In the 90s or like early?
It was, I believe it was the late 90s, or it was the early 2000s, because I had just moved to Atlanta, right? And this one, I was just getting into Reiki and all of that type of shit, energy healing and all of that. So the sister who actually killed Muhammad, You know what I'm saying? I met her, right? You know what I'm saying? Blah, blah, blah. I never had a Reiki thing done. And then I sat down with my brother because he was deep off into the sciences and shit. Before I even got down into it, he was telling me like, yeah, don't fuck with that Reiki shit unless you're dealing with somebody that's in tune with you, because that's how they kill Muhammad. Reiki is shifting the energy around in your body. He died from a brain aneurysm. So basically what happened is this lady who is proficient in moving around this energy in your body, she moved all the energy up towards his brain and never released it. You know what I'm saying? She never allowed the energy to, it's like a circuit in your body. She never allowed all that energy she shot to his brain to release back through his feet and the grounding and all of that. So when he went home and went to sleep that night, the man just straight had an aneurysm, started vomiting. His wife, who was in the bed with him, was in on it because she just let him lay there in the bed and vomit, choke on his own vomit and all that shit till he was dead. She ended up leaving him, marrying this Christian pastor probably like a year later. You know what I'm saying? Now she's a full-blown Christian. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Khalid Muhammad's ex-wife.
That's a slap in the face.
So how much of
That sound like poison.
No, they did poison him.
How much of the percentage of that do you believe, though? Do you think she really did that?
Look, I'm gonna tell you, yes, I'm gonna tell you like this, brother. Reiki is a real thing. You know what I'm saying? That's why I won't have nobody do it. I never had it done because, you know, you see a lot of people popping up with these mystical arts now. You know what I'm saying? Just like tarot reading is a real thing and all this shit. But the reason why Christians and the church will tell you like, don't go into the Bible, and they try to make it demonic, not because it's demonic, but because it's still professional. If somebody really don't know what the fuck they doing, they could fuck you up. You know what I'm saying? So what happened was,
I'm Reiki certified,
right.
bro.
So okay, I got you.
But
listen to what I'm saying. The lady who did Khalid Muhammad was certified. The type of shit we talking about ain't talking about no certification. This about your internal energy and your countenance. So what? So basically, she was certified, but she was on some other shit. She overloaded this man's brain with this Reiki energy to the point to where he had a brain aneurysm out the blue. Somebody who was completely healthy, never had no problems before. Go get this Reiki healing, and then a few hours later, he have a brain aneurysm, which anybody know what that is? That's an overload of brain activity. You know what I'm saying? That's short circuit in the motherboard.
Reiki gonna do that to somebody's brain, bro.
Listen to me, sister. You do Reiki. Is Reiki the transference of energy through your body? Yes or no?
No, it's not.
All right, break it down to me then, baby.
Absolutely not. It is not. It's not.
All right, what is it then?
The universal life force energy, like call it a high power.
Wait a minute, baby. Wait a minute. I just said Reiki is moving energy around, and you just said universal high force energy.
Come on, let them go right quick, man. I want to hear this.
It's a universal energy. That means it's not coming out of me to give to you. The
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
An exchange of energy.
Sus, you ain't listening to nothing I'm saying. You just listening to respond. I literally just said Reiki is the art of moving the energy around in your body. Yes or no?
All right, cool. Let them finish though, so we can hear what you gotta say. This shit interesting.
Reiki is the art of moving energy around in your body, which she just explained. We all have this energy in our body.
Can you spell the word? Can you spell the word?
R-E-I-K-O. R-E-I-K-O. Reiki, I mean R-E-I-K-I. Reiki, Reiko, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Reiki.
All right, let's hear their point of view though, quick. So
okay, go ahead. Go ahead, sister. So I want you to explain what you mean if you don't think it's energy being moved around in your body. What is it?
Well, I understand what you're saying also, where you feel like somebody is able to have that power onto somebody to like mess them up, like. But I don't think like anybody who, I mean, people who get into Reiki, like it's just a universal light. It's just like the highest light that I'm
agreeing with everything you saying, sister.
Okay,
I'm not disagreeing.
You want to talk about the exchange of the movement?
I'm not talking about exchange. I'm saying
he's saying
Reiki is we got electromagnetic energy in our body. Let's go to the base point. That's a fact. This is what Reiki is calling it. Do you agree with that with me there? So we can start there. Bam. You say Reiki, you said that Reiki is the energy in my own body, with somebody, if there's a Reiki master, would be able to manipulate that. Like if I'm having problems in my elbow, they'll be able to move the energy to the elbow to help it heal faster, correct?
Yeah, I guess you saying.
No,
yeah.
ain't no guess I could say that, because I studied Reiki for years. And if you studied it, you know this is what Reiki artists is claiming that they could do. You got pain in your stomach, you've been having bowel problems, I could shift the energy around. You know, right or wrong, sis?
I do believe what you're saying, brother. Because...
No, basically, so let me get to my point. What I'm saying is the sister who did the Reiki on Dr. Khalid Muhammad, you can go research this. She shifted this energy all up towards his cerebral cortex. So imagine if you're alkaline battery, alkaline acid. Imagine if somebody just took all the energy of that battery and just pushed it to the alkaline side, and then allow it to flow back to the other side. The battery is going to explode on that end. You know what I'm saying? Because now you got the alkaline and the acid is mixing. The energy on one end is too much. It's not distributing through the whole battery. You know what I'm saying? So it can ground itself. That's what happened to Dr. Khalid Muhammad. All that energy in his body got pushed into his brain. It overloaded his synapses, and he went into an aneurysm and started seizing and convulsing.
Like I don't know much. I don't know much about Reiki, but I do believe that like energy and like blood circulation could be moving around. A good example could be like a lot of times when we're praying, a lot of the symbols is always like our hands put together, and like a lot of times like the body is so interesting that sometimes when you put your hands together, the body forgets that this part and this part are not attached. But the blood is coming this way, the blood's coming this way. And then later on, after you put your hands together for a long time, your body starts kind of feeling like, hold on, we're one, because the blood, you know, although your hands are not connected, this is the motion of like your whole blood circulating around, although your tips
creating a circuit. You're creating a circuit. What you just said is exactly, you're creating a circuit, an energy circuit within your own body. You see what I'm saying? And Reiki ain't no different from saying chakra. It ain't no different from saying chi energy, real energy.
Yeah. Bro, you cooking, bro.
Yeah,
Bobby,
it's just we just talking about the person, whatever culture they come from, the understanding of what energy they dealing with. So somebody might call it Reiki. I go over to India somewhere, they might say we dealing with the chakra energy. I go to China somewhere, they say we dealing with the Kundalini energy or whatever. But guess what? If you know that's real, then you know it could be manipulated for one way or the other way. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Hey, yo, so has anybody, I don't know how many people fuck with anime, but I do on a certain level. When
all time. Fuck with all animes.
Avatar, the Avatar series, the cartoon. I don't fuck with the real shit. I'm talking about the cartoon. Basically, what I'm getting at is that there was a scene in the Avatar where the shorty that Aang was walking with was she met her ancestor. Her ancestor ended up being a bloodbender. Now, when you start to mention this shit about manipulation of the energy in somebody else's body, if you equate what we're made of into what he's actually talking about, all it is motion of energy being translated from one source to the next and being manipulated. And when you was talking about that, that's what I thought about was that scene where she was bloodbending her ass from a distance, because it was something that they're taught, like they're taught to use the elements of the earth. These elements of the earth are nothing but sources of energy anyway. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, of course, they was telling us the truth about the powers that we can possess on the inside, but when it comes to the Reiki or Reiki, how you said it, and that being something authentic, man, I believe in that 100%. That like she could do that shit, and if not her, anybody else who studied and practiced it and mastered the technique to be able to do so. Because little do we know, we manipulate energy unwillingly sometimes, and we don't even think about it because of the habitual acts we create throughout the day. So it's deeper than what people really like. You know what I'm saying? People really trying to see that shit. But go ahead though.
That's why I was surprised that he said that Reiki killed Khalid Muhammad, because I'm like, that's the first time I ever heard something like that. Because it's supposed to deal with the reason I went into it is because it wasn't no dark magic involved with it, and I didn't want to do what everybody else was doing with with mixing the magic stuff, and I wanted to work with
Yeah,
you
but
know,
let me
I
ask you
wanted
this,
to make
sis.
sure I was only
But look,
working with good energy
When you say ain't no
sources.
But
dark
look, you
magic
gotta
in it,
understand too, though. But you gotta understand too, though, that and everything that we do, whether we picking up for the good or it has two substances to it. Is and one or absence of. Basically, it doesn't matter. So it can be good or bad, regardless of what it is you do.
it's your intent, what you choose to do with it.
Right,
Good and
it's
evil,
what's your
good and
intent.
evil is just parameters that we put on shit. Good and evil don't
Right.
even exist unless we start touching shit.
Hey, yo,
Your
I
intent
want
is
to
your
say,
power.
yo, let me say salutes to the panel, man. Salutes to Sister Bethy and to the people joining and all that. Guala gang, what's good? Salutes to you, my brother. We gonna shift gears, man. Somebody in the chat wanted me to talk about China breaking a record. You know, so what happened? China's artificial sun just broke a record for the longest sustained nuclear fusion, and they said a superheated plasma. It reached 126 million degrees Fahrenheit for 17 minutes, and they saying that that's hotter than the core of the sun. Now, when they talk about the sun's core and nuclear fusion energy, they talk that's basically them talking about a torus field for real. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go live on my main channel with this one because this is real big. What China just did. This record ain't nothing to turn your nose up. What they basically saying. See, what this is this right here. They're creating the stars in heaven on earth. If you ever zoom in on a star, you'll see each one of them as torus fields. The sun and moon are torus fields. What they're calling nuclear fusion reactors is them imitating a torus field. And guess what I want to do? I want to actually screen share real quick. Hold on. I'm going to take about 3 to 5 minutes to just touch on this real quick, man. Hold up, though. I got to make sure they can see it. All right, there we go. Look at that. So check this out. Let me break down to you what's happening real quick with this. Because whoever brought that up, I'm definitely going to be touching on this. This whole China artificial sun ain't really a sun, though. I'm actually finna pull up to you what it is. Let me find it, though.
Flat power.
Here it go right here. So this is it right here. Y'all can see the screen share. This is what China's second sun is. It's not in the sky. A lot of people thinking it's something that's in the sky that you can take a picture of. That's blue beam what they seeing. This right here is something different. This is what China got. Now let me show you something real quick. Right off the bat, most of y'all know what we doing, what we looking at. Let's go to it. Here you go right here. This is a torus field, guys. Check out this image here. I show y'all this all the time.
It's still
No, I'm still on the same screen, Sanchez.
Yeah, we can't see it, bro.
Y'all should be able to see it now.
Got you.
Got me? Check it out, guys. Look. Here go an electromagnetic energy field. This is a torus field. I show y'all this all the time. We know this is the flat earth right here. We know that we all familiar with this right here. But check this out. What most people ain't familiar with is this. They see what a lot of people saying is the second sun or all that. They don't know this is just a fucking, they're trying to build the electromagnetic energy field, a physical one. Check it out. This energy field don't physically exist. a magnetic energy field is an invisible electromagnetic energy field that exists outside of our dimension. But they're manifesting that within our dimension now. That's why the world is about to change. But check how deep this is. This is what they call in the second sun. Now, this is what we got to think about. These casings and all this is so important because this thing is getting to a heat, right? That's hotter than our sun in the sky. Now, our sun in the sky got heat to it, but it ain't the kind of heat you get from fire. It's the kind of heat you get from friction, which they're calling fusion. In other words, if you take a rock on the ground and keep rubbing it up against another rock, eventually it'll turn orange. Then the hotter it'll get, it'll go from orange to bright white, and then it'll get just this huge white, like kind of the colors that we see our sun. It ain't really flickering flame of a fire. It's what I just explained. It's like when you cut your heater on and you can see the wires start to light up as it get hot. Now, if they get real hot, it'll go from orange to this white looking fucking glow. And that's what we dealing with. We ain't dealing with a fire, like chemical.
That's like an explosion. Like that. That's like basically that's controlled explosions, bro Sanchez, right?
You can say that, but that's cool. Take that too. But see, the thing is this, right? If that shit were to escape this box right here, the light from it will be brighter than our sun, meaning that inside of this thing, the temperature getting that hot, right? But since it's enclosed, the light from the glow don't bleed out. If something were to happen where this thing were to, be compromised during that time or something like that, where this light could escape, it'll be like having a sun inside of that little building right there. And you see what I'm saying? If you allow the light from this, what they doing here to get out in the real world, from wherever they at on Earth, people will see that light all over the Earth. We're on a flat plane. Remember that luminosity can traverse the brighter the light is, the more of the plane it can illuminate, which is what the sun doing, the local sun. But this is what I'm telling you, what they're doing. Like, think about that. The whole concept of looking up in the sky, seeing a second sun, that ain't happened yet, for real. If they make a second sun with blue beam, that still ain't, you can't harness the energy from a holographic sun. They trying to, whatever the sun and moon doing to power themselves is what they're mimicking. And that's the whole Taurus field shit. But they even tell you what I said, like handling nuclear energy is an extremely hard risk. Researchers gotta heat the plasma to very high temperatures, which will imitate the core of the stars. Then researchers must find a way to corral the heat so it doesn't burn through their research equipment. So think about what I'm telling you. You basically got some in your room that's hotter than the core of the sun, and we know thermal fusion ain't the nature of the sun. This is different kind. Just explain it to you. But they just said what I said, right? If this shit was to make it out of this little controlled box, they got a star in a jar, basically. Now, in the Bible, it says that in the end of days, the stars will fall onto the earth. And I keep telling these guys that this is talking about research and technology they're going to be doing at the change of technology and the change of the age and of the times. They're creating the stars on earth. Every star in the heaven is a Taurus field. And what man is doing now is basically what the part of Revelation where it say You know, the star. What exactly part is that? Wormwood was one. These different uh, governments going to be creating their own stars or fusion reactors, which is another word for star. And each, you know, and this is what I think is meaning here. See, when the stars and the stars in the sky fell to earth as figs drop from. See, I don't take that literally. I'm talking about, I'm literally thinking that they're just what I'm pointing out here, man. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm gonna fall back. I don't want to halt the mic. The
Yo, bro,
stars fall.
Sanchez,
Yeah.
I wanted
Go
to
ahead.
actually piggyback on that because, like, I have three things that I wrote here. Because, like, the thing that is giving us is that, like, you could be able to have a 24-hour city. You know, like when China basically converted night to day in within 17 minutes. One thing is, I think New York New York State governor just signed a bill in which, like, the new buildings that are going to be constructed are not going to be connected to, like, oil reserves. So that energy that's a lookalike sun creates is basically how the new cities could be able to like get electricity. China is a lot is very big on like basically creating something out of nothing. Like, for example, they converting half of their desert into like jungles. They actually are growing trees on it, and like in the last 30 years, they actually been taking over the desert because 30% of their land is basically desert. So it's like you can't even use that land. So I think they want to use that. Another thing that I think about that weapon, because that's what it really is, a weapon, is that China first kind of like, you know, when you have a police officer that comes into a place for a warrant, right? The first thing they do is they throw the stink bomb. The stink bomb was the whatever 19, you know, and now they showing us their real weapons, which is things like this, because you could be able to. This is a nuclear. I don't know, like a missile basically. That's a missile going in the air, you know, and I think that is also a threat to the world. They're not showing it as a way of like, hey, look at an experiment, you know.
My question is, what do y'all believe the casing's made out of? Because what can contain something that hot? Like, is that vibranium?
So check it out, right?
Oh,
Here's the thing, right? The way they're, to my understanding, at the core of this whole reactor, you basically have a suspended. You literally got a star on the earth. Let me show you what I mean, because it'll make me seem stupid. It'll make me seem like I'm reaching if I just told you that. I'm going to show it to you. This is what's inside of that thing. Hold on. Now, these ain't the one I'm looking for. I'm really looking for the real experiment. So let's do that. This is what we're looking for. So this right here in the Daily Mail, they said this is a big star in a jar experiment. You taking the star in a jar experiment and you're keep making it bigger and bigger to the size of CERN. So this right here is a star in a jar experiment. But if you look at the CERN machine, it's the same thing. All of these different machines, they're making stars in jars all over the earth. And the Bible said the stars will fall onto the earth in the end of days. Watch this now.
That's why they think they could go to the moon and the Mars still, I think.
and brother, I think what you trying to
Let
ask.
me
Go ahead,
let
Sanchez.
me finish this for them. Check it out. In the middle of their little reactor, my brother, is this. It's a hovering, glowing ball. And if you look at let me just teach for 1 minute, y'all. It ain't gonna take me that long. It ain't gonna take me that long. If you look at the sun in the sky, y'all, you wanna know what the sun in the sky is? It's a star in a jar. When they said that China making a second sun, that ball in our sky is created right here. Is levitating inside of its own what they calling a fusion reactor machine. The sun has one of those around it. You see what I'm saying? It's enclosed in its own, but the sun is not made of physical matter. That's why I said they're taking, let me show you. They're taking this right here, which is a non-physical technology. This is literally spiritual technology. And they're now manifesting it onto the earth. And in the days it said that the spirits would dwell with man. The spirit will be poured out. This is what they talking about man's science lead him to the final aspect of himself, which is the soul. All of his technology now used to fuse with the mind, body, and all that. We so smart now, we finna start making technology to fuse with the soul, which is the consciousness, transcendence, human upload. And that's what I'm saying. So if you look at this, this is a physical manifestation of something that the universe never intended to be physical.
See, I understand that part. What I'm asking is, how does that energy heat up that hot? They said some crazy
That's the
numbers.
lie. That's the lie right there, brother. They not dealing with heat.
I got you right now. So how they heat it up to a higher temperature than the sun is they start to accelerate the energy inside of their machine faster than the sun. Because listen, if you got a rock in your hand and I got a rock in my hand, and we scraping it up against the street trying to see who gonna get a glowing hot rock to get fire from it first, right? If I'm doing my shit faster than you, my rock gonna be brighter than yours. Your shit ain't gonna.
No, I understand that part. I'm asking, why doesn't it melt everything around it? Like, how does it contain it without melting everything?
That's what I'm trying to show you. Look.
I know it's levitating.
Hold on. You asked the question. You gotta listen, brother, because I'm trying to answer you. Check it out. What, can you see my screen share?
I see it, and I understand that.
Hold on, then. Let me teach it then. This thing is levitating. It's not touching nothing around it. It can't. If this star in this jar was to make contact with the edge of the jar, then it'll be burning. It's heat here. It'll have a chemical reaction to it. It'll be like when you take light under a magnifying glass and shine it on an ant. Now that light is just light, but it's got heat to it too. So the ant will catch on fire. You'll burn an ant up with pure light, just magnifying light. And what I'm saying is that's the heat aspect. Why the star that they creating in this machine don't burn through the machine is for the same reason why the star in this jar don't burn through the jar. It's levitating in the middle of it. It ain't making contact with the outside. It's based on electromagnetic energy that they moving around inside of the jar. Once the energy get to a certain heat level from the friction that they got, because it's two waves that they rubbing together, like you doing your hand, like when you cold, how you rub your hand together, they make them warm, right? And the heat take place at the middle. The star in a jar represent where all the heat building up at. See, inside of that jar, it's invisible energy. And they making a negative and positive scrape together and grind like a rock up against the fucking concrete. And so when the fire happens, a star appears in the middle of the jar. The jar is seen to be empty at first, but it's full of this magnetic energy, different energy stuff. Once they go to aggravating that energy and getting the heat going and stirring up whatever like that, then just like when you scrape them sticks together, eventually fire appear. Eventually in the middle of this thing, a star appear. And this is how they're gonna create what's called a second sun. This is why they call China's machine a second sun. Is really more of second sun creator. It's not a second sun. It's now hear me out. Here is the start. Hold on, y'all ain't got patience, man. When you ask questions, if someone gonna give you the information, allow them to do that and accept it wholeheartedly. I'm almost done. Now here's a star in a jar experiment. When you look up in the sky and see the sun, you literally looking at them, the same experiment on a bigger level, though, way bigger level than this right here. Now, what they're doing is trying to create this same experiment on the level of the sun outside and compete with nature with these little reactor machines. And I yield the flow. Go ahead.
The question I would ask, okay, like when you got the
Mr.
picture,
C.
like when you got the picture up there in the jar. Let's say that star inside that jar right there was a crazy number, like 170 million degrees, like they say about the one they made on Earth. You don't think the energy inside that jar would melt everything that's trying to
Hey,
contain
but this the part where they lying, Mr. C.
without it having
Everything they saying is true, but the part where they lying about is that we not dealing with thermodynamics and heat in the way that heat can be distributed a lot of ways. Heat can be distributed through fire, through light. You know what I'm saying? It's certain heat sources that only burn certain things, meaning that if I touch it, it's cold. But if I put like a piece of wool on it or something that'll react with that, it'll burst into flames. You know what I'm saying? So when they saying heat, I don't think they mean heat as far as like, oh, you got a fire stoke, you know what I'm saying, or some shit like that. It'll like what you saying is absolutely correct. If that shit was that hot, it'll burn down and melt that whole fucking facility loose. You know what I'm saying? So what you saying is right. No, but that's what I'm saying. They not dealing with heat. They just saying heat because they dealing with raw energy. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, it's still good, and they still got something that's containing it. We just want to know what material it is that's
and
containing
what Sanchez
it.
trying to explain is that what Sanchez was trying to explain, which I'm trying to say that it ain't heat. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he said that, but what I'm saying is not heat in the way that we thinking heat, like you heat up a stove with fire and you heat. This shit is not burning nothing.
Let me say this. I get.
Y'all just say you don't know what's containing. I'm about to Google.
No. It's a reaction. It's a glass jar, bro. It's the same way you could you could do the star in the jar experiment yourself. What I'm trying to say to you is that the sun and all these things that we think is running off of heat, bro. We talking about a reaction.
It's like 5,700 degrees Celsius at its core, right? They say the sun is.
There you
Remember
go.
I brought up that the corona, like the outer side part is actually way hotter, right? But that's not how science says it's supposed to work.
Exactly.
So science is actually baffled on why the outer layer of the sun is that many million more degrees Celsius hotter than the actual core, when they tell us the core of the Earth is hot because of that simultaneous, sinking of the two. That's how this Earth is supposed to be cored in, right? Hot at the bottom, cool. But look, what I can almost guarantee you when y'all start looking it up, I haven't Googled what it's made of yet, but the 17 minutes, yeah, I was man, when he brung that up out of the blue, I was like, yo, I was just about to talk about the new sun.
I was just watching
yeah, and I was like, they had it up for 17 minutes, right? But what it is imagine real high powered magnets going against each other, right? How we can't do it with our hands with light power ones. When you get to a scale that big, right, and you spin those magnets and you encase them in some sort of torus field or sphere, bubble, whatever you want, right, and you set charge to so it can run nonstop, that's what's being created. It's because that's what we have here, like Bro Sanchez brought up before, like we're in the gap of the magnets. That's what our reality is as nature. And we can manipulate that gap based off of how we vibrate. And so that's pretty much what they're doing. They're trying to regrow what we already got, like bro already was talking about, right? But here, like a real true live matrix, like I put in the chat.
Let me ask you a question, myself. I got a question for you, brother. So do you think, like, because I agree with you, but where I slightly disagree is that you know what I'm saying? I don't believe in, you know what I'm saying, nuclear or nothing. I don't believe that the sun is like burning, you know what I'm saying? I'm dealing with energy conversion. So we on the same page there.
Yeah.
What I think they tried to do, and then they failed at the same time, because if you look at where the people was at, if it was burning that hot, like Mr. C said, all them niggas down there would have been obliterated, because the sun is 3,000 miles away and it's not producing that much heat. You know, but hold on, this what I'm saying.
Yeah, this is why
in the gas layer.
Y'all been talking a bit. Let me go ahead and cut in a minute to explain the science behind this. According to what they saying. So our sun in the sky, if it ever been above your head, you felt the heat from it, and you felt it take that heat away as it moved from you. The question is, will that heat get hotter and hotter if we were to fly toward the sun? Now, I think it will. I think the brighter the light, the sunlight get, the hotter it'll get as you travel to it. But now here's the thing, your body is 98 degrees. Shit start burning at 110 degrees. You gotta ask yourself, how the hell is your body 2 degrees away from 100 degrees? If I put you in some bath water that was 100 degrees, it'll damage your skin, it'll scar you. But that's how much degrees your body is right now.
There you go.
Now, why don't you feel all that heat? Because in my opinion, does a fire flame get hot? Does a fire flame say, man, I'm hot as hell? Do the fire say that?
There you go.
We are the flame burning. We are the fire. So it's kind of that same concept. But in the case of this experiment here, according to my understanding, the center of this jar is very hot. But unlike how fire that we use, if you do a campfire, if you around that shit, you gonna be sweating damn near, man. That shit, but like Bobby, like y'all pointing out, I get what y'all saying. But see, that's the reason fire on that level burns out quick. That's a different kind of combustion because it casts it's what's happening is when the fire burning, it's distributing its heat around it. So the more violent that a fire burns, the further it kicks that heat out around in a bigger radius. So a campfire would actually have you hotter than the sun. You don't think about that. It's wintertime, the sun right over you, and that sun's supposed to be that hot, but yet you still gotta make a fire on the ground. See what I'm telling you? It's different kind. It's a different kind of combustion. It's a contained combustion. Think about this. What they calling like a neutron star or a pulsar in their theoretical universe. It's a star that's one of the most hottest stars in the universe. Is actually one of the most smallest stars. It's a little small white star. And it ain't the big red ones. These little white pulsar, and they basically telling you what Polaris is. So my thing is this: those little small stars are said to have the most heat signature to them, but you don't feel it around them. You know why? This is called containment. This is what you doing in your own little bubble. See, this is be hard for some people to understand, but this is why it's some fishes right now that lives in boiling water. I'm talking about it's fishes swimming in the ocean right now, and they swimming around fucking active lava and shit. These micro, all kind of little shit living in those boiling waters. How we perceive, how we perceive temperature is very tricky. Like I said, fire can be hot to you, but the fire ain't hot to the fire. Like I said, we 100 degrees damn near. And when you start to really think about that, you couldn't even get in no water at that temperature. So I'm gonna just fall back. But the thing
Sanchez,
is,
I got a question.
Said what material that won't be hot to?
No, like, it ain't. I understand completely what he's saying now. So when you're looking at that dot in the middle of that bubble, what he basically saying is that it's floating in the middle because you don't see the torus field around it that's containing all of that. You see what I'm saying? The torus field, the energy field around it is what's keeping that contained and keeping it from collapsing and burning everything around it. So while you think it's just suspended in the middle of there because of nothing, that image that he showed us of that torus field, that's what's going on inside of that thing right now. That's keeping all the energy contained.
So check it out.
Yeah, so I'm saying it's still gonna have to be a certain
No,
material.
no, no. The material is the torus field. That magnetic field acts as a barrier to
This
keep
is what
from to keep it
Bobby,
contained. Right.
Bobby
know
get see up there. I ain't want to
I get
confuse
what
the
you're
brother
saying, Sanchez.
because
no, I
hold on,
ain't
wait. Here's what's happening, my
in
brother. Slow
debating.
down. Here's what's happening. It's getting out of control. Now, Bobby trying to give you his hypothesis, and I'm trying to give you mine. So when you ask a question, you gotta wait for both of them. I'm gonna refrain from answering that last question because I see you trying to get back in. You having a problem trying to see why the star in the jar don't burn through the jar that it's in, and that's why it said your body at its core is 98 degrees, but your skin ain't melting right now. It's like saying, why don't this fire flame melt? That's what we're saying. You understand that even though you damn near 100 degrees, you can go out there and still hug your mama and all that, and she don't feel like she's touching 100-degree bath water. Think about that. You are 100 degrees. You 2 degrees away from 100 degrees. Now, if you, like I said, you get in bath water that hot, you feel it's like damn. But you that hot and we touch each other and we don't feel this 100 degrees that we are. It's like two fire flames touching. They don't feel the heat. And that's what I'm talking about this whole star in the jar. The star ain't really projecting the heat outward like what Bob is saying to the jar. The heat don't start until the lights, until you get right into the core. That's what I'm telling you. So if you think about this experiment, it'll be like a spherical laser beam or 3-dimensional. You know how a laser beam shine in a straight line? Now look, check this out. Like in the Mission Impossible movie, when he was trying to break through the little bank or whatever, the laser beams are hot. It's supposed to like cut you or whatever with this heat or whatever, but only if you touch it. Meaning you can have your hand right next to the little red light. But think about laser surgery, how they cutting with this little laser light. They cutting with it. But it ain't got burn marks around the area it's cutting. If I tried to cut into a human with a blowtorch, it'll be so crazy that the area I'm cutting into them with, that torch, the heat from it'll damage a radius around it, even the wall in the room around it. Concentrating this light, this is concentrating fire into a beam of light, laser technology.
Okay.
And once you do
I think my question got overthought. All right, let me simplify.
That's what we do here, man. We see.
No. Let me hold on.
Hold on. This ain't your goddamn show. Slow down. You asked a question, and quite frankly, I went through overthinking it. Don't ask me no more questions, man. Let this be your last one. I'm gonna pass the mic and keep it moving. Go ahead.
Hey, Mr. C.
Damn,
bro.
No, because all I was gonna say is
This say, I know what you're saying, Mr. C.
My phone requires a lithium to work. If it's an energy source. Lithium is an energy source.
Right.
Copper is also an energy source.
There you go.
But if I pick copper in place of the lithium, it's not gonna do the same thing for this device because it needs lithium to run and do the activities that it do.
Right.
All I was asking is what kind of materials you think they're using because
hold on, wait. I'm finna explain it to you one more time, brother. You could do that experiment in a plastic balloon. You could do that experiment in a glass. And I've seen people do it in a light bulb too, a vacuum. Basically, what it is, the torus field is the container. Picture that star sitting in my hands, but my hands are the torus field, but they're invisible. So you don't see this. You just see this star floating in the middle of this thing. And you think the star is being contained by the thing, but it's being contained by this magnetic field that's around it, that's keeping this energy from blooming out and burning down everything. You get what I'm saying?
Here's one of the problems he making. This particular experiment that's on the screen, there's no heat in the middle of this. I was using this to show you in the middle of their CERN machines and shit, there is heat. There is heat, and I'm explaining to you because you asked me how their machine could make this without it fucking up, you know, and hold it and stuff like that. That's why I put up the article that said that keeping plasma contained at such intense temperatures without leakage is proven to be extremely challenging. What I'm telling the brother is I'm doing the same research that he thinking about. Like I'm with him, but he's still not hearing me. Like I had these questions that he had on damn, if this shit hotter than the sun, why it just don't burn through the ground forever and ever? It'll dig a hole so deep that shit'll just burn. It'll be a little hole, just however, you feel me? Like, I'm just saying, I thought of what he asking me, but he ain't giving me time to answer him. If you look at how many tabs on my screen, I read a lot of shit when I asked his question, but he just want me to give him some quick shit. You ain't gonna understand it unless you really, like, I'm trying to save you a bunch of research and shit that I already read, but you should do your own research. But they have the everything you saying, brother, it's the first thing I pointed out, and I start to realize this was something that they saying been a problem. And they ain't explaining why this thing don't burn through any known material that we got. And how is it containing its heat in a controlled area? I was just giving you my hypothesis on how they able to do that. Because the only explanation that would explain this is to say they lying. They ain't created a star in a jar on this massive level yet. Because if they did, why the fuck it ain't burned through the machine yet? That would be my first hypothesis before I even go deep. That, bro, they lying. Hell no. So my thing is, since there is an experiment that can show a star in a jar, it make me wonder if they're lying or not. Because we can duplicate it on the small scale, which was why I was bringing up the conversation of, can we really duplicate this on a big scale like the sun in our sky? But it led to you wanting to know about why I don't burn through the thing, which is a good question. But to answer you, man, we can only hypothesize why their star in the jar don't burn through their machine. The picture I had up on the screen, that star in the jar experiment is based on sonoluminescence, and it ain't really requiring heat. Like, there ain't no temperature to that one. But I was using that one because they literally got temperature to theirs, and they have basically a star in the jar, this same sort of experiment. Now, their star in the jar is giving off heat, like the sun. Like the sun. So that's what I was trying to clarify, but y'all go ahead. Salutes to the brother, Mr. C.
So they said this.
That first YouTube video up there.
Man.
Hold on, I just want to say this one thing real quick, Drop. That first YouTube video, that star in the jar, I seen that. That star in the jar is in the water. That's a water experiment where they took the bubble and they shot a sound wave through it. And if you watch that, they'll tell you that little bubble in there is burning as hot as the sun. They said that in that video. They said, yeah, this little bubble here is giving off the heat.
So there you go.
Of the sun. You know what I'm saying? On a smaller level.
So you know what? Then Bobby can explain a video he saw that'll give you more information and all that. So
and
there
all
you go.
And in that video, they were saying the same thing. The bubble collapsed in on itself, created a torus field, and then it started spinning. They said it created a vortex, started spinning, then that's when the star created, and the vortex around it is what's keeping it contained. And that star, I think in that experiment, it lasts about 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? But it was on the smaller scale.
So y'all saying
I did a whole stream on this experiment. He's spot on, but so go ahead.
Y'all saying it's not the container that's containing it, it's the sort of like a force field.
Here's what's happening.
It's the field around it, right? It's the field around it that contains.
Let me explain real quick. Here's what's happening. When we burn fire, the heat is projected outward. But in this case, the heat is being sucked inward. So you don't have a chance to even feel it. It'll be like if I burnt the fire and the light from the fire and the heat from the fire was imploding instead of explosion. That's what this is. This is what Polaris doing. So all the heat is folding inward into itself like that electromagnetic field that I was showing right here. Just like this right here. See? You don't fit, like when you say, well, it's hotter than the sun, but why it ain't burning through it? It ain't projecting the heat. So like our heaters spit the heat out. But what if they sucked it inward? You'll see a fucking bright ass light right there, but no heat in front of it. You'll wave your hand in front of it and you'll actually feel a cold wind as it suck in the heat. That's the weird shit about it.
That's
So
dope.
when
And the
it's
reason why I don't think that they're able to get it to heat, this my theory is that the sun and the different layers of gas act like that magnifying glass. So where I disagree with you at Sanchez is that because we seen people flying next to the sun and they shit ain't melting, because the closer you get to the sun, it don't get hotter, because the sun, the layers of gas, this is my theory, act as that magnifying glass. You see what I'm saying? So the reason why they sun didn't have that effect to those people, because it wasn't high enough, you see what I'm saying, to get through all those different layers of glass so that that light could illuminate through those layers of glass and then expand the light and create that magnifying effect like the sun does. The sun is created in the helium layer, and then it comes down through all those different layers of gas that allows the energy to expand. This sun was created at a lower layer, and it's already got its own torus field, so the heat can't project out. You see what I'm saying? It's just
So is
simple.
you saying the heat come from electricity then?
Man, heat come from a whole lot of places. Heat is energy. Like heat. Like you can't say where heat come from, because heat is.
Hey, Bobby, you're saying that the sun in the sky ain't really what's generating
no,
the
ain't
heat.
generating the heat. No,
Okay.
it's the layers of gas that's generating the heat. Just like the moon is created in the layer of Krypton. So the moon is lower than the sun. So that means that, and it's giving off cold fusion. You see what I'm saying? So as the moon expands through the layers, it gives off a cold light. You see what I mean? This is my theory. I'm not saying this is nothing but proven by
No,
fact,
I like it. I like that theory. I want y'all to theorize, because guess what? That ain't a far-fetched theory. That makes sense, man. Go ahead, y'all. Good shit. I'm gonna drop a bomb for that, man.
Know the matter of fact, I learned this from bro that the sun ain't the only source. Like, you still got concrete getting heated up, but we know the sun does have heat, because when a cloud go over it, you feel the chill. But I was looking it up, and they're saying platinum and titanium can hold molten lava with no problem. So could them be the materials also that's helping contain this heat? Are they using platinum and titanium as well as what y'all saying? Because it seems like it take a lot of factors to contain this much heat, whether it's just a force field or not.
But
you see what I'm saying?
But the science, we know that the sun is in our bubble, right? So even though they giving us these extreme amounts of heat and all this stuff, what we got to understand is that we, on this level, we don't understand how, unless we be doing the experiments ourselves, we don't understand how this heat work, what certain things could contain it, like you just said, with the platinum and this and that. So if they give us this gigantic number on the heat index, and we thinking, oh, well, this is, man, come on, man, I got people who blow glass. You see what I'm saying? These niggas heat shit up and could just put it through a pipe and blow it and mend it the way that they, so it's like when we saying heat, the way that heat is distributed is really the key. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what Sanchez was saying. They figuring out how to shift this heat. They could create the heat. So now they trying to figure out to move this heat, which they done figured out a little bit, and move it around, which is magnetism.
Or just cool the outside. It's sort of like a car melting in Arizona, but the tree is not hot. You could touch the car and burn your fingers. You could touch a tree and it's the same temperature, sort of like our bodies, like y'all just brought up.
There you
see
go.
what I'm saying?
It's
So
certain
there's
things that it's just like a mug, you know, like the platinum and all of that shit might act like a thermos, you know what I mean? Where you pour the coffee in and it's boiling hot on the inside, but like you said, you touch the mug and it's just the same temperature.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Salute, Sister Betty.
Oh, hey, salute. I just got a question, and I'm go back in the chat room to work the chat, bro Sanchez. But I came up for the smoke, and brother Sanchez, what I say to you, I don't want you to take my wrench from me because then I'm gonna cry like a little bitch. But I came for the smoke. I want to debate you and Bobby, and I don't know who gonna moderate it because I have a lot of beliefs about the sun, and I want to debate you and Bobby, and I'm willing to get. I could take an ass whooping.
Well,
But
my thing is this. When it come to the sun, the moon, the luminaries, and all that, I wouldn't turn down no debates. But the thing about that is, I don't have no set stances on those. I always told people that, like, that's why I was able to hear Bobby shit, and it actually go against what I was saying, but it made sense. So I was like, you know what? That's what's up right there. So in this kind of topic here, if anything, I'm more in awe, ready to hear what y'all got to say about it. This is where I really say, hey, I don't know it all when it come to these. And whenever I go to teaching about the sun and moon, all that, I tell folks, you know, these are my beliefs. That's why I like when Bobby said, this is my theory. You know what I'm saying? So, but Sister Betty, I got to drop a bomb for you because y'all can't lie. She's fearless, man. These dudes don't be wanting to smoke like that.
Betty.
These dudes don't be wanting to smoke, man.
Are you turning me down from a debate?
No, come on
we
with the
gonna
smoke,
get it.
Sister
We
Betty.
gonna do it.
Because you know I love you, Sister Betty, but you know I ain't ducking no smoke now.
All right, I want Brother Sanchez in this because I could take an ass whooping, but I don't want Brother Sanchez to take my wrench.
So what do you think the sun is,
Hey,
Sister Betty?
why would you think I would take your wrench in an intellectual debate? Now, what I'm gonna take your wrench if just say me and you were debating and it turns up and you be like, oh bitch ass nigga, or you some shit like that personal. Now, yeah, or if you know something, but nah, I ain't gonna take it if you give me that smoke in a debate. I got sportsmanship, Sister Betty. Let me drop another bomb. It's all
No, I'm just protecting myself because when I'm in the chat room, I need the wrench. But I want to debate you and Bobby, and I think it'll be a good debate. I know I might get my ass whipped, but I'm gonna pray to the ancestors, and maybe they'll tell me, well, you're gonna look like an ass, but go ahead.
Come on, Sister Betty, learn us.
I think it'll be a good thing because it's three different perspectives.
Let's do it right now. Go ahead.
I ain't ready yet. I'm taking these braids out my ear. Can we get a due date?
No,
Sister Smithy. Okay. You can't do me like, hey, Sister Betty. I'm gonna tell you like this. You my sister.
Brother Sanchez,
hey,
I'm taking these braids out. I got a big old Michael Jackson afro right now.
Baby, hey, Sister Betty, you know you could take them braids out and do this at the same time. You ain't finna I ain't finna let you duck. You ain't finna come in with the smoke and say, hey, man, I'm finna beat Sister Betty. That's like walking in the room and saying, I'll beat everybody ass out in here.
I could keep my camera. I don't know. What Brother Sanchez saying? Brother Sanchez,
you don't need the camera.
Like
you don't need the camera, Sister Betty, unless it's some screen sharing you need.
Hey, Betty, the first question, hold on, Betty, I'm a moderator. The first question to you is, what is the sign to you? Let's get into it so we can know where we stand with it.
Are we debating now? Because I didn't hear Brother
y'all
Sanchez.
Not debating, y'all
I don't know if
discussing.
Brother Sanchez is
having
tired.
A theoretical conversation. What is the sign to you?
The sun is a gas to me.
All right, Bobby, what is the sun to you?
Okay. From my understanding, the sun is a plasma amalgamation. An electromagnetic plasma amalgamation that's created from our black sun that's at the center of our plane. When the shoot out from that centerpiece, you know what I'm saying? That energy collects in the helium in the layer of gas called helium or whatever, and creates the sun.
Man, let me get in on this real quick. Man, the sun, like is the black dot. We the root sun. We that for real. And the sun is a gateway. And that's why all of them are created in the middle of the Taurus field, like Bro Sanchez always talk. Like I actually learned that from here about where the plane is, because that was my real question, like where the actual plane lies. And that's where they're creating it. Like we think that the China sun was this giant thing. It wasn't. It was about the size of your fist, but it was just burning for however long. You see what I'm saying? But look. That's really what it is. And our collective self is really what we need to touch, because that's what our sun is. It's like our collective gateway to get recycled consciously back where we want to. And we follow the other suns to choose our pathway. We use those other suns as signs on our gate. They're like on the highway.
Yeah, so what you're saying is right. But we getting into the actual physical sun, the thing that we looking up into the sky every day. Yeah, that's plasma. That's a plasma amalgamation. When that energy shoot up from the black sun, and it hit that crystalline structure that's above us, and that energy bounced back, because crystal is the only thing that could refract and reflect that type of energy.
And store information. Yeah, the sun is information. Yeah,
that's why.
I know. I need to go back in the chat room, y'all, and I want to get this shit to.
Go ahead, do some research.
But wait, no, Brother Sanchez,
come back.
I don't believe the sun's in the sky, so that's why I said we gotta have a debate.
Oh, that was fire, cuz.
That's fire.
Everybody want to know why you said.
I know I'm gonna get my ass whooped, but I'm willing to try, because
we look at it.
Brother Sanchez expands his thoughts, and he have real deep-seated thoughts, and it's well respected and accepted, especially with me. So now I'm gonna come off a little weird ass.
All you got to do to understand the sun is, for me, draw yourself that oblate spheroid. Put a laser disc in the middle. That's the flat plane. You see what I'm saying? The spheroid is the crystal structure, the dome that's above us. Below that little centerpiece where the disc get inserted, that's where the pole stars is. Right below that.
I don't believe that shit, Bobby. I'm ready to go, man.
And I'm telling you, hey, listen, but hold on. Hey, Sister Betty, I understand what you saying, what you believe, that's good. But I'm saying what I done researched, and you always talk about the ancestors. And I'm saying this ain't my belief. This is what the ancestors is talking. So I ain't dealing with belief.
I think your ancestors lying.
My ancestors, your ancestors.
Listen,
we got the same
ancestors. That's why we got a debate.
Listen.
So we can see if your ancestors lying, my ancestors lying, or Brother Sanchez ancestors lying. And then the audience got to make the vote.
Listen,
hey, right, Brother Sanchez?
Is you saying that the sun is in water? Because you said it's not in sky. So
no, listen to what I'm saying.
Be in water?
Hold on, Bobby.
No,
where you getting that, Sister
I'm not giving my answers off
the sun is in water. The sky is
Diamond
water.
Hands. I am not being disrespectful. I am having laughter up here with my brothers. So if you clear your arrogant mind, I think you'll understand me better. I'm addressing the chat. I'm not being disrespectful. I love these brothers up here. That's why my ass be up here. I don't go on channels that I don't enjoy. And this is one of my favorite channels. So back the fuck up, sis. Really.
We love you, Sister Betty. Don't worry about what the chat talking. Now we ain't dealing with what the chat talking about.
Let me get the mic.
I love this. My
go ahead.
This is my favorite channel. So I don't know what the hell you talk about.
Y'all think I want everybody to understand. Hold on, man. For real, I'll be trying to be cool. I swear to God. Listen, it's always gonna be a belief system if we can't go up there to that sun and touch it. So cool, we gotta understand that nobody can be 100% right on what the sun is, what the star, no matter how much research you do, that's somebody's belief, because nobody been up there to come back and tell us. That's sort of like religion. So long as we know we're dealing with a belief and can't nobody be wrong, we can keep building. Go ahead.
Nah, and I'm telling you why I'm not dealing with belief is because when you dealing with the true science and true method, you breaking down theories to what's rational and what's possible. You see what I'm saying? You ain't dealing with what you believe. That's why a lot of things that I used to
gotta
believe. Hold
the
on, wait, hold
science
on.
that you did, bro.
No, I'm dealing with, and science is dealing with nature. You see what I'm saying? Was dealing with the observable, you know what I'm saying, and the things that you feel. I'm not going off of, you know what I'm saying? No
So you
other.
know this shit is what you're saying.
I'm saying,
Right,
I know how, I'm saying this. I know how energy works. I know how electromagnetism works. I know how crystals work. Yeah, I know how plasma works. So I know that. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute. I'm finna get to all that. So I'm saying that once I start doing my research on what the ancients thought and how the ancients felt. Hold on. Hold on. It ain't about believing them. It's about hold on, bro. Don't slow down. Once I do my check this out, bro. Check this out. If I do my research on how a nigga in 1500 made some shoes, right? And then I look at how people make shoes today, and I could look at the qualities and see the similarities in it. I'll be like, well, damn, that nigga back then kind of was on to something, because that's kind of what people doing now. So I'm saying that when I look at the research and what the ancients were saying about the black sun and electromagnetism and how the sun was created, and then I understand my understanding of electromagnetism and things today, I say to myself that that will make sense.
You can't get
That's
around it. You can
no, brother.
Listen,
hold
man,
on, brother.
We
not dealing with. Hold on, fam.
Hold on, listen,
DNA.
Bro.
I ain't done.
Bro,
a DNA test.
Go
ahead, drop. Go ahead, drop. I ain't. Go ahead.
What I'm telling you is, when you talk about the shoes, you can actually grab some shoes and say, yeah, they was right. We don't have a sun to touch and grab and observe, so we have to believe.
No, I'm not, and I'm telling
you looking at it.
And I'm telling you that we doing the deductive method. We going about what could be the most probable and possible thing. We know it's layers of gas because, hold on, we know it's layers of gas, and we know how plasma work, and we know how the sky work, because we can get gas, put it in vacuum tubes, and run light and plasma frequency through it and see the changes in colors of these gases and say, well, hold on, wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute.
It's not gonna make the sun though.
Wait a minute, brother. Yes, I'm finna get to that point. It's been the star in the fucking jar is the sun. That's what I'm trying to get to. Drop a bomb, nigga.
Ain't the fucking sun.
Yes, it is, man.
Oh, don't fight, y'all. Don't fight.
We not fighting. I'm just standing up for what I'm saying. What belief is. You can't.
Wait.
I think the sun comes from our bodies.
Okay, check this out.
That sound real weird, right?
This what they saying. No, because that's what motherfucking me myself just said. We the black dot, so I ain't disagreeing with you there. So here we go. The sun, the star in the jar experiment. When the ancients look at that black dot right there that he got on there, and they say that the energy is coming from here, and it's hitting the crystal, and it's creating this plasma effect in the different layers of gas. One layer of gas is helium that's above us, which people know helium is a real gas. This is where the sun is created. This is what the ancients said. Then they said the layer of gas of Krypton is where the moon is created, because this is where this radiation is collected. We know this is all things that science and things that people have touched is proven. So now we go beyond that. We say, how can we prove that on a lower level? Okay, I can get helium gas. I could put it in a motherfucking vacuum tube, and I could shoot some radiation, which is light, through it. And do you know what? That gas is going to collapse. In the middle of that light that I got concentrated, it's gonna be a little dot of light, that a little yellow dot of sun created. If I get Krypton, you want to know what color that dot is gonna be? Blue, like the moon. You dig what I'm saying?
No, that's super fire, and I believe you.
So I'm saying, hold on, wait a minute. It ain't about you believing. No, you don't gotta. Guess what? Even with you believing me, Sir Drop, you can go do this yourself and see this with your own eyes. So my point is, ain't nothing 100%. I'm just telling you that. To me, that seems like a better theory to go with. You see what I'm saying? Nothing is 100%. DNA test 99%. We scientists, so we ain't dealing with the 100%.
Hey, can I decipher? Can I decipher what they're opinion?
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Yes, listen. Let's go to the black sun. Somebody brought that up. I do sacred geometry. I would love to deal with this whole black sun image. I'm gonna let the brother there, Brody, go ahead and go before me, though. Go ahead.
All right. Now, I was just wanting to clarify where their opinion stood at. One, like Drop was basically saying a belief is based off the scientific facts. So mainly what people go and research is based off somebody else's word. But then what my man Bobby was saying is that research, when it begins to resonate with your experience, that's when it becomes a fact.
There
But
we go. My
it
nigga.
definitely it only depends on self-perception. Now, if Drop is saying something, if Drop is saying that,
let me say something real quick, just to interject. But everybody going in, but I gotta make one correction. When your research begin to resonate with your reality, it's a fact. When your research resonate with your experience, is simply confirming what you experience. But it may not be a fact to the man next door necessarily when you want to get into experience and fact. But I see exactly what you guys are saying and where you're going. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah, no, that was it. I wanted people to understand that there's a difference there. And, you know, I understand Drop's point, but I understand Bobby's too, because there's some things like people talk shit about me if I'm listening to you. And they're like, how you know what he's saying is real? Because what I experienced in my life to be my experience of truth to me.
You know what? You know a good answer to that? When they say, how you know what Bro Sanchez teaching is true? How you know it's real? Say, I don't watch him for that.
Okay. I feel that.
See, because guess what? Think about
you gotta believe, bro, too. You gotta believe,
but
bro.
Hold up. See, here's what I say. I show up to a channel with an open mind. I don't gotta believe them. I don't gotta not believe them. I could go watch a whole lecture and absolutely take nothing away from it. But I was entertained. It was interesting. Now, guess what? Later in life, some shit in that lecture will apply to my conversation, and it'll come out of me like I watched it yesterday. I'm gathering data. And to do that, I don't gotta believe it or disbelieve it. When I was in the church, I was gathering data. I believed the Bible, but that data helped me out even when I start to disbelieve the Bible. So that data that I gathered came in handy as a believing Christian, because now I can debate these believing Christians and win, because I was one of them. I know how they think. I got them cornered. So if you go with that approach on YouTube and on social media, you'll be outside of the bias mentality, that the cult-like mentality that I don't want to create over here. You should be able to go to a presentation and just watch it. And the motherfucker, what you believe what he said? No, I don't believe it. I'll be like, yo, could you gentlemen shut up? I'm trying to listen. Who cares? Just listen. Just he's sharing his hypothesis. Now, when he done, you share yours. You share his. He share his. And you ain't got to believe nothing, not believe nothing. It was just, oh, that was a dope hypothesis. Next.
Right there.
I agree.
Hey, it's an art to listening. I do it very well. It's an art to listening.
You gotta listen, and we don't believe Sanchez, because if I did, I would have believed when he said you get to the sun and it get hotter. We challenge thought here, and we come up with theories on stuff.
Watch this. The shit I teach, you don't have to believe it. I teach it in a way to make it resonate with you, and what I want my shit to do is resonate. I don't want your belief. I want your resonation, and I'm gonna show you the difference when I get into this black hole image. How when I start teaching this black hole shit, this black sun symbol in a minute, that what I'm sharing gonna resonate with you, and it ain't no room for you to believe it or disbelieve it. See, here's my approach with knowledge. After I'm through with a lecture, it don't matter if you choose to believe me or not. You can't undo what I did to you. It is resonating with you. So even the Christian that's denying every fact I'm showing about their God, they can't not unsee the truth, and in their heart it resonates. They feel convicted. They know, damn, he right. But they can choose to not believe and continue their life. But what I want is it resonate with them. That shit in them. I know it is. When I go to
it's sort of like your parents, right? Like, you gotta believe that's your mom and dad. You gotta believe that.
No, you ain't gotta believe that shit.
Hold on. Come on,
Job.
Because you could have got switched at birth. What I'm telling
Wait a
you
minute.
is,
Man, but
ain't
that's
nothing
not no.
wrong.
We
Ain't
dealing
nothing
with.
Hold up,
wrong.
drop.
Ain't nothing wrong.
What if your birth was
You
recorded?
tweaking.
We got technology today. What if they record
Thank
your
you.
birth?
All right, and then I take you to the incubator, and the nurses fuck up and give you to the wrong family.
Hey, drop. What if you was born in the house, nigga?
No, listen. What I'm saying is, ain't nothing
Oh
wrong with
no,
responding.
don't jet past that because you directing this. Hold on, wait a minute.
If I was born in a house, I would have to
Drop.
believe I was born
All
in
my
the house.
children was born in the house and I birthed
think
them
the
all, my
people
I
want to
nigga.
hear
still
about the
gotta
black
believe I
son.
was
We
born in
talking
the
about
house.
we talking about the black son now,
I
man.
gotta ask
Let's
y'all a
get back.
question real quick on some real shit. If this debate, if y'all think this debate right here is just more important than us getting on this black son thing, go ahead, man. I'm that type nigga. Go right ahead. But
No, drop the black
Man,
son.
hell
We ain't
no.
do that.
because look,
Do
I
that.
think all of y'all want to build on the black son with me. This ain't just a lecture, no shit. We're about to build on this shit together. So, you know, the brother who brought it up, salute to him because
That's what I want to get in. That's what I brought up, the black son energy. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
Because what a lot of people don't realize is that this black sun ain't a sun. It's a machine. The ancestors was drawing the patents to the, like I said, the ancestors created the first CERN machine. Here we go. And the ancestors had a symbol for the device. Here we go. Check it out. And we finna get deep into it. Hit the like and share button. Now they're telling you that this represents a black sun. That means a hidden sun. Now check it out. That's exactly what this is. All of these fusion reactors and CERN, Hadron Colliders, all these are them trying to manifest the stars on Earth. Each star in the heavens, and I'm gonna pull this video up. If y'all really want me to go deep, I got to take at least about 5 minutes. I hope y'all will give me that because when it come to this black sun shit, man, it's really something I'm fascinated about. But I need to find this flat earth real stars. Who remember that video? And this time when I find it, I'm gonna save it on my drive today because they're trying to get rid of that video. These guys got a compilation of all the fucking stars. When we zoom in on them, you're gonna see torus fields, and I'm about to show you that in a minute. Hold on. I found the video. I think this is it. Look. I'm going to save this video today. Now watch this. Because we about to go deep now. Watch
I'm
this
backing
shit.
out the debate. I can't mess with none of y'all.
Nah, it's all good, Sister Beth. We appreciate the energy though. You know what I'm saying? It just make the folks who see now watch this shit. If we zoom in on this image right here, how are you not gonna tell me we ain't looking? Watch this. Every star we see is in a jar because they all surrounded by a torus field. I'm finna show you something. Let's go back to this shit. Can't nobody tell me. They said we're looking at the stars through plasma. We looking at the stars through some sort of barrier, right? That's like if you look at this image on the screen, you looking at that star through a circular little barrier here. That's the torus field. That's like you and your torus field. Look, you see this star right here? You can see a little dot in the middle and a bubble around it. Every star in the sky is in a jar. Every star is one of these. If you look, and you'll see that when you look. Let's look at this video. You can't tell me that this star right here is not what the fuck all this is. Look at this. They're trying to make a physical star on Earth. And that's what we're going to talk about in a minute. Watch this. The black sun symbol, I really think it's the first CERN technology. I don't think these folks doing nothing new. The ancestors went into this rabbit hole and they'd already learned the hard way, which is why think about what I'm about to tell you. All these symbols of black sun and this whole shit right here, with all that knowledge the ancestors had, why did they end up spending the latter years of their existence creating spiritual systems that tell us don't be attached to earth and basically on some Jordan Peele shit, get out? What were they telling us? If you ask me, I think that with all the knowledge they found out they had went too far. How do we know it's wrong to play God? Somebody had to play God first for us to say, shouldn't do that again. And I think that was the ancestors before it was these guys. These guys are coming along after we already fucked the earth up trying to play God and should have learned better, saying, no, we can get it right this time. And I think it's finna be the same kind of great fall like Babylon in our time. Because they think they can get something right that the ancestors said. What we learned from that was that we shouldn't go into this direction with our technology and stuff. And if you say, no, but we can do it. Let's try. Maybe we can be God if we do it this way. Maybe we can play God and be God if we try it this way. And the ancestor was said, nope, we tried to play God and it's something that you don't do. So, and they, well, what do we do at this? Nope, you just don't do it. And that's where we at now. But if you look at all these right here, I think this video is important because it's showing you, right, spiritual technology that's being recreated into physical technology in our time. The ancestors had telescopes. They was able to look up here and say, man, how is that thing generating its own energy? Like, it's not plugged to nothing. This is wireless energy. Where is it? How it's harnessing the energy of the ether by itself. It's just, right here. So if you look at it, you got a circle with a dot in the middle. Matter of fact, let me show you the whole collage. Here they go. This is what stars are. Now, anybody with eyes can see is a little dot in the middle of there. And that's why people say it's a black hole at the middle of the sun. That little dot that you think is light is really a black hole sucking in the light and then spitting the light back out around the thing, which is what's creating a circle here. So what you're looking at is one of these. You just, hold on, I know I'm being long-winded, but you can see they actually recreating what I'm telling y'all. But let me show you the big version so you can see what these stars are. Here's what these stars are. They're little bubbles like this. When we look up in the sky, this is basically where the star is. Now look, where these two touch each other in the middle, a bright light is right there, man. That's what I'm telling y'all. Where this top cone start to kiss this bottom cone, it's a big ass, well, excuse me, I ain't mean to say big, it's a bright ass light in the middle of there. And I'm gonna, in a lot of these images, it'll show you the at the middle of all, that would be the heart chakra. And they will tell you that the heart is the most powerful chakra of all of them. You see how they got this bright light in the middle of this to represent your heart? Think of a star in a jar. That's all that is, because the heart is creating a torus field around the body. But the torus field that the heart is creating don't exist on the same dimension as the heart. The body is like a physical magnet, but all physical magnets have an invisible energy field. That would be your soul. That's the energy that flows in and through the energy, and it traverses the dimensions, because that's what. So the physical part is the magnet, but the non-physical spiritual part is the magnetic energy, and that's the human and the energy field, right? That's simple. That's simple. We're magnets, and our aura is the energy field. And so now let's go back to this CERN thing so we can make some sense out of this black black sun thing. The reason they call it the black sun, because it's the hidden sun, meaning, and this is what's gonna fuck y'all up. It's the hidden sun because you can't see a black hole. You can't see a black hole. The image that I'm showing now for the first time in our world, this technology was created in the 2000s. We're able to actually see a black hole. But the ancestors always called the black hole the hidden one. There was even a god in Egypt named Amun-Re at the top of the pantheon, which was called the hidden one, to represent this black hole, this all-seeing eye. But check this out, right? Because I got to go deep with this. This symbol that we're looking at now is the black sun. And the reason why it's called a black sun is because you can't see it. The word black to the ancestors meant hidden. It meant occult. So black science don't mean witchcraft, or dark knowledge don't mean Satanism, just mean knowledge that was hidden, occult knowledge, hidden. So this black sun, this hidden sun, is the one you can't see. That means the invisible electromagnetic energy field. But now they said in the last days there will be a revelation and everybody will see the sun. They talking about Jesus. But what they're really talking about is in the end of days, we're gonna perfect the science and technology that's gonna allow us to see magnetic energy fields in our time. And this is it right here. This is it. In our time, the revelation is happening because the ancients weren't able to see the hidden one, who they worshiped as God. Now God is being revealed, or revelation is hidden sun. The sun, when Christ revealed, is basically the black sun, CERN technology. When you look at, let's go to the black sun. You see the black sun? It's nothing but another way of saying the flower of life, the crown of thorns. The one that's hidden. You can't see this torus field without the right technology, right? So, but we know it's there. We can feel it. We can detect it. But so that's the whole thing about the black sun there. I'll go ahead and yield the flow before we.
Hey, bro, drop the link when you get a second.
Hey,
Yeah,
so
because
question,
and one more thing about the black sun too. It's the pineal gland being reverse engineered. Like if you look at the crown chakra, here is the ancestors all throughout the Vedics, throughout the ancient world. This is the symbol of the crown chakra. This crown chakra right here, it's the ancestors said is an important chakra because it's what transport the consciousness. I want y'all to listen very closely before I mute my mic because I'm about to go very deep with this. The ancestors said that this crown chakra is your spaceship. When your consciousness is able to travel in between dream worlds or realities, it's the crown chakra that allow us to be multidimensional, to have a transportable consciousness. Now check it out. If you look at this crown chakra picture and look at the CERN machine, they look the same. And guess what they say about the CERN machine? Once they get it complete, it's going to allow us to transport our consciousness. This is a big spaceship. It's a big crown chakra. It's a physical crown chakra that they're manifesting on Earth. And while they're doing it, they're saying, hey, crown virus. We know what that is, the beer. We ain't got to get into it, but it's a code word. See, this is the pandemic that's going to bring this, make this shit all, because without this, they can't have smart cities. And remember, the ultimate goal ain't to move us in those smart cities. It's to move your mind out your body, detach them both. Now check it out. Here's the CERN machine. This thing is going to allow humans to transcend, meaning our consciousness now will be transportable. Now look, this is something built inside of us called a crown chakra that allow us to already transcend. We already transcended. So what are they doing trying to play God here? I'm literally telling you they're reverse engineering the crown. which is a stargate, it's a portal. It's the black hole, which allows us to access the multi-dimensions, and that's what this black sun is. It's the inner sun, the black one, or the black hole as we call it. Let me stop there, man. Go ahead, y'all. My
I
bad.
just had a quick question, bro Sanchez.
Yeah, drop the link, bro, Sanchez.
Can you explain how Polaris comes into play with all the middle points?
Sure, how Polaris comes into play as far as
Yeah.
being the central point in the heavens and all that. Yeah. So Polaris is a black hole. You know, when they say our universe started from a big bang, and at the core of that big bang explosion of light was the black hole that gave birth to the light. So in the religious world, they say, let there be light. But the God that spoke it represented the darkness having a voice. God as a literal being with dimensions don't exist. In the beginning, there was darkness. And when you read certain older Hebrew texts, it'll show that. But they turned that into the word because they said that the darkness literally speaks. The darkness is if you look at this hole in the middle right here, it's the one that's saying, let there be light. And now all the light is around it. You see it? This science was turned into religion. The God that said, let there be light, was to the Egyptians a dark God personifying a black hole, the hidden one. The only reason he said, let there be light, because surrounding the darkness is the light. And that was God saying, as the darkness speaking, let there be light. And that would be this hole in the middle of the all-seeing eye. If you look at this hard enough, you can actually see some Baphomet goat forming in the middle of there as well, which is, you know, how they corrupted all of this shit. That's like a uterus. It's like a womb shit. So this whole cube in Mecca, the black cube with all the people wearing white around it, what are they doing? Like, think about it. You got a black cube in the middle and everybody wearing white though around it. And you know what they're trying to mimic? They're trying to mimic this science right here with the black cube in the middle, the black hole with all the light around it, or the white around it, right? So that's the Polaris is the same thing. So when we look up there and see Polaris, it's like if someone looked at a kitchen sink and saw this spiral of water being sucked in, and they say, what's, you know what I'm saying, look at all that water. Well, somebody can say, well, no, look at that drain that's sucking all that water. So when we look at Polaris, we basically looking at all that water. But in the core of Polaris is a black hole. And that's the drain. That's the part we don't see. Like, it'll be looking at this same image I'm showing now, but you don't got the top-down view, right? If I showed you this same image from the side, it'll just be a ball of light to you. You won't even see that black hole in the middle. So that's what I'm saying about, you know, if y'all want to, just like how these images show right here. All of these is the same image, same energy field, but you looking at it in different ways from different dimensions. And from our viewpoint, we see Polaris how it is, the sun how it is. We think everything different. We think it's all different when literally everything in existence is just a torus field in its own way. So even if you look at this image that I'm showing now, right? On the left right here, let's say that's the moon. And right here, this the sun. This is Polaris, right? It's different expressions of the same torus field type energy and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Polaris doesn't really have anything to do with what you were talking about before with the heat in the middle and the electromagnetism.
It has everything to do with it because
so if it has everything to do with whatever sun, the fake sun, is it they still using Polaris?
Yeah, the fake sun ain't nothing but a reduplication of the real one. You know, as above, so below, as they say.
Okay,
They
I
ain't
got it.
doing that but reverse engineering the goddamn heavens at this time.
And when in the music right now, they keep saying like when it's up, then it's stuck. Does that mean like now? I didn't know what it meant before, but like it's making sense when I think about like flat Earth.
That's a sexual reference. That once the thick female gets it up, then it's stuck up.
Yeah, we ain't gonna do it.
See, that's
But
why I didn't
yeah,
know what it meant.
no, it's all good. No, good question though. But yo, check it out, right? Somebody else on the panel who mentioned the whole black sun thing, they let them bill on it real quick, see if they had anything to add to it, because they the reason I brought it up.
Yeah, that was me and Bobby that brought it up though. All right. Oh, on to the subject. Excuse me. The black hole sun, what we were talking about, the Egyptians had a ritual called the Blue Lotus and White Papyrus ritual, right? The lotus is sacred for those who tap into their third eye and go on DMT trips. And anybody who's tripped on a hallucinogen, mushrooms, et cetera, medicinally or for just exploratory vocational purposes or whatever, right? When your eyes are closed, it's like a kaleidoscope that's opening. And a lot of people go through experience when they're done with the trip that their eyes will be sore from looking at their forehead like it's an actual movie screen playing out their reality, right? Everyone describes the fractal geometry, the perfect symmetry of all the lights and colors, right? And depending on your culture and your background, people would see elves, short people. Everyone sees the little people. Everyone sees a multitude of things that look the same also as well. But then some are going deeper into like aliens, but you'll just see a multitude of those, and that's just pretty much our collective consciousness telling us our different views of our collective self, right? But outside of those trips, right, because I actually jot down stuff, well, I used to, I don't trip anymore, it's been years, but the lotus ritual, the shape of what you showed, the actual crown chakra, is always shaped like that in the symbol of a lotus, which is that little flower right there, for a reason, because that was one of the plants that the ancients were using to tap into that ancient tech and collective self to build these things that we see now on the Giza Plateau. But I just wanted to throw that out there, and it definitely has to do exactly with the seat of God, our third eye. Yeah, that's the theater seat. Nice little lazy boy for our consciousness. But yeah, y'all go ahead.
Hey, can I touch him real quick?
This is that wheel that which biblical story I just was dealing with, Ezekiel's wheel. Yeah, go ahead. This is that black hole, black sun shit. Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
Thank you, Mama Son. Hey, peace and blessings to
peace
the
and love
channel,
to everybody on the panel. Salutes.
Panel, yeah. You already know. I kind of like this topic with the black sun, right? I think Bobby was touching on some good points with the black sun, and I was kind of watching something, right? And what the guy was actually showing us, or showing me rather, he was saying basically the sunlight that we see is really the inversion of the black rays from the black sunlight. You know, what's the opposite of black? White. So what you're really seeing is the black rays hitting off I believe you said one of the domes, and it's coming back as inversion of white light.
Bobby was in here too. He was the other person that was bringing that up. But yeah, go ahead, mute up.
Yeah, so basically the black sun plays a big part in our life that we don't even know about, really. Like Bro Sanchez was saying, it's hidden from us and we don't even know, but it's there.
And science says that. Just I don't mean to cut anybody. I don't know if you was that was a question for everybody, but they say we're in a binary system where we have two of everything, and that's why like the magnet whole like just going back to the magnets, you need two. You can't just have one and have that gap in between. You need two opposites, right?
So
Excuse me, not opposites, two of the same poles, and that's where you create that frequency bubble in the middle. Now, the sun is the same way according to science, and they don't understand why, and they stop talking about our other sun. That we have another sun, but it's on a different cycle than our sun is or whatever. But I haven't studied that much into that, but I'm glad we're going back into that topic because this was years ago when I learned about the binary system that we have two suns, and it makes sense because that's where you get the motion in between. You have to have left and right, and we're binary bipedal creatures. So I think that everything, including our universe, is split down the middle. Just like the torus field images that he shows, it's a left and right bubble on the you know what I'm saying, over the arc. We
check it
have
out.
left and right. So yeah, go ahead.
Check this out, y'all, real quick, right? Here go. Check this collage out real quick. Let me break some down. Remember I was showing you the fucking thermal machine let's bring it back. I want y'all to build with me, myself. We going deep right here. Y'all see everybody coming in, dropping jewels. Now check this out. Here go what they creating right here. This what they creating, the machine they creating. Now check this out. Here's where you live at. Now you ought to open your eyes and say, yeah, they're recreating the damn universe, basically. Now you see where all the CERN talk come with them trying to recreate the Big Bang, recreate the universe, nuclear fusion. I'm tying it all together for you right now. They saying this is when we actually see the face of God. But I'm telling you that the face of God is right here. Look at him. This is the face of God. And what do God look like? An alien with big eyes. This is the knowledge that's going to lead us out of the earth. And what do this CERN machine look like? A flying saucer.
Well,
you
need
think
to drop
I'm
a bomb
tripping?
for that shit.
Yo, I'm going to drop the bomb at the end, though, because I'm about to go deep now. Watch this, right? If you look in the middle of our universe, which we're going to zoom in right here, you see what's happening? There's a diamond being formed there. And the energy from the underworld is pushing up and the energy from the sky pushing down. And you see what's happening right here in the middle is self-explanatory. Now watch this. They told you that they're crashing two particles at the Hadron Collider. And it ain't no particles, y'all. They're making two currents. This is how you get the double-headed serpent. The two serpents on the Caduceus staff are making a tornado, like two winds or 6-9 dual forces. Watch this. Watch this. When you look at this symbol, this is called a North Star of Bethlehem, the Star of Heaven. But y'all, this is really what Polaris is. And you may say, why does it look like a cross? Why does it look like Aleister Crowley's symbol? What's up with this long part going down? Well, check it out. In the middle right here where you see this black at, that's a black hole. And what you're looking at in this image right here is basically trying to represent the science of this image. So I want to open your third eye. Look at the black hole in the middle of this. At the middle of our earth, our whole universe is being created. And it's expanding from the middle. That's why I showed y'all this image. Watch this. I'm going to zoom in so you can see what's happening. Let's take the sky out the picture. Let's just look at the bottom part. Look at this bottom part. You see where all this energy right here at the bottom on the blue one is spreading out, creating like a suction on the ground. So if you go to the North Pole, everybody mute up though 1 minute. Just check me out. Oh, I know y'all see me, my bad. But yeah, so check it, look at the blue one, not the top one, just the blue one, how it's, spreading out when it reached the top one right there. So what that blue one is what they showing you here. And I'm gonna go back to it. This the bottom layer of our universe, opening up at the North Pole. Now there's another part that's sticking on top of that, just like right here. Let's zoom back out. Y'all get what I'm saying? Like, they showing you the hole in the ground at the middle of the earth, this blue part that's leading into the underworld, the abyss, downward, right? Boom. And then you got a hole in above that, which is leading out of here, right? You see, check it out. Let me show you something, right? And I know this can be long-winded, but let me just do this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna show you how to look at it. The hole at the top is called a vault of heaven. It's open, and it's allowing the light of the universe to pour into this dimension. Just like this sink faucet is open when you spin the wheel, you open up the thing, you allow the water to be released, the sink on. This top hole allowing the water to come in to the house is Polaris, the vault of heaven. That is this top one right here. See how this top hole kind of look like the energy pouring in with a spigot down there, just like this here. Now look, when it get down here, it needs somewhere to go. That's the drain. That drain is the bottom part of the universe, the blue part right here. So look, you got creation being created from God of heaven at the top, the light of the universe being projected from the top down. And then what's here, this whole bottom part here is when that light is a black hole, right? Light can't escape a black hole. So when the light of the heavens pour into this dimension, the black hole at the middle of our earth recycles it in like a drain system where it goes down in this blue in this blue area, and it's worked throughout the entire system again. So it's just perpetuating, it's creating, it's a perpetuating energy device. It's starting to create the energy at the top, but why don't it run out of energy? Because right here at the middle, the energy that's creating at the top is recycled and it goes back to the top again, and it keep doing that forever. That's why this symbol represents the number 8 for infinity as well. So they saying that by reduplicating this science that I just gave you, right? Because that's what they're doing with CERN. With CERN, they're reduplicating this science that I'm giving you. And they telling you that's going to allow us to create what's called endless energy systems, meaning the energy systems of the future will never run out, meaning you can't run out of energy. It's infinite energy now. And how are they able to do it? They're able to do it the same way I'm explaining it here. So that's all I'm saying. So when we look at this bottom part here, this is the bottom half that I'm showing. This star right here, this showing you the bottom. If you was looking at this blue one here from the top down, they saying it'll look like this. You'll be looking into all of our reality will be like going down a drain right here at the middle. If you were looking at the North Pole from a top down, the light of our world will literally be draining into this thing, and that's what we see with the aurora borealis. They don't want to explain to you what kind of light. We don't see nothing like the aurora borealis nowhere on Earth, y'all. The only way you can find the kind of light that you see with the northern lights, what it'll mimic, is the human aura. The human aura. That's literally the only thing like it. But check this out though. And they even call it the aurora borealis, naming it after the aura. So just that alone, I don't want to talk too long. I know different people want to get in, but what I'm showing you is when you look at this image here, right here, this image that I'm showing you, if you were looking at it from a top-down view with all the energy on Earth flowing into it, right? Boom. What you would see is this. This represents the energy flowing downward, y'all. It's representing energy flowing downward. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I wanted to point out, because that's what this black hole sun is dealing with. Like, this is the inferno type knowledge, Dante Inferno shit. So when I show you this image, and I show you this image of Ezekiel's will, the will of Yahweh, this represents portals into the underworld. It ain't dealing with the heavens, which is what I keep telling folks. But yeah, go ahead, y'all.
There was a movie called Contact. I'm gonna let everybody go because I've been talking for a minute. It's a movie called Contact, where believe her name's Sigourney Weaver, where they build a giant Ezekiel wheel and they drop her in the middle of it. Spoiler alert before, if y'all want to move me. But and she goes into a frequency bubble that sends her and in the ship, the ship into another plane of reality. But yeah, I ain't gonna give away the whole movie, but it's literally a giant Ezekiel gyroscopic portal device. So that's what they call them, gyroscopes or whatever, right? Where it's the circle within the circle within the circle, which is also the symbol for the atom. In the atom, before I go, the atom was it still is electron, protons, neutrons, then the center of the nucleus, right? They used to show you how the electrons used to go around in a singular motion like the protons and then the neutrons or whatever, right? Now, it was like a little after I graduated from high school in '03, they said that the electrons actually coat the atom. Cells literally look like miniature torus fields, and they give off photon energy when they expire. That energy has to go somewhere, which is what we call the cycle of the afterlife. And I don't want to go too deep in there because I just can talk about that stuff forever. But that's why I keep
Go
calling
deep and don't
the
feel like, hey, look, go deep, take your time,
All right, bet.
and do your thing. Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah,
man.
bro, keep going.
All right, bet. Yeah. All right, cool. That sun is a gateway. The upper part and the lower part of the torus field image that is probably still up on the screen share. Those are the colors, like the waves of the rainbow, right? The chakras, the kundalinis, right? Satan used to be in the blue. Now it's in the red. So I think of everything as it is, like I see it, and then in reverse. Just because of who I am, the Gemini that I am. So I instantly look at it both ways. Negative is positive, positive is negative. But it's part of the same whole. And so what happens after we move on or transcend, right? Another great movie with Johnny Depp, Transcendence. But when we transcend, the energies that we portrayed here go to a recycling bin, where that's what we talk, like Bro Chad talks about Saturn, the Saturnalia energy. It goes there, and that's where it stays and gets recycled into that energy because it has to come back, because you can't have all but the top layer chakras and none of the bottom, because that depletes the whole. So you have to have the lower levels, the middle layers, and the upper layers, because we're the whole entire constant consciousness, right? We're the God bodies and goddess bodies, right? So what I'm saying is that everything that we're talking about is trying to understand and complete the whole and see exactly what our true comprehension of reality is. I would never use religion because I've seen what it done, but what it's done. But that's where we're at. And I think we're so close there that they're reverse engineering it right now in front of our faces, because they have no choice but to, because we're so-called woke. And I love using that term woke because they hate it in the media. But yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say, man. We're the constant consciousness here in these little shells that we created for ourselves, and we're trying to figure out how that happened in the first place because we forgot completely. But yeah, I love this panel and everybody on it, and shout out to the host.
Most definitely salutes to you guys, man. This is very crazy stuff we into. Look, this is showing you how light is recycled. This whole shit is what? Saturn. See, when the ancestors gave you the yin yang and they gave you a circle with part of it dark and part of it light, look at this here. See what I'm saying? Look at here. They giving you this. This is the modern day yin yang knowledge turned into Saturnism to throw you off, confuse you, so that you don't know that the yin and yang is basically negative and positive, and how we make batteries when you can make polarities get along with each other. You can have power, basically. So they turned the yin and yang to God and the devil with this whole chaos science you looking at here. and made them fight each other, and now the people don't understand how to make power. You know what I'm saying? It's literally that simple. But I think it's just interesting that the expose though is always fun to expose. But right here, man, it's the answer to what the whole black hole shit is. Ezekiel will, CERN, the black sun is a very crazy topic on flat Earth. A lot of people not really deciphering it that well because they ain't really on that vault of heaven shit. They on a glass dome shit. So how do you even begin to interpret this the right way thinking you in a glass dome? But yeah, I'm gonna stop there.
I think it's negative, like the yin and yang, like you saying, bro Sanchez. Y'all go ahead and think I'm crazy, but bro Sanchez, I really think that as it pertains to the yin and yang, I think there's positive bodies that stops their chemical forces, and I think there's negative bodies that are level with it. And I just think that there's more powerful bodies out there that will I believe that they're trying to stop specific bodies from doing what they're supposed to do at this time, and they've been doing it for years. So I don't know. Right now it's just crazy because they're doing too much to try to prevent natural things from taking place. So I don't know.
You're correct, because the government has shown the little light orb beings flying around the nuclear bases. I don't know if anybody wants to talk about that, but and in all the religion, right? Just to touch back down on breaking down just the etymology and what language is, and the firmament, and it actually fermentation being the waters, the heaven, the space, right? That everything's birthed out of, right? That's why the sound came before the light. God said that, right? According to most and any interpretation, and including science, that the thought is before the actual visual image that we comprehend the light, right? So these celestial beings are just our ancestors, and it's us. That's why whenever we go on deep trips and hallucinating, psilocybin journeys, that's what I'm just gonna call it, psilocybin journeys, right? We come in contact with so-called entities that ask us, what took you so long? We haven't seen you in a while. It's like you haven't been here. It's like, hey, we miss you. But that's just my person, because I'm just some people have bad trips, but I just don't just because I just know what everything is. I know that I'm everything, and I've known that for a long time. So I've gone into everything with that mindset. That can be a detriment too, because that's a lack of fear that I had, but now it's more heightened awareness, like they say in the Marvel movies. But you know what I'm saying? But the conjunction. Y'all remember when everybody was talking about the superpowers they were supposed to get? All right, I'm just gonna throw mine out there. Mine was a precog. I said that almost a year ago. I don't know when everybody else was talking about their superpowers, when all the celestial energies aligned back in October. I think it was last year or whatever. It was about a year ago. Yeah, the Great Conjunction. But everything's lining up, and just remember, the celestial entities, everything we see is us. So when we see comets, asteroids, meteors, anything they try to make us afraid of, just know that it's still ourselves. So yeah, there's nothing to fear.
Hey, Sister Bethy, I think you do know what you're saying, because if some of us weren't, like what you're saying, like leveled and doing not what the other people are doing, creating like unnatural artificial things, like we wouldn't have people like Admiral Byrd and like other people who dig down, and there's a thing called Plato's Cave and all that. I don't know too much about it. I just know about it a little bit. But there's actually like we wouldn't be here right now if we didn't know that there's a difference between that fake stuff and us and all that. So what you're saying,
Thanks, sis. I'm sorry.
Hey, bro, what do you think about almost like the black sun rather being the creation of the sun, right? Because out of the darkness comes the light, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it's almost like the light has to come from somewhere, and we all know, like, you know, just like we said, out of the darkness comes the light. So I'm starting to think that the black hole or the black light is definitely responsible for the sunlight that we see.
Yeah. It's like saying any light that you've ever seen in your life, you only saw it because there's a fucking device like a box or bulb, something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
or maybe there's a flashlight, right? But here's the thing: what's going on in our world? Hear me out, my brother Adrian. Let's take a flashlight for example, right? Now let's say you shine a flashlight on the ground like we see there, but you're a germ. The flashlight is hovering above your head. Now you're a germ on the ground, and you're looking up trying to understand the source of light above you like we see here. And it can be easily explained as saying, yo, it's a flashlight. But if I'm blinding you with the flashlight, you don't see the flashlight, you just see the light. So when we look up at the sun, we see it just like this image show. Matter of fact, let me pull up sun or moon in the sky. The light comes to us at an angle as if someone's up there with a big ass flashlight. Just think about this. We already established that we don't have parallel sun rays. Our light that comes in from the sun is crepuscular rays, and let me show you what that is. The fact that the sun has crepuscular rays is showing you it's a moving flashlight. Look at this. Right? And you can't see the flashlight because you blinded by it. Like when the police put the light in your eye, that's why they said you can't even look upon the face of God, because the rim of that flashlight is called a bezel, like the rim of your watch, and we call that the face of it. You can't see the face of the flashlight or the rim or the bezel for the light itself. And the best way I can explain that is this image here. And that's literally how we perceive the sun. But yeah, this is a good bill, man. Let's go ahead.
I think you're the light, Brother Sanchez. I'm sorry. I think
I
you,
second
the
that.
individual, is the light, Brother Sanchez. And you might not want to take this in, brother, but you said out of the dark comes the light. Okay. First of all, you're putting out this information. Okay. Have your ancestors or you've been in the dark? What are you bringing to the light? All this information that we resonate with, and all of us feel like we know or revisited this some time ago, but we haven't build enough to pinpoint. You're bringing out the traveling, mind traveling, which is excellent because that's where I believe it's at. But in this instance, Brother Sanchez, I have to disagree with you and say that you are the light, because I would never know this and think this deeply on such a subject of just the sun
You see what I'm showing on
if
the
it
screen?
wasn't for you.
Look what I'm showing. I'm agreeing with you. See, I don't disagree with you. I only agree with all of this because you know why? We are what the sun is, what the moon is, what the stars is, which is why people say we are the stars, and it sounds cliche, but they're basically saying what you just said. We are the light that we're trying to understand. And we can understand the light in the sky by going within. So you can, you know what I'm saying? So I'm definitely in agreement with that. We're the light, even the sun, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
we
Yes, sir.
definitely are, and the reason I say that is because my nature My understanding of the physical world is that physicality is illusion. The only thing that exists is a holographic light-based simulation, which means we are the light and not the matter, which is why we say things like mind over matter. That's basically saying, if you look at this image, the light body exists over the physical body. And this light body actually represent your mind, and it exists over the matter. So we do got awakening minds on the panel. That's crazy because he actually came up with the mom joint, which is he was going into this whole mind over matter and shit. Bro, I'm gonna go ahead, segue, let you grab the mic right there to expound on that if you still
So do that mean matter?
Oh yeah, I'm still here, bro.
Because you know.
Oh, hey Bobby, can you hear me?
Go ahead, my fault.
Hey, before you do that, I think Sister Bethany deserves a bomb because she dropped a gem and I don't think she was aware of it. So.
Oh yeah, boom. Hey, damn right.
Love you long time, Sister Beth.
I never disagree with what Sister Beth, because she, you know, she was explaining that earlier, you know, and I don't disagree with nothing. You know, only thing I try to, you know what I'm saying, get an understanding on is that we, even though we in this holographic projection, we still bound by the rules of this game. So physical fit, like the things that we is mind over matter, but the physical still matter. The matter still matter. You know what I'm saying? Your mind is over matter, but the matter still matter.
Hold on. Here's the thing about mind over matter. Mind over matter means if the matter matters to you, the matter will be an obstacle to you. Now let me go into military psychology for a second. I did some shit in the military I ain't never been able to do again. Because if you look at what the military do, it's a lot of mental psychological programming, a lot of chanting and yelling and getting you crunk and all that. And you can do things in basic training that you never thought, they push you beyond levels you never thought you can go. And it get to a point where you really want to quit, man. It's not easy. The physical elements, they use them against you. Like they had us train in New Mexico in the winter time at nighttime, and we had to sleep for 30 minutes, get up, sleep for 30 minutes. It was fucking torture. And anybody that live in New Mexico at night know what I'm talking about, why I'm bringing that up. Now check this out. Guess what? Mind over matter never really mattered to me. It was just some cliche statement until I joined the military and realized if I didn't think about this cold weather, I don't even feel that shit. And I swear to God it worked. I'm not even making that shit up,
That's
bro.
a fact, Sanchez.
I swear to God it worked. Now guess
what you saying is a fact.
Yeah, and guess that's when I realized by having mind over matter, you can create your own rules. You command the elements. You telling the cold, I don't give a damn that you want to make me cold. I control me, not you. That's the concept of mind over matter, and that's why a dude can get, it's a white dude now, he be getting in this ice tub thing, and he can stay. I've been through that before. I know you can do some shit. Like a dude that was walking on them hot coals real slow. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? They got all these videos.
I know what you're saying, Sanchez, because I was on the basketball team, and it's mind over matter when you got to push yourself to run them extra laps and all that stuff. My point is that it is mind over matter. When I'm saying that the matter still matters, is that the whole defining thing of mind over matter is that I'm showing that my spiritual rules the physical, not the physical ruling the spiritual. You see what I'm saying? But it still works in conjunction with each other. You see what I'm saying? So it's like saying, like I'm breaking the barriers. You know what I'm saying? I'm using my physical in a way that's not possible because my mind is in control. You know what I mean? I'm putting everything in its proper place. You know what I'm saying? So,
peace to the panel, guys.
So when you say the sun, when you say the sun is the light inside, that's true. But what's not true is when you say that the sun in the sky is not actually there. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes I think that we need to slow down and say, nah, we in this physical world, we in this game. You know what I'm saying? Understand the parameters. That's why I was
No,
like
I
the
didn't
plasma
say
and
the sun.
everything.
Hold up, slow down for a second.
No, I
Yeah,
know you weren't saying that. I know that was an argument that was laid down. So I wasn't trying to put words in your mouth, brother. My fault.
Peace to you guys. Peace, bro Sanchez.
Yes, salute.
I want to interject something real quick. Okay, I know you're familiar with the Wim Hof method, but everything that you are talking about right now is giving me the Wim Hof method. Basically, like breathing in your whole aura field and all of that. It interjects with the whole breathing method, and everything that's dealing with your mind is dealing with your breath. You can't live without your breath. So you saying that mind over matter also correlates with your breath, and everything that connects to this whole universe connects to your breath and the spirit. And when you talk about spirituality and all of that,
you saying
that correlates to your breathing. Basically, spirituality is breathing. And this is what Buddhists understood.
Are you saying breath over mind?
Basically.
That's saying
it may sound stupid.
Well, no, let's deal with it. But
that kind of makes sense.
That's saying light over gas. But see, in the universe, light contains the gas, which is every breath you take is inside this electromagnetic energy field. You don't take no breaths outside of that. This bubble represents the physical body within a perceived physical world. The moment you breathe your last breath, the mind leaves, but the breath that you breathe stays here and go back to the sky. The mind goes beyond that last breath you took, then breathe back to the wind. The mind goes to a whole nother. So to say that the breath ascends higher than the mind, we got to think about that, right?
Right.
I don't think you
listen. You don't die when you stop breathing. You die when you stop thinking.
Unconscious, basically.
Yeah.
I think what he was saying is that
disconnected. You disconnected from the simple lining, basically your astral body. And your astral body is basically your mind. Everything you downloaded.
For what I understand about breathing and spirituality, you know what I mean? Because I dealt with a lot of brothers that was into the breathing techniques. And as far as mind over matter, when you get in control of your breathing, you know what I'm saying, and you know how to breathe and oxygenate your blood and do things, that helps with the mind over matter thing.
Hold on, I don't mean to cut you off. All that y'all saying is beautiful. But let me tell you something. When you get control over your mind and your thinking patterns, you gonna be better than the nigga who can breathe right, but his mind fucked up.
Thanks.
No, but that's what all works in conjunction, because your breathing ain't gonna be right if your mind fucked up. So I think that's all.
You can have a person that don't practice yoga, but they got proper thinking patterns, and they breathe. They may snore. They may have fucked up breathing, but they may have proper mental health. Now, you may have a motherfucker that's psychotic as fuck, full of ego, all that, but they can breathe. They teach yoga, right? So they know how to breathe, right? But they mind so fucked up. Guess what's gonna have them reincarnating? They mind, the universe don't care that they can breathe, right?
And if you take a nigga like Bobby Hemmett and a nigga like that, and you say put him in a foot race, and Bobby Hemmett is the master of mind over matter, I'm putting my money on the nigga that got his breathing techniques down right. I'm just keeping it a buck with.
Now let me debate you right there. Let's say two niggas fighting. One nigga got good breathing technique, and the other nigga got what they call in boxing heart. So one got wind, one got heart. Now check this out. The one with the wind ain't got no heart, and the one with the heart ain't got no wind. You know what'll happen? Check this, crazy what's gonna happen. The dude with the wind with no heart will have enough stamina to fight, but he won't have the heart to swing one punch. But the dude with the heart without the wind have all the heart and might in his chest, but not even enough stamina to begin.
Yeah, I'm not going with the extremes. I'm going with the healthy mediums. I'm saying that it's at a point to where everything meet. You see what I'm saying? I'm saying the
You got a
extreme.
point.
You see, I'm saying the extreme would be somebody like, well, I love Bobby Hemmett, but that'd be the extreme to me on one end, saying that fuck the physical, you could do what you want to in this mind.
No,
Nah,
we're saying breath versus mind, and the thing is, Bobby, your point is valid if we want to compare it to fighting. But that ain't, see, in a fight, you need to master the physical element. Like, you ain't got to be mental to be a big, dumb guy with strength and beat up somebody who may be a smart guy, but he can't fight and ain't got. So, yeah, we'll pick the money on a big, strong dummy every time. My thing is this, though. We're talking about mind over matter and health, spirituality, being a sound human being, right? What I'm saying is this. What makes a person even want to get their breathing right is because they got their mind right. It never happened in reverse.
That's a fact. I'll give you that. All day, I'll give you that, Sanchez. All day, I'm giving that up. I ain't even gonna debate that.
Little technique though, just because I do breathing exercise. Like when I brought up the Kung Fu masters, right? And y'all can just chime in. I'm just throwing out stuff that I gathered in my almost 40 years here on this beautiful planet, this planet. 10 seconds, inhale through your nose, out through your mouth. That's why it says in the scripture, that's how the breath of life, the spirit of God went in through your nose, out through your mouth. So we already know that's the technique, right? But have you ever tried breathing out through your, in through your mouth and out through your nose though?
It's just one of the most difficult things you could do.
Because I grew up in, like I told you, Taekwondo. I was 3 belts away from a black belt, but I decided to play football. But then, coach, of course, didn't play.
I did Taekwondo too, and 90% of that shit is breathing techniques.
Hey, I promise you, because you jabbing with your legs, nigga. It's like, hey, I'm going to start the fight off with a kick. But hey, all right, now look. You already know I'm in a wheelchair now, right? My friend fell asleep, et cetera, in 06, right? After
I'm clear.
Right, okay. Now look, mind over matter, just like he was saying, but like also what bro was saying, mind over matter, and what I was trained up in understanding and comprehending, that just to psych yourself out and fight through it helped with the recuperation process. But when you sever your spine, no cord, not get a fracture of the vertebrae, but when the cord is actually severed, it cuts the pipeline off.
Physical cord. The actual physical cord. There you go.
Cord. Yeah. Now look, but your mind being built up a certain way can help grow those so-called stem cells back faster than a mind not built up properly. So it's a catch-22 when it comes down to that. And that's all I wanted to say. And in that tingle up your spine, like Andre 3000 was talking about, that juice energy right there, that's a certain type of kundalini, man. And I didn't even know what I was listening to back in the day when I was listening to the album. But yeah, and vibrate off the double disc. That's also another.
Hey, brother.
Yeah, y'all go ahead.
Hey, brother. Basically, everything you said, what I was saying earlier, basically dealing with the breath, man. The breath is like powerful. We underestimate that.
No, what you saying is
because
right.
The only way you can open up that kundalini, that energy in your spine, you got to work on that breathing. You got to slow down your breathing. By slowing down, you got to be patient, because patience is like key to success, and that correlates to breathing.
You know what though? The whole thing about what he teaching though, that's the new age sort of teachings. See, these celebrities and stuff, they say I'm into yoga and it's all about stretching, breathing. It's not about getting out the body. It's really being flexible for the stripper pole. Anybody can look up what I'm saying. They've corrupted what yoga is about. And y'all giving the Hollywood, Beverly Hills yoga fitness class teachings. I'm talking about, hold on, wait. This is when you try to say that the mind ain't the end. See, you can be a motherfucker that straight up got bad health than a motherfucker. But you can have a technique that can have you getting out your body every night. Nigga, when I got out my body in astral travel, I was higher than a motherfucker. I was eating bullshit, wasn't living right, eating donuts, drinking energy drinks, and I practice a rope on a ceiling technique. It's still online. It worked for me.
Hey, bro, Sanchez.
So look, the mind can do some crazy shit that just the wind in your lungs can't do. Let me show you what the mind can do before you grab the mic. The mind can fucking recreate your whole body in another reality, lungs and all, and breath that you like so much too.
Right. And bro, Sanchez, what I'm saying
that
is
the physical body is the energy source.
This is what I'm saying.
Or what's housing the energy source.
The breath and the mind are the same. It's no difference.
I don't think that light and gas are the same, no, my brother.
I agree with what Sanchez is saying, but what I'm saying is that at a certain point, when your mind goes over your matter, because that's a real thing, then your mind is in control of the matter, meaning that, like when Sanchez was explaining about the military, at a certain point, once his mind got over his matter, his body started to do things like regulate the temperature, control his breathing in a certain type of way to make it to where I'm gonna give this amount of oxygen to his brain. Like actual physical, logical things started to happen to where if somebody was looking at him, they'd be like, God damn, bro, the oxygen in your blood is at this level right now when you was doing this. Your motherfucking, your body, like you got some extra heat from somewhere or something because it's reading that your temperature is like you not hypothermic or nothing. Yeah, because your physical body does what the mind tells it to do, not the opposite way around.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
It's called blood pressure, right?
There we go.
Your blood pressure can go up. You know, you at your smartest when you're not thinking. Look, you at your smartest when instincts kicks in. When you're not even thinking, when you're not thinking and you just reacting, boom, 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 boom. That's how smart we really is. They dumbed us down.
That was my point about the basketball. You know what I'm saying?
About that muscle memory, hell yeah.
When it get to a point to where, like when Sanchez was saying about the marching and all that, when your mind kick into another gear, you know, a lot of people who drive do this. You know what I'm saying? If I got to drive 8 hours and my mind kick into that next gear, that 8-hour trip might feel like 30 minutes because my mind done went somewhere else. I done locked into a zone. This march that I got to make through these mountains might feel like 10 minutes because my mind done locked into another zone. I done detached from all this shit.
Bro,
and my body is on autopilot.
Hey, bro, Sanchez, like you said with them truck drivers, they go to sleep behind the wheel and drive for like 30 minutes. All off muscle memory. They actually breaking and everything, but they sleep to where they damn near about to kill somebody, bro. And they don't even know that they're asleep. They don't know
they sleep because their body's
still going to
move.
Look, I got off work, right? Tired as hell. I'm driving home. I ran into a side beam. Sleep. All I remember was listening to the song that was playing on the radio. And I went to sleep, crashed into a whole thing. Now, did my body crash into that bearing on purpose so I ain't kill somebody? Did it just say, all right, cool, bro, you sleep. Wake your ass up. And I don't know, but I'm saying that my unconscious thing saved my life because I was asleep. I could have easily pulled in front of a truck on that truck.
The type of sleep I'm talking about is like, because I done worked overnights too. The type of sleep I'm talking about is to where I could be driving, nigga, my eyes open. And by the time I get ready to pull up to the house, I don't even remember the last 45 minutes of driving.
Yeah, Bobby. That's
you hear what the fuck I'm saying?
Bobby,
I was asleep, nigga.
Bobby,
I don't even remember. The only thing I remember is getting in the car, pulling off from work, and now I'm pulling into the driveway. And so many times it took me because I know my body was tired, and I know that my eyes was open during the trip because I know when I fall asleep behind the wheel and when I'm
it's
just
called highway insomnia.
It's called highway insomnia, but that's the name that they give it. But it's literally your body going into that zone, like the same way like Sanchez say when you marching and it's the mind over matter. Your mind say, all right, I got it now. I'm in control of the physical. You ain't even got to worry about it right now. Just
okay,
like,
I see what
hold
you're
on,
saying
listen.
now.
Just
Like
like you ain't
sleepwalking.
controlling your breathing, nigga. You ain't controlling your heart rate. When your mind gets to that point to where it's like, nigga, I'm controlling the whole show, nigga. I'm controlling the eyes, ear, whoop, bam. You can go on into the recesses of your mind and get you some rest, my nigga. Because I know you tired. I'm finna get
Basically what you saying is your body is like a GPS. And that GPS gonna take you straight to the spot.
I'm saying your body could put you on autopilot. Yeah, your body, you on autopilot.
Yeah,
you on autopilot.
Listen, but yo, when you talk about your body, you're talking about like 4 to 5 different living things that make you one person.
That's
so
what
it's
I'm
like
saying.
it's like you can't stop your heart from beating. You can't stop your lungs from breathing.
But my whole point
involuntary.
is, my
Listen,
point
bro,
is, drop at a higher
I know
level.
your point, bro. Let me say my point.
Go ahead,
Let me get some. I want to make a plate right quick. Your lungs is living by itself. Your heart is living by itself. Your thought. These are not intertwined together. Your brain is not making your heart beat. This is why you can go brain dead, but your heart's still beating. It doesn't control your lungs. It doesn't control your biosystem. There's like 3 to 4 different living things in you that makes your body alive. The only one thing that moves your body is the soul, and that's the only thing that's one. Everything else is separate. But go ahead.
So with that being said, we, like when I was saying about the whole leaving the body experience, going to sleep, your physical is here. You see what I'm saying? We're here because we're the spirit that's in the flesh. That's already been defined. But we could conquer this flesh through overpowering the mind over the matter. But at that same time, we still need to keep in mind that we here on this plane, like the ancestors keep telling us to get out. You know what I'm saying? These are just the keys to get out. We still in the physical. You see what I'm saying?
No,
These
we don't live in our body. We live in
we
our
don't live in the body, right?
We got two.
Well, damn it, I just started talking. Like, we don't live in the body. We live in our mind. So that's why they say it's all in the head and not is all in the body. What the head say, the body gonna follow, right? If the body say I'm cold, that don't mean shit. If the mind say we still going forward, you warm, goddammit, you don't feel the cold no more. If you look at this image right here, the mind is represented by the energy field around the body. So this is a universal law that the mind would always have hierarchy over the physical or material world, which is why the mind is what allow us to shape the physical world into items. Thought is start with the thought. It's always going to be mind over matter. From everything you enjoying right now as material shit, from the microphone, from the computer, come from somebody's mind.
Right. And what I was going to say was basically we got 2 different bodies. One body is physical, and one body, I really can't say spiritual because I'm still stuck on the breathing aspect, but that's connecting to your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind is what you need to train. And your subconscious mind is basically your second body. And I look at it like the internet. Go straight to the internet, you go to Google, you search up anything you want to search up, and you will find it. And that's basically that second body. But we lost the connection with that body due to Christianity, religion. Believing in another God when the God is basically that second mind, that astral body. That's basically what I mean by the whole breath thing. Got to slow down that breathing to be able to communicate with that second body.
You know, when I was practicing my breathing techniques for astral projection, the tricky thing about developing a good breathing pattern is all in the mind and not in the action. So let's say I'm saying you're right, brother. Breathing is important, but when a person start to learn to practice good breathing pattern, they're gonna find out that their biggest challenges is in the mind. So what happens is you have to develop a certain slow breathing pattern. And the proper way for us to breathe ain't the way we breathe day to day. We take shorter breaths than the ancients, most humans today. We don't really breathe the right way.
Facts.
But the thing is, you know, to get used to slowing yourself down, taking deep, long breaths, you gotta, it's all in the mind, because you want to go back to something that ain't in the mind, which is just everyday muscle memory, the way we've been breathing every day. But if I tell you, look, man, the way you've been doing it is all wrong. Let's go in this building here and we're going to practice proper breathing patterns. Every time he fuck up, I'm going to say, what happened? Why you broke the pattern? Man, I got off track, my bad. Let's start. It's never going to be a physical problem. It's going to always be, because if we got to practice a breathing pattern for
it's
a
an ego
hour,
issue.
yeah, it's think about it, it's in the mind. That's just like if they say close, because with the breathing pattern, you got to close your eyes and you got to think of good thoughts. Because if you think of the breakup you had last year, last month, now your breathing go up. If you think of the bills you got to pay, now your blood pressure. So the part of your breathing techniques is so mental that you got to, because you closing your eyes. And whatever is in that darkness, man, behind your eyelids can affect this breathing pattern that you're trying to learn, which is why they say clear your mind, clear your mind. If you can't have a clear mind, you can't get the breathing pattern on. So it starts, well, I'm saying not to just keep arguing with you. I'm just saying it starts in the mind, which is why I say mind over matter. Salutes to awakening minds.
And that's facts, Bro Sanchez. And, you know, interject with that. You never supposed to control your mind. You're supposed to observe it. No matter how chattery it gets, you got to observe it instead of trying to control it. You know, in the beginning process, it's going to be hard because you got your cell phone going off, you got your whatever's going off, distracting you. It's going to keep you off track. So what you do is you go into a separate environment, go to a dark room, and that's where you can decrease the activity going in your brain, because it's always active in a highly electric environment. So you go to an environment where it's less devices like that, that's going to make you confused and not focus on your breathing. And when you focus on your breathing, that's when you can be able to connect to your higher self. It's hard to explain. It sounds crazy, but that's the key to it.
No, you explained it perfectly. It's called woosah. You know how they say, take a deep breath. That channels everything in you. So when you be like, if you do that all the time, you would never have to take a deep breath. The reason why you got to take a deep breath to channel in woosah is because you haven't been breathing correctly. But y'all go ahead, because it's like this. If I'm about to go in a fire, right, and save some people, I got to take a deep breath and channel that energy. Now, once I can channel my energy, the way you channel your energy is through your breath. This is what yoga does. Yoga, you put your body in different formations so the oxygen can flow through your body correctly as you take these deep breaths. And it woosahs the mind. Now, what it does is focus on one thing and not the other. So as I focus on this one thing I got to do, then I can focus on everything else. But once I'm not focused on what needs to be focused on, if I don't need to take a deep breath, then it ain't that serious to me. If my mom called me, right? Yeah, your sister's in the hospital. Deep breath. So I don't freak out. I'll freak out if my oxygen level ain't right in my
right.
But
you in a trance.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, what's wrong with her? What's wrong with her? No, fuck that. That's my sister. No, deep breath. Deal with the issue at hand.
Right.
And that's the only way you can deal with the issue at hand, if you got a calm mind. If your mind radical, you're gonna do things that's gonna make it worse. But
you in your animalistic self when you are in a fearful state.
What you trying to say, Q, is that
when it comes to the breath and the soul, you talking about the light and the sound vibration, which is sonoluminescence. And that's what this electromagnetic energy field is all about when we talk about, see, when you talk about the breath in relation to the body and the soul, look at this image. So the soul is around the body. Every breath is synced to every heartbeat, meaning like once you think of something you passionate about, your heart go to beating, you get butterflies or something, or it can be vice versa. But check this out, right? Breathing, the heart, the soul. Let's talk about it, because just on a general sense, we inhale and exhale, but we fueling the soul, and the soul is fueling the body. It's a whole perpetual motion device going on right here in this picture. Now
Hey,
check
you right,
this.
bro.
Hold on, wait. I'm gonna end on this. If you look at where our stomach at, that's where the top triangle is meeting the bottom triangle. And what is happening in our stomach, that stomach going in and out, inhale and exhale. And if you look at where the human stomach at and go back to this image, this is where your stomach would be. And look at how it's going in and out, like you inhaling and exhaling.
Drop
Yeah,
bombs.
true.
Hey, Becky, drop a fleet
Hey,
bomb
bro.
for this nigga.
Yeah, that was fire, bro. This is awakening minds.
Damn, Sanchez, that's why I love
Hey,
coming here,
bro,
man.
I
You know how
just
to
want to say
connect the
right there on
dots.
that point you was talking about the inhale and exhale. You know, the inhale is the 0, and then the exhale would be the 1. You know, just like when a baby takes his first breath, that's the 0. Then the exhale is the 1 to communicate with the soul. What we're looking at right now, the phi cycle. I mean, phi symbol, cycle symbol, circuit. You know.
Oh, fellas, can I build?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's facts though. It's
What's up,
crazy.
Stan?
Yeah.
Even when you say the word hail, that's hot. That's like saying hot Thor, or
So
saying
basically,
I see.
hell is heaven.
Hold on, bro. That's like saying, like, I got it. I see. You're communicating with your aura. That's why it's ha, L-E for L, which is also 0 and 1 again.
So look.
So they.
No, go. You good?
Oh, nah, that's what I was gonna say, bro. And they just flip all our shit and give us the 10, the I-10ism, the system we in now, But go ahead, bro.
So check it out, right? I guess they call it the Coriolis force now, not the Coriolis effect. But look, let me show you how crazy this shit is. They said that we on a globe, right? And that the atmosphere at the bottom is spinning different than the one at the top, like a 6-9 sort of thing. One going clockwise, one going counterclockwise. But then they will have to explain what's happening at the equator then. Think about this, because I'm about to show you a nail in the coffin. If above the equator we going, let's say clockwise, and below it we going counterclockwise, what is the atmosphere doing at the equator, y'all? Now, guess what they said? They said the equator is the hottest spot. You know why? Because if you got an atmosphere turning clockwise above and an atmosphere turning counterclockwise below, where they meeting at will create this grinding force, right? Like this friction type grind area where that wind going this way, this wind going this way, and it'll explain like why it's mainly hot around here. Now, if you think about this, right? This don't make sense with a globe in the middle. That's the problem. And I'm gonna deal with that in a minute. Because right here in the middle, not only would the equator be the hottest spot though, the winds in that area will be so fucking crazy, because that'll be the only place on earth where we can see the dual forces meeting at, and it wouldn't be pretty. You see what I'm saying? So where else can we see this? This is basically, if you look at a flat earth right here, let's pull up flat earth real quick so we can show you the deception. Yo, I'm about to go in real quick. Hold up, watch this, y'all. Hit the like and share button, because this gets deep. They call this the Coriolis effect. Watch this. Right here is where Earth is. Earth is what they're calling the equator. See, we think we live on a ball earth with all the energy around the earth when really there is no ball and earth is the energy. What I mean by that, watch this. Watch this, y'all. In other words, ain't no such thing as the physical world. Watch this though. You'll see what I mean in a minute.
Facts.
They telling you the non-physical part of the earth is around the globe. Just hear me out for 1 minute. I know people want to get in. Look, check this out. They said we live on a globe and the energy around it is what sustain it all. Now watch this though. What they showing you right there is this same image right here. Now check it out though. What if I told you there is no globe and that we are literally the energy? We're not flesh and bone beings, we're spiritual beings right now inside of a realm. And they trick the flesh and bone, globe, earth all go together. There is no globe there. The only thing that exists is the energy that you see around that globe. And that's what I'm about to go into that now. Because look, that's why I kept pulling up the Pharisee. Look, listen, what they calling the Coriolis effect with the different spans on each side, that's flat earth, man. Check this out. If y'all pay close attention here, open your eyes. Look at this top hole. If you look at this top hole, it is spinning its own direction. What is that? That is counterclockwise, it's spinning. This top one's spinning counterclockwise. Now this bottom one is spinning clockwise. Y'all see this?
Yes, sir.
The bottom one's spinning clockwise, the top one's spinning counterclockwise, and it make perfect sense. It don't make sense on the globe. They're trying to explain the Coriolis effect on the globe. It don't. Now look, where those two spins balance out in the middle, you see we get this invisible sort of dot in the middle of our bubble, and that's the star in the jar. That's the seed of creation.
Bro, Sanchez, you just hit something in my mind. Like, it's deep. Like, wow. Basically, there's a word on top, and there's a word at the bottom. That's above, so below.
Look at your fingerprints.
That's above, so below.
Hey, bro, Sanchez, keep going, my brother. Keep going, please.
It's all known through ancient history that the world beneath us is just as vast as the world that's above us, and in the different dimensions.
So the whole thing I'm pointing out here though is that the Coriolis effect is literally you and me and everything that's existing. What I mean by that is this ball of heaven would be the one spinning counterclockwise, and the one down here would be spinning clockwise, which is why we on the clock. The ground represents the clock. Chronos, Saturn, the god of this world. Up here is actually the opposite is happening, which is why they say you are outside of time now. See, the opposite of time is no time. Simple. And that's what these two represent. What they call in the Coriolis effect, right? Is the place where time meets no time is what they call earth, where heaven meets hell. Counterclockwise meet clockwise. And you know that play out as what they call duality, which only exists right here where we at. Nowhere else.
Thanks, bro.
You see what I'm saying? So check this out. What's crazy about that is that if you rearrange the word earth, you get heart. We already know that. But this is what's allowing the dual forces to work together in harmony, or supposed to be, until man fell from consciousness. Now he got this chaos theory or whatever, order out of chaos, but that's neither here nor there. The point that I'm making is, let's go back here and I'm going to yield the flow. Because this top cone is spinning one way and the bottom one is spinning one way, there's this sort of paradox in the middle. And the paradox that's created, that's based on dual nature of the ethereal forces is me and you. See, when the sky meets the ground, this is what we call Earth, where reality created. It's really a mama and daddy situation going on an ethereal level, but instead of saying mama and daddy, we saying clockwise and counterclockwise. We are the living Coriolis effect, meaning where the clockwise and counterclockwise balances out is right here where manifestation takes place.
That's crazy. Hey, can I be here real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, guys.
Hey, I appreciate you, man. You always coming through with the work, man. I appreciate you.
Much love to the panel, for sure.
Okay, the first thing I want to talk about, because the brothers are talking about, you know, the mind over matter thing, right? I wonder if we think about the term astral projection. You were talking about that earlier. And that means we all have access to it. When we fall to a certain level of sleep, right? And this image you got before us right now representing the fact that the heart can level itself out to a certain degree. I know ever since I was a little kid, I've experienced what we call sleep paralysis, where the body shuts down, but the mind keeps going. So over the last 15, 20 years, as I paid more attention to it, instead of panicking, I realized that when you get out of the body, you go through different phases of reality. You actually peel through different levels. And so let me give you an example. Let me give you a recent example. I was looking through some information. I ended up ordering this book called, I don't know if the panel has heard of it, the Necronomicon.
Oh yeah.
I didn't really jump into it too much. I think my mind did, but I didn't. So when I went to bed that night, the paralysis kicked in. So when the mind begins to travel, you peel through 3D and you move, you penetrate beyond, you know, I don't know if it's linear or however, but you're penetrating beyond this particular vibration, this 3D. So you see images, you see live things actually happening. So I mean, I laugh at myself, but I know what I see. So I saw those things, little small deities, like 3 of them walked past my bed. And this took me out of a state where when I was younger, I panicked. But as I move forward in studying astral projection, you relax because the body has slowed down the mode of the heart so much that you actually vibrate out of 3D. So you're actually traveling. So some of you guys, I don't know if y'all know too, but you do probably, that's the reality where you start rearranging shit. So whatever you begin to see, and Sanchez talked about it earlier about you moving to timelessness. So you can actually rearrange if your consciousness is strong enough, your thought process is strong enough and, you know, intimate enough, you could actually use that consciousness to rearrange what you see. And it resonates with your emotions as well as your consciousness. So you're not the body anymore. You overstand the body and everything else that's considered matter, if that makes sense.
Perfect.
Sanchez, I wanted you to do me a favor. I don't know, you probably already know it. This movie that came out in this series came out in the 80s, right? Greatest American Hero, right? Remember that show?
I can't say I quite do.
Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. Now
Okay, so you singing it, says go on, tell us a little bit about the theme of the go on, tell us a theme.
Tell it by age.
If you got it, tell us, please share the theme. Because I know I just want to see somebody else. Are you seeing what I saw? The message behind it.
Break it down.
Okay. So this fella, right, he was a school teacher. And anybody who's worked with young people and taking them out of trauma, building them back up, you blessed. You the anointed ones. That's how I feel, because that's the field I work in. But anyway, he was a teacher. Him and this dude ended up meeting on a whim. When they did, they was on this travel. So this spaceship, it stopped their vehicle, stopped what they was doing, and then a being came out, dropped off a briefcase. In this briefcase were 2 things. a book and a suit. So at some point, the dude lost the briefcase, which was the book of how to instruct the suit. The suit actually made him fly. So the whole series was around him. You know, he'll start flying and he fails, but he's always on a mission to do the right thing. So that takes me back to what we're doing here. We keep crashing until we actually figure this situation out. And it's all happening within us. It's not happening outside of us. So it is mind over matter, the way the brother was speaking. So my last comment, and I don't mind anybody to chime in and get a feedback or whatnot, is a fam that said he's paralyzed. My question to my brother is this: when you go into the so-called dream world, are you walking?
Absolutely. And that's why I'm geeked every time y'all see me on the panel, man, because I already know what he kind of really is, and everybody's starting to wake up. But I'm woke. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I put in the chat daydream. We got regular dreams, right? But what about daydreams? And I'm in class and I'm looking right at the chalkboard, but I'm somewhere completely different in another world until somebody snaps their finger or hits my desk, and then I wake up out of it, but my eyes are already open. So that's why. But yeah, man. Well, in my dreams, absolutely, I'm walking. One of the last dreams I had was weird because I saw copies of myself. Right there, I can't get this out of my head, so I'm just gonna go ahead and talk about it. But there was a machine where they put, like, if you get injured, there was a war, and we were in technology where we had high-speed moving trains in the air, right? So in my dream, I'm cozied up to with a chick in some red pumps, right? But then I look over and it's like, it had to be me because I could, like, the faces are kind of distorted, but it had to be me. And I'm getting worked on from somewhere else. But then over in the other corner, though, in my dream, you lay down when you get injured in this war. And then there's a portal that you put your injured part in, and there's no anesthesia. And then they just work on you in the other side of the portal. Because you see what I'm saying? So I just wanted to throw that out there, and y'all can just build on that if y'all like talking about dreams or what they really mean. But I've been thinking about this for weeks. But yeah,
I'm gonna pass the mic
Got
to
my hand
the
raised.
the sister India child join and Eric Deep join. Just gonna acknowledge some of the people that's on. Yeah, y'all, welcome to the bill. Anthony Mitchell, salutes to you, my brother. Welcome back. Just letting y'all know we see you at any given time. You can unmute and interject. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, hey y'all. Hey everybody on the panel.
How you doing?
Hi.
Hey.
Hey.
I heard y'all. I literally just came in and I heard y'all talking about like astral projection, things like that. So I wanted to give like my little 2 cents because I noticed, me personally, first thing I want to say, like, dreams and astral projection, lucid dreaming, those are all like 3 different things, you know, like, and how the guy was talking about how there's different layers and things like that. There really is, because I noticed, like, the way I used to dream and how I dream now are completely different. I be in like whole different dimensions now, like at this point in my life. But like, I don't know if this is on the YouTube right now, but you see how there's like a little circle that's got the little tornado in the middle?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know about anybody else, but when I go to sleep, sometimes this is like right before I go out of consciousness or whatever. Sometimes I can still keep that consciousness, and I'll see like 2 little dots or something, and then the 2 little dots, they'll start moving around each other, like you know, almost like some planets or something. You know, they're moving around, and then they start like conjoining, then they connect, bam. Then it turns into like this, like something like this, what I'm seeing right here. But of course, I wouldn't see the whole thing. I'm more or less seeing it from like the middle. And then it starts turning into like different shapes and patterns and shit that don't make sense, maybe faces, whatever the fuck. Then next thing you know, I'm in a whole different world. You know, that's, to me, like, that's when I know I'm about to go into like the next like realm. And I have to like pay attention and hold on to it, because if not, you know, you'll get lost in that shit and you'll just fall asleep. But Yeah, no, I definitely feel y'all on this. I'm trying to still hear, like, that's why I wasn't really trying to say too much at first, because I want to listen to y'all and kind of like say stuff that's relevant. But yeah, I really do fuck with astral projection also.
Hey, can I just touch on something about the mind and the body? I mean, does this happen to anybody else on the panel, right? Sometimes you can feel yourself vibrating, right? And it's like your legs shaking. But then when you are aware of it, it stops shaking. Then you start thinking, wow, was I really vibrating? Has anybody ever felt that before?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that happens. That happens.
Yes.
You feel like you about to like slide off the center of the world. Like it's like damn near like it feels like you sliding. Like I don't know how to explain it. I know what you're talking about though. Yeah.
Sanchez did a video a year or two ago where he showed the pictures of the ancestors with their hands crossed, and he broke it down so cold, like going down a slide, like their torrential slide. And that's what it feel like, because I know I literally saw the vibrations were so thick and intense where the reality began to disappear. I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know, my
Absolutely.
brother, it's crazy that you said slide while looking at the electromagnetic aura. You know,
Yeah.
when you realize you travel the ley lines and when you cross your hands, you're literally going down the slide. You know,
Yeah,
you
some
see the
shit broke that
hyperboloid
down.
in the middle? That was
Yeah.
fire. Hey, big shout outs to Bro Sanchez, man. Big motherfucking shout out.
He be on
Facts,
it, man. He
Salute,
don't
right?
sleep. My brother don't
salute,
sleep.
much
On it. He
respect.
sure do.
Hey, also, bro, you see the first opening on top of the aura, the electromagnetic aura. That's called the first C, and the other one is the one below is the other C. You know, they counter rotate to create the vortex, which is called a decibel. You know, so everything, y'all, is in this symbol. It's the infinity sign as well, you know, but it's also the code or the code C. So when you say code, you know, that's literally C, the ode of life, the harmony that we're looking at right here on the screen, where all the colors are in melody, you know, producing this shape. You know, that's alchemy as well. But man, I don't change this picture yet, bro. But this is the binary code, y'all, the 0 and the 1. So even when you say the word decode, it's just code and code again. You know, decode, it's D, and then you have CO in the middle for the code C, and then DE again, which is still 101. So when you say decode, you're literally decoding left, decoding right, just like Mama Nature. You know what I'm saying? And the code is the code, which is the C, the ode of life, ether. You know, but bro, you've been killing it too, bro. I always give you respect, my nigga.
I need some help. I need some help from you, Brother Sanchez and Bobby.
All right.
And then I'm gonna get my ass
What's
off and
going
go
on,
back
sis?
No, you.
We
and go
listening
back in the
to you.
chat
We
room.
listening.
And talking about natural, because I believe in natural, I got to do a share screen. And y'all can help me, because sometimes I explain stuff, Bro Sanchez. I don't explain it like you do. I'm not.
That's fine.
I haven't mastered that, and I wanted y'all to see where I was coming from. I just so go ahead, get your laugh on. I can't draw for shit. I'm not an artist. I manage companies. I don't draw. But we was talking about the body and the sun, okay? And you know how you talked about the black hole in the middle of the sun?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is a woman being pregnant, and that's the baby inside, right? And that's the black hole, and we'll call that the navel. Now, our bodies is made up of hydrogen, helium, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen. And there's something that puts hydrogen, helium, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen in the womb of the lady, right? All this in the same hole and it's round just like the sun. Now here's the sun. The sun is made up with the exact same thing: hydrogen, helium, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen. Now we know how this right here, how the hydrogen, all those chemicals get in the woman's body to make another hydrogen, helium, another being consisting of those things. How is it getting in the goddamn sun? It has to be from us. That
Because
now
it's
you
not
see what
in
I
the
mean?
sun. It's not in the
That
sun, Sister Beth.
that's what the sun is made of, brother.
No, this what
Hydrogen.
they telling us. I don't know nobody ever in the
But how
history
do
that
we
got a
know
piece.
that they okay?
No, hold on,
Okay,
wait.
I know you
Sister
saying,
Betty,
hold
slow
up,
down.
Bobby.
Go ahead, Betty.
Wait, but Bobby,
I'm listening,
hold
baby.
up. Before you say that, bro, I just want to know, and I could believe you. I really could. All right.
It's all my own theory because I
I'm
don't.
only saying I'm only saying this, Bobby, because of the simple fact that this is what we're made up of, and this is how you get it in this round circle with the dot, the hole, the navel, the sun. I know you're saying that that's what they tell you that it's made of. That's not true. Okay, fine, all well and good. But it seems to me that the sun is something natural that comes out. It does. It comes out when it's supposed to, and we come out of our mother's bodies when we're supposed to. But why is it that the sun is made up of the same thing? Now, you could say to me, Bobby, like Sister Betty, that's what they're telling you. But just give me proof not to believe it, and then I'll leave this shit alone. I promise. But
You
I
want to
don't
know
know.
this?
We'll see where
Can
we
I
come
I'm finna
answer
from.
give
that?
you a little bit of proof
Say
right
Can I
here.
answer that, yo?
Go ahead, Brother Sanchez. I'm gonna let you do it.
Now I'm gonna go real deep with this.
Thank you, because that's what I need.
All right. Now hold on, I got to switch the screen share real quick. Give me a second. Shit.
Oh yeah, we see it.
Hold on, no, they don't. Hold up.
He's showing.
Now they do. Now they do. So
Oh, it's
check
just
this.
a delay.
I
It's a
got
delay. That's
I got you now. All right, so everybody see what we got now. So what happened is the gases she named, that there's really like 7 main gases in the atmosphere, and they all one of those gases dominating one of the 7 layers. But what Sister Betty want to know is, why do we find the same thing in the sun in a newborn baby? The question with that is, the baby ain't a physical creation. The baby is a new light that's turning on in a holographic universe that's made of light, and there is no such thing as physicality. But hear me out though. The doctors even tell you when the sperm hit the egg, that is the this is the brightest light in the physical world made in a woman womb. She has a north star. She's having a big bang basically inside of her with the light when the sperm hit the egg. Look it up. This is how luminescent it is. Now check how deep this is. The baby is pure white light. But when it's coming into this physical world, that pure white light is becoming what they call a fallen angel. Is this angel in heaven that's in a white robe, but when it come to earth, it loses its white robe and it's clothed in the 7 primary colors. The science behind that mythology is right here. This white line right here, that's really what they call in the silver lining. That is the singular consciousness that existed prior to you coming into this earth. This earth is represented by the pure. I'm gonna have to mute everybody real quick. When I do these, I don't like the background joint, because the way my speakers is, it throw me off. Hold on, y'all, because this can really ruin everything for the people listening. Because when I have to do that, I can forget everything I was saying the way I smoke. So just, when I get my screen share going, let me answer this. So check this out. These 7 primary colors, when they're braided together, they exist as white light. But when you unravel the braid, they exist as the 7 primary colors. That's what you're looking at with this artwork on the screen. Y'all got to learn and just listen what I'm saying and be patient a minute, right? Now check this out. If you think about neon lighting, right? Don't you know that most of the gases in our sky is what they use to light up Las Vegas with? It's because each gas, once you excite it, is its own color. The 7 primary gases that we're breathing in the sky above us are interpreted into the 7 primary colors. Now check how this works. This is the flat earth. We're on the earth, the middle one. There are 7 heavens above us, 7 layers of the atmosphere. Each of these has a dominant gas, and whichever gas dominate that layer, we see that it's color ether in the rainbow spectrum. That same science is right here. Check it out. This neon lighting, if you go here, look, read this. It said neon makes up a fraction of the air you breathe. Why would they tell you that? Listen, why would they say neon makes up a fraction of the air you breathe? Look at that. And then you look at the spectrum of light that neon color and create, and you look up in the sky and you'll see that they're just fucking as above, so below. When she talks about what's happening in the baby, the sun is a pure white light in its true form. It's just what Polaris is. You see what I'm saying? We see the sun differently through the layers of the atmosphere. And the sun is on the last layer. The sun exists on the helium layer of our atmosphere, which is the exosphere. That's something to think about. That's something to think about right there. That explains why the sun exists as pure white light, because it exists on a level that's outside of this pyramid right here on the, and so the sun is appearing to us as a pure white beam of light from on the other side of the blue sky. Is how it appears to us, even though that could be deceiving. But I'm just saying, all of the different variations of it is determined by light bending. The inside of this pyramid represents the earth, y'all. It represents why you got 7 chakras. You inhale the air outside, which is you fueling all of your 7 chakras, because the 7 gases that's in the atmosphere outside is each fueling a different chakra. And oxygen is the one that's associated with the heart. But look, even if you go back to this electromagnetic energy field that I showed earlier, you'll see that in the middle of that shit, they got it green for a reason. Look, in the middle of this, you see it's green right there. The heart chakra is green. And this is in the middle. This represents right here where it's showing you where the heart at. But, you know, I had to break that down because the baby is basically a singular consciousness coming into a dual reality. And all the gases you find in the sky, you find in the baby. And they start to turn this into the story of a fallen angel. That the gases in the heavens were falling onto the earth in the form of angels becoming physical humans and mating with physical, all that stuff. So what I'm telling you is the baby represent this white line right here. But by the time it's conceived in this world, it has 7 chakras inside of this light prism. Now, what they say, when we leave this earth, we no longer have the 7 chakras. All of your perceived consciousness and shit is loaded up, braided up. That's like saying when we die, our 7 chakras braid up into one line. They call that the silver cord. And that line is right here. When we leave, they say when we leave, the color code, ain't no colors for real. The rainbow is an illusion. And that's the secret of the ether, is that it's only one singular being. But I know that's kind of a deep way of looking at it. I don't want to talk too long, but this will begin to start where we talking about manifestation of a soul becoming flesh. We need to go deep like this with dealing with white light becoming a rainbow, if you really want to go deep with it. But yeah, go ahead, y'all.
Thank you, Bro Sanchez. I'm getting off. Thank you.
No doubt.
Peace, love, and sub. We love you, Bethy.
Hey, Sister
So,
Bethy, it was awesome. Appreciate those
Love y'all
questions.
too. Love y'all
Yeah.
too. I'm just going to
Much
work in the
love. Love
chat
you,
room.
Sister Bethy.
All right, bye, Sister Bethy.
Bye.
Peace, Sister Bethy. Bro Sanchez, can I ask a question, or can I say something about what you were just saying? That kind of like explains how like the rest of the stars are like on the firmament or whatever, and the sun and the moon is like inside or something. Is that kind of what you're trying? I mean,
Say that
talk
again.
about, like how the sun and the moon is inside, are inside, and like the other stars are connected to the firmament.
Oh, you talking about the fit stars and the wandering stars? I got you.
Because like how you were saying how the light comes in the middle, is that like how the sun is inside, is it like, is that going together, or am I off?
You
Yeah.
asking me, is the sun inside or out on the outside of our dome?
No, I know it's in the inside, right?
No, I'm saying what you was asking me. My bad.
Like you're saying the point of this that silver lining part
Yeah.
in the middle, is that also have to do with the sun, like in the middle of, I mean, you know what I mean? Or is it just go back to Polaris? It's just,
Well, this
you know
basically
what, I'm
showing.
gonna get it.
Yeah, this basically showing how what we call colors are really a illusion. The only thing that exists for real is white light. And when white light is expanded or whatever through a prism or whatever, that's what give us the perception of the 7 primary colors. Look, think
That's
about
what I
this.
was trying to tell the brother earlier, is about the white light, is that's the light that in Reiki that they use mostly, is that white light. And then that's to fix the blockages in the chakras, which you're trying to talk about.
Yeah, what I was saying about the Reiki earlier, that same white light can be used against you though. They did to Khalid Muhammad, they put too much of that light in his brain and it overloaded his synapses.
There's
Hey,
no such
bro.
thing like that, bro. You can't say that.
It was too much energy. Yes, it is.
Hey, bro, before you change this picture, I want to say something, because when I'm looking at the white light in the background of the mama, the background, the black, it creates the gray. And then from the gray, you get the 50 shades of gray, or the V shades of gray, which is your aura, you know? So you're right. Once you do go back through the spectrum of the North Pole, it does go back to the white light.
Hey, that was deep, awakening minds. I'm just looking at that now as you was talking about it. That was hella deep, my brother.
Appreciate it.
Sanchez,
And
I got a question for you.
that's why Mercury is so important too. Because once you heat it at a certain degree or Celsius, you know, it gives you the oronic field. You know, you can also harness energy from Mercury. You know what I mean? If you heat it to a certain amount. It's all alchemy too.
Hey, Sanchez, got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, when you look, as I'm looking at this image, please hold it for a second. The way you explained it is a deep introspect. So can I ask you, could I be looking also at the scales of Mayat, where your scale can be heavy or light, depending on how much accumulation you have from polarity versus singularity. And that's when you get to reappear in the physical, because that heaviness or that accumulation was not addressed.
You know what? I'm gonna say that's very interesting for real though. No, that's deep right there.
Yo,
I'm
let me
taking it.
chime in on that for a second, because I bet I ain't mean to come, but hey, bro Sanchez is busy right now. Let me go ahead and chop in real quick. Let me close this door, because that's loud. All right, look. All right. If you sun gaze like I sun gaze, right? I've been putting it in the chat. You're supposed to sun. You're not. They say not to start off when the sun is at its highest point. You're supposed to wait till it's at our tree canopy line, right? Our so-called organic, green leaf horizon. If you're not near the waters of the ocean, that's where you're supposed to like look straight at the sun. When you look at the sun, it takes a while to where you can just look like this with your eyes open before when you're not just squinting like this every once in a while and then looking back around it. When you look into it, it's a void. It's a cutout or a poke through or opening because I can see the black sun, not just the white light beaming through, which is the information, the knowledge, right? But before I forget, the young queen that was on here talking about the two small little dots of bright light that start moving like two little mini galaxies clashing together when you're about to go into REM sleep. I experienced that, and I've been practicing with maintaining that vision because I'm a firm believer. Like when you close your eyes, I see more light and more sparks of light than darkness. I don't see darkness anymore because I know if, like, when you look out into what they show us all the stars are, if you can imagine that behind all the stars they see and all the blackness, there's more stars that we can't pick up yet. So it's actually a whole skyline filled with just nothing but light, beaming intelligence, right? Which is our collective consciousness. These are gateways to whatever type of understanding we want to have next in our next reality. But they have theories about how that's already going on and we're already living that right now. And that's kind of what the dreams are. They're connective tissue of our realities. But yeah, that's pretty much all I had. Just want to throw that out. Yeah.
Yo, I just gotta. I don't know if I was muted the last time I was talking or whatever. Let me see if I go up and see tools or whatever. Okay, cool. I must have been good. But yeah, man, I got this article up here, 2019. Remember now, all of this is coming out with Flat Earth. It's coming out during the time where Brother Sanchez is telling y'all, hey, we live in a multiverse. And yeah, we live in an ethereal bubble. You know everybody already know what it is. The thing is, they're trying to fit all of this electromagnetic knowledge that we got over here to the heliocentric universe, but they're only doing it at the time when y'all dissing the people who y'all say is stupid and fools though. Think about what I'm telling you. Y'all, they only want to come out and say everything we saying about the universe when we saying it, and they censoring us for saying it. If flat earthers are, you see what I'm saying? Think about that. That's saying, shut up, y'all. No, what they saying ain't all the way the truth. It's a little bit of the truth. See, we got people uncovering the right rocks. And that's why now they gotta say a radical new theorist say our universe sits on an inflating bubble in an extra dimension. And that, think about what they showing you here. If you ever looked at a bubble and you can see like the little light show on the surface of it, the little bit of aura looking colors dancing like a marble around the bubble. Anybody ever seen as like a layer on top of a layer, but it's like a moving, yeah. So they saying that is our galaxy stars. That's the little film that's on the surface of this little bubble, right? Now check this out. When the bubble get bigger, the universe is expanding. So they saying all the galaxies get bigger. It's like if I got a balloon with Mickey Mouse on it, Mickey Mouse is small when a balloon ain't blowed up. But when I blow that balloon up, Mickey Mouse gonna get bigger. So they saying this is what our universe is, that our universe exists on the surface of a bubble. And they flipping us inside out is because they want you to think you live on the surface of a globe, which is like a bubble, blue bubble, water, basically, right? And it's this same backwards ass concept they giving you here, right? The spiky ball concept. Now check this out. The whole thing that they're plagiarizing is right here. You see the spiky ball with all the light coming out the bubble, and they saying we live on the surface of the bubble. They tricking you. Here it is right here. This is the truth. We once again, We live inside of the bubble, and the spiky ball is literally what I'm showing you here with the rays of light. This is the holographic simulated universe. They can't explain a physical universe that exists in a fucking bubble. Think about it. You talking bricks. Bro, how can you have stuff that weigh as much as it weigh on the inside of a... Bro, think of a house inside of a bubble. They got whole galaxies in a bubble. Y'all, you know that don't make no sense. Come on now. So they're trying to plagiarize this, which makes perfect sense, that the bubble is made of light, which is why the light, what do they call a light bulb? The root word of bubble is bulbo, because the light, this is all related to light though. But let me show you something real quick. They giving you a spike ball right here, right? And they saying that each one of them galaxies light is made of plasma, right? They playing with y'all. Look what they giving your ass. A plasma ball for a universe. But everybody know that the life will live inside of the ball and not on the outside. See, listen, think of a bubble. You know when you look at a bubble, the little bitty, let's pull it up. See, when you look at a bubble, you see how the energy flow on the surface of the bubble. They want to turn this into the globe and the planets and all that. Please mute up a second, y'all. Yeah, respect the screen shares for 1 second. 1 second. What they calling fluctuations in the in space is really fluctuations in the ether, and it's not happening from the it's not like how they describe it here with these motions on the outside of a bubble. They want to pin you down to a surface concept. If you ever look at a bubble, look at the colors of the bubble. The colors of the bubble is the same color of the northern lights, the human aura, all that shit. The bubble got a lot of secrets, y'all, that we need to pay attention to, because the 360-degree spherical aspect that we seeing when the bubble is formed, life is on the inside of the bubble. Is what they're not telling you when you're dealing with the holographic universe. The energy that you see on the outside of a bubble that's moving around on the surface is just like this plasma ball. You know how when you have a plasma ball, the pattern that each of these little stems making when they moving around is just a random little pattern that they making on the edge of the bubble, just like a real bubble with this pattern here. So the pattern is coming from the inside out is what they ain't telling you, is what I'm saying, like this plasma ball, and we perceiving it on the surface. But look, the reason I'm bringing that up is because that's the nature of the universe. You know, they're trying to say that we live on the surface now of the fucking universe instead of inside the universe, and that is just goddamn stupid, y'all. Come on. They saying we live on the surface now of the universe. So check this out. All of these galaxies are floating around the surface of the fucking universe. What's inside the universe? It's just a hollow ass bubble with the shit flirt. You see what I'm saying? This showing you that they flipping it inside out. This is really, if you got a small projection, right, on the inside of this thing, when you expand the picture, that small projection gonna get bigger and bigger. Like if you watching a fucking movie, right, on a projecting machine, and I'm about to mute up, y'all. The further back I move that projecting machine, the bigger the movie gonna get on the wall. If I push it real close, the smaller it's gonna get, but you ain't gonna even be able to make the movie out. It's just gonna be a little white light, a little box. The movie there, but it's so small you can't see it, and the light's so compressed that it's just bright and small. This is the early phases of the universe. Then they said the universe had to expand, and we start to separate from God and religion, because that'll be like moving the projection machine away from the wall. And the universe is now, the picture blowing up, getting bigger. And that's what they trying to explain with the bubble. That our entire universe is a reflection on the surface of a bubble, and it's getting bigger and bigger as the bubble get blowed up. And the one blowing up the bubble is this God in the middle of this thing. That's this vocal God. Let there be, that speaking. And as he speak, he's saying, let there be this, let there be that. And since manifestation has happened, the bubble is getting bigger. If I'm filling up my rucksack with more stuff, then my garbage bag getting bigger and bigger. So the more they God speak in the middle of this bubble, the bigger his bubble get. And that's what's happening with technology. Son, the universe is expanding to a point where when the universe expand too big, you know what's gonna happen? This bubble gonna create a whole nother bubble gonna burst out of it. And you're gonna get two bubbles. It's gonna turn into like a number 8. A bubble gonna be born out of that bubble, and boom. And that's what's happening now with them creating their own universe. They're creating their own. So I'm not. I can go deep with this, but when you see this image right here, they basically don't want to show you this image right here, because with this image, if the North Pole expands, every single ether expands. So the universe is getting bigger basically, and that all of our life, right, all of our perceived reality is being projected from the North Pole. Like if our universe is this light holographic universe, we say, then the light that's projecting it is expanding, which means our entire universe can get bigger and we don't even know it. Think about it. If the people walking around this holographic universe, if the light that, listen, let's go back to this movie. If the people living inside this movie on the wall, right? When they fucking when the square get bigger, they don't know it. The movie go on. They don't know that they just got bigger. The actors in that movie don't know that they got bigger. You know how it play out to them? It's that man is getting bigger in technology, but his light getting dimmer, and he moving further away from the creator. That's pushing that machine back, and that's what we doing in technology, moving backwards, and they say is a good thing because this the expanding universe. When really the ancestors was saying this shit need to be pushing forward to the wall, and we going inward, and we would have never fell into the illusion, so to speak. If you look at their universe, it's basically a projection on a wall just like this. And I know I'm going long. I know I'm talking long, but these questions being asked is kind of deep, you know. So if you look at the Big Bang, it's talking about projection of light, just like I said with the movie on the wall here. But I'm a chill. If you think of that, if the movie is at the center of the earth where it's being projected at, meaning the universe, life. The moment this North Pole, which is the source that's projecting the entire movie, the moment that shit gets bigger, everything else get bigger. That's like I said, it's like moving this damn machine back. And then the picture on the wall blowing up. That's essentially what's happening if that North Pole expand. It's pushing everything further away from it, but it's maintaining the same amount of distances. Ain't nothing really getting further, it's just getting bigger. If you understand what I'm saying.
Can I share something real quick?
Like when an onion grow, each of the layers may think they moving away from each other, but they all equally growing at the same rate like trees in the jungle. Let me end my share and let the brother Rock go, because man, I want to salute y'all. This is getting deep, and this is what we do it for, man. Y'all hit the like and share button, and let's let the brother do his presentation. Take your time, just like I did, and give it all to us, man. Go ahead, you got it.
Hey, I appreciate you, man. You putting in work, bro. Woo!
Hey, y'all too.
Let me can I share my screen real quick?
Yeah, it should be unlocked. Go ahead.
All right, give me a second so I can work this phone real quick, see if I can do it. I don't know if I'll be able to do it. But never mind. There's a book I have, right? When I was practicing Islam, right? quick story real quick.
Hey, if you want me to help you out, my brother, I can pull up my screen share. You can just tell me what to pull up while you teaching, and I can pull it up for you if you want. But go ahead.
Okay, so I don't know if you can. I'm actually pulling from a book that I studied that actually pulled me out of Islam. Not talking about Islam like that in a negative way, but my whole intention is behind, dealing with religion, man, is to find who I am, not to become a subject. You know what I'm saying? So there's a book I read called Eternity Has Already Begun by Harun Yahya. I don't know if anybody in the chat. Anyway, in his book, he talks about is existence of the external world expendable. And in another part, he says, who is the perceiver? So Sanchez showed us images of the mind projecting outward. And it seemed to me that when the mind or the light projects out, it's purposely being fed images, backwards images. So it perceives itself as backwards. Instead of something that projects out, it's being forced to project in. And that's where the games begin. That concept Sanchez talked about regarding the light, which is infinite, falling into restriction. When that light becomes part of the parallel or polarity, the light closes itself up. So a few brothers back talked about how the soul is protected from all the toxicity. So just like the baby hits this realm, it's inside of a bag or it's protected from the environment around it, which can be toxic. I mean, it just makes so much sense, Sanchez. You putting in that work, man. That's really what I want. I wanted to show this book and some of the images that are just the same as the ones you were showing, because he's trying to tell us that it's us. We are it. It is not the opposite.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Listen, because what we're finding out though, what the world gonna look like in the 2100. Let me show y'all something. Here's the knowledge that's being revealed on earth, and I'm gonna let him go. See and I'm glad he said what he said. The knowledge that's being revealed. Watch this. Gonna allow them to reverse engineer the soul, the consciousness, and look what it is gonna look like. Why are they? Think about this, right? They basically, check this out, in religion, right? Adam and Eve putting clothes on was basically a story of our souls in this so-called physical matrix, which is an illusion. I'm gonna show you what I mean. When our soul fell into this holographic universe you see on a picture, it clothed itself in the physical elements that make up this particular matrix. On the outside of this matrix, there is no physical elements. See, the physical elements is how the 7 primary colors manifest in nature. And you notice everything in the physical world is in a color prism. Remember I showed y'all earlier that the prism of light is really a prison. All the colors we enjoy ain't number one color in heaven, and that's white light. That's it. You know why? Leaving heaven is being a fallen angel, where that white light now turns into the 7 primary colors that exist in this pyramid of Yahweh. The Saturn matrix, the Lord with the colorful rings around him. This is what I'm telling you, what we're dealing with. Check this out, right? Everything in this physical world exists in somewhere in that spectrum in the 7 primary colors. And right there, what if I told you this entire world, the light that's creating it is white light? But when you go inside of this world, the white light turns into a green apple, a orange, a red strawberry. Now, everything that white light turns into in this so-called physical universe got to be somewhere in this 7 color spectrum, which is the prison that's creating this holographic universe we in. There is no physical earth. All of the colors that make this so-called physical earth are stuck in this 7 prism of light. is what I'm telling you, that color is directly related to physicality, and leaving physicality is leaving the whole illusion of color and going back to just what everybody say they see at death. A pure white light. You know what you're seeing? You're a baby being born on the other side of the holographic reality, and you're seeing the universe as the one color that it is, which is a pure white light, and your spiritual eyes got to adjust to that white light, just like your physical eyes had to adjust to this earth light. Because when you were born into this world and you open up your eyes in the hospital, the baby started crying because the light was blinding his eyes. He had to calibrate, get used to it, and now make out some sort of image that go mama boom. When you come out of this physical world, seeing it on the other side is gonna blind you looking back at it, is what I'm saying. Like when you inside of your city, you walking down dark ass alleys, dark streets, dark corners. But if you can see your city from the outskirts, looking in at the skyline from the highway, driving into it, you'll see that ain't no damn darkness in your city. Your city is shining as a big bubble of light. Just like when I came back from my vacation and we was riding to Vegas, and you can see the whole city from a distance through the dark. It's got its own little aura of light around the whole damn city. Just as a collective, it's giving this big light around the thing, right? And you see that when you coming into a big city at nighttime, especially if that big city is surrounded by dark jungle and shit, and you riding right into the lit up city. But the thing is this right here. When you get in the city, in that bubble of light, you say, man, I bent the dark alley. What dark alley? From the outside, the entire city was lit up. How you get in a light bubble and still been dark alleys? That's what I'm telling you right here. When you get outside of the earth or outside of the city, you can see the light of the universe or the simulation as a totality, like that city skyline. Now, that light appears as a pure white light. See, in Las Vegas, all of these lights is different colors. Y'all know it. But the combination of all the lights together when you ride into the city, one big white bright light, man, is what it's going to equal up to. And that's what we learning with this image right here. All the colors together make white light. Okay, you see what I'm saying? So coming into the world, into this universe, we don't see it as one white projected universe, because when you get inside of the triangle right here, the white light becomes the color spectrum we enjoy. Red, orange, yellow. You see what I'm saying? Can y'all get what I'm saying, or am I going a little bit too deep?
No, I feel everything you're saying, but I look at it like this. I'm looking at the white light, right, as a portal. Like I'm looking like the moon. The moon takes everything in, right? I'm looking at that as the white light. I'm looking at the return as photosynthesis, sort of as the sun, how the sun praises light back to the universe and grows everything. I look at the moon as that white light as you go into it to come back. So when they say don't look at the white light, I'm thinking that's the portal that's rejuvenating your soul to come back. So the white light to me would be the moon, and the life light would be the sun. So to come back, I think we go ahead. You got it.
When I'm going into stuff like what I'm going into now, that'll be like somebody inside of this simulated universe looking up at a sun and moon, which is also a projection, trying to understand the light of this entire universe. See, this the secrets of the North Pole, what I'm giving. It's the secrets of the projecting machine itself. Think about it. The entire bubble around us is coming from the center pole, like what you see in this picture that I'm showing. And if you're walking around inside this bubble, looking around at the wall around you, trying to understand where did the light come from, you really should look inward to where the compass is upon to see that the light is being projected around you like this image showing is what I'm saying. So if you inside of this holographic universe trying to you know you're a hologram, and you're saying, okay, my entire world is made of light. How do I see the light? That goes into the conversation what I was just having. You don't see the light of your universe from inside of it because, like the ancestors said, you are the light. See, somebody looking from this perspective will look at you like a light body. What I'm telling you, everything I'm saying about our universe is true as far as we perceiving the physical universe. We fill in the blank when we come here in our mind. But really, we're holographic creatures in a holographic universe as I speak right now. And physicality, color, all of that is an illusion. And they know what I'm saying is true, which is why they can reverse engineer a whole nother holographic universe with a holographic you based on the same science. Here we go right here. How are they going to be able to have a holographic body to put your consciousness in? Because everything I'm unlocking about the nature of our reality is what they're unlocking too. And they're reverse engineering it, trying to play God, which is trying to play like this triangle, which is able to create the simulation from a single consciousness as we see here. So that's exactly what they're trying to do. And this triangle actually represent the Yahweh's tetragrammaton and all that good stuff. But that's all I was saying. Drop it. I'm going somewhere way beyond the sun and moon here. I'm talking the ether and the light of the. See, listen, in Genesis, when the so-called God said, "Let there be light," that ain't had nothing to do with no sun and moon. That was talking about the light of this whole universe that I'm showing on the screen. The sun and moon come later, because those are just holographic projections within the light code as well.
Fact.
Yeah, Sirski.
That go back to my point about the sun and the moon being plasma amalgamations, the sun being formed in helium, which is why it's yellow, and the moon being formed in krypton, which is why it's blue. The gases, like Sanchez was saying earlier, it's radiation. Light hit those gases and form that plasma amalgamation, which we see as the sun and moon.
Fact. And
so the point. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No,
The point I was going to say is that all holograms have a center point, and that's the point I'm getting, or that's the point I'm trying to get people to understand. The North Pole, exactly what bro is saying, the hyperboloid, or what they call shu. That's it. That's where all the energy is coming from, recycling. It creates the sky meeting the ground. It creates the moon and the sun. So even when you say moon, I be thinking of zoom. So like moon is to zoom in even further, zoom all the way to the center point. Even if you flip zoom around, it spells moon. So to me, energy is being pulled and energy is being received or pushed out like back through the sun. But the point of it all, the key or the triangle of light would be from the North Pole, where it all projects from. And that's what they're hiding. You know what I mean?
I can get all that, but it's like this. It's like, all right, in the night sky, right, you got the moon, right? It sucks the whole light out the day, right? It makes it a nighttime, right? Now, the sun is so powerful that you can have the moon in the sky at the same time, but it can't suck the light away, right? So the sun actually gives light. The moon is Gothic. The moon is actually absorbing the souls of the dead things.
Drive and drain. There you go.
Exactly. So once the moon sucks it all in to fuel itself, right? We're talking about everything that's leaving this. That's leaving this element, right? That's the moonlight. The sunlight is everything that's growing in this element. So it's the yin and yang.
Hey, I agree with what he's saying. The point that I was telling Drop was Once I start talking about the light of the universe, with the let there be light, which predates the sun and moon in Genesis, going back to the sun and moon is taking us further away from the source. You see what I'm saying? Because that, like I said, that'll be like two dudes standing up in this fake universe arguing about two fake lights in the sky. When I'm saying, look, when they die and get outside of this thing, they gonna see all of that shit was the same. Let there be light. Sun, moon, everything manifesting in its own unique way in this one light-based universe. Even the sun and moon going over them buildings and stuff. Like if you look at the Hebrew cosmos, let me show you something, Drop. There was a reason why they got the sun and moon on the inside of the ball. Because they saying that's a part of the so-called terror. That's a part of our reality. I mean, it ain't outside like where God at. Let me show you. The sun and moon is inside of our whole reality here. And check it out. When you understand what the sun and moon is, you'll find out that they're miniature torus fields, which are their two little versions of this one big ass thing called God. The sun is a torus field, the moon is a torus field. It's different types of torus, different type of magnets, though, creating different type of energy field. They can push or pull magnets. Magnets can attract each other or push back. You just did a good job of explaining the sun and moon drop as two different magnets. If the sun is a driving force magnet, it's pushing. It's pushing us out the bed to go out into the day. Boom, driving force. The moon is a different magnet. It's absorption force. See, magnets do that too. Some magnets push away from each other, and then some magnets suck toward each other. And that's the sun and moon are two different type of magnets. One pushing away, one sucking in. Like I was trying to explain to people previously, driving and drain. The sun is a magnet that's pushing its energy outward, and the moon is a magnet that's looking for energy to suck in. That translates to a man that's pushing his penis inside of a woman that's looking for the energy to take in. It turns into someone being a giver and someone being a receiver. And that's what the sun doing, like you said, is giving the moon like that faucet, the water for it to go into it like the drain beneath. You know, so if the man on top of the woman, it's the kitchen sink pouring out the water on top of the hole below, and that's the sperm. She's receiving it in her hole, and life is being recycled like a water treatment facility. But the children is the product of that recycling process, which is infinite energy. We ain't gonna never run out of water if we keep, and that's how you never run out of humans. Because the human, before it comes into the flesh, is a master of the knowledge of how to perpetuate its energy for infinity, which is why when that soul comes into a body, nobody got to teach it how to have sex. Even children start learning that before you tell them anything about it, and it shocked the parents. Like, boy, where you get that from? Girl, where you get? That's your nature as a soul to perpetuate the energy. You see, so the thing is, but thing is what I was saying about the sun and moon. When you see what they is, you find out, okay, they just little bitty versions of this one big universe. So then when you start talking about this one big universe, you now talking about the God knowledge that exists on the outside of it all, which would be looking at the world like this for what it is. God don't see a physical world, because remember, God didn't never have no physicality. God couldn't pick up wood to make a tree. Didn't no physical. How do you get something from nothing? You don't. Something is just an illusion that nothing created. The nothing would be God, the hidden one there. But the thing is this, and I'll mute the flow drop. When you get to where God at, you look at the sun and moon like how we looking at everybody else walking around this world. Part of a simulated universe. It's not till you get outside of this thing till you realize even the sun and moon is made just like me. You see what I'm saying? Like, and you can do that without leaving this earth physically. In our minds on this panel, we do what's called think outside the box, where we let our minds wander beyond this reality and we bring back jewels for the earthlings here. I'm about to do a stream that's called I'm Not Human. I was telling niggas in my dad a nutsack, I ain't no sperm, I'm a human. Now I'm telling humans I'm not a human, I'm a spirit, cause I'm the damn caterpillar that's telling the rest of them, bro, don't call me no caterpillar, I'm a butterfly. I'm gonna go ahead, see, a seed is saying I'm a tree. But the thing is this right here, y'all, I can ramble and rant, so take the mic out my hand, man. I think,
Sanchez,
yeah.
somebody in the chat earlier had asked if we are able to like astral travel, then what's the point of and go to other worlds? What's the point of keep coming back here? I don't know if you answered that before, but I was curious if you want to answer that.
Yeah, so the point of coming back here is just like it's saying, if I can travel anywhere I want to be, I'm rich, right? Like the rappers, they can be anywhere they want to be. Like you take somebody like Jay-Z, that it ain't no place on the earth he can go. But guess what he do? He always take him a journey back to Marcy. You would say, now why would he do that? He risking his life, it's the hood. Why would you want to do all that? And it's just the fact that home is where the heart is. And if you look at what that word earth mean, it's heart. Our spirit is on a perpetual journey through the entire multiverse. And earth is just a place that it pass all the time, like a trucker that's been taking this same route for years. He know I've been passing that store since I was a young trucker. You know, I remember when I first passed that store. Now I've been taking this route for 30 years and it looked different to me, don't it? Don't it start to look different to you after you have passed it too many times? Like, people come to Vegas, man, and they be so fascinated with the lights, and I walk out there and I'm, man, look here, I want to go back to the damn mountain and away from the damn strip and shit. I done seen it, you know, but every now and then I want to go on the strip to relive when I first got here, you know, and that's kind of the soul journeying through this whole experience here. Why we come back, why we do what we do. The soul like to reminisce, because when you think about it, the body don't reminisce. The body has been on this earth and ain't gonna never leave this place. Meaning that the so-called physical elements that make up your body, when the soul go, they will stay here. The one that remembers where it's been is the one that took the trip and not the vehicle itself. So if I took a trip in a car, I remember the trip and not the car. The body don't remember this trip, but the soul that was driving in the body to experience this lifetime take the memories from the trip with it. That's the one recording and having an experience, and experience is all that exists, memory. And that'll turn into a whole nother deep conversation about collective hypnosis and how they can control the collective memory through programming and all that. And that'll go into the Mandela effect and all that shit. But I'm gonna yield the flow right there.
That's real talk. I think that's why people don't realize that, you know, we are the creator. And the fear, which is programmed, you're not supposed to think that way. You're not supposed to go there. But when you look at people across the globe, they only suffering is that they don't want to understand that. And that's the commodity, is people's being darkness and living in the unconscious rather than rising above that death and waking up and looking beyond the illusion. And it takes so much practice, but at the same time, it's in you to do it.
Yes, bro. I think maybe, you know, just valuing their good intentions or having intentions of good value is important.
Absolutely. And that goes back to the heart being like and having the most electromagnetic charge, even in real life. Scientifically speaking, that's why I bring up the xenobots, the little the jumps that were made from call them little jumps, but they were made from the South Africa or African cardiac the frog, the cardiac stem cells of the frog in South Africa, right? Um, I did a little more research on like why they chose the amphibious species instead of a mammal, why they chose that piece of the continent. But I'm not gonna get too deep into why is that because that goes into like the origins of man and what and where the strongest so-called genes are or whatever animals spawn out of that so-called fertile crescent. But the heart chakra on the levels of the spectrum, the rainbow, that that needs to be discussed more because when we get deeper into what we actually like perceive, we gotta always remember every time we talk or speak about anything, we're in both all at once because we are that light cracking through the so-called whatever the pyramid from Pink Floyd, right? Or the dome or the planes. And no matter how you think they're stacked, we the ones that stacked them. We are the layers that are stacked on that cake, and we the ones that experience the taste of that cake. So we have our cake, and like they say, we eat it too. So yeah,
That
y'all go
was
ahead.
dope.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yeah, man, I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you guys. This been dope. Go ahead.
Facts. Hey, bro, I wanted to say something, especially to what me myself just said. And just to show where we're at now, when you had that image up, with the Earth, the Hebrew cosmos, you don't got to put it back up. I was just saying. Then now it shows the opening above or the T. You know, that's really God. To know how energy is worked. So I will say, man, we've came a long way, because look what you're discussing now, bro. We're outside of the realm. Like, we're talking about the openings. I remember when we used to have the knowledge of the sun, to give us seasons and stuff like that. I remember when we used to use the knowledge of the moon. So even looking at the moon right now, when you have a new moon, it's like it's empty, it's gray, it's kind of hard to see. And then over a couple weeks, it keeps picking up ions from our actions below. You see what I'm saying? To be recycled in. And then eventually it becomes a full moon. And it's like it's being eaten up now by Ketu or what was it? Say the what is it? It's Rahu or
Rahu and
Ketu?
Ketu. Yep.
So, and just from I was doing some research on that, and that should just make so much sense. It's like filling the cup up with ions to be recycled for the new day through the sun. But that's old knowledge now. We are learning the full circle. We got both C's. The double C of it all.
Yeah, I think something else too I'm gonna go over. Like it's a lot of stuff I want to touch on. I was sharing the Hebrew with him here, like you said, and I noticed that you do got foundations at the bottom of the earth down here, but you also got these foundations on the sides, and I think that go all the way around. And I think here we are on earth, right? If we were to go all the way to the outer edge, right? We will start to see the sky above us get smaller and smaller, smaller and smaller. You see what I'm saying? You'll reach a point where you're actually looking forward at the sky. Basically, the sky above you, you won't have to look up to see it no more. Think about what I'm telling you. From inside this earth, you got to think about how much space is around you till we get to this outer wall. That is so many, many miles, man, that this picture ain't doing it no justice, yo. So check this out. You in the middle of this big old bubble, and you're looking up at the sky at all times. But what happened in the Truman Show? When Truman Show got on his boat and went here, he ain't have to look up at the sky no more. It was right in front of his face. He realized the horizon wasn't moving further away from him like when we go out on a cruise, that at some point the sky run out. And that on that ship, you'll realize okay, why isn't the horizon moving away from me no more? God damn it, it looked like we're about to sail into that cloud right in front of us. Wait a minute. The people thought they was finna fall off, you see, the earth right here. You get what I'm saying? But let me show you
Hell
what,
yeah, I get what you said. Go ahead, bro. I
you
was
know
gonna
what?
say,
Yeah, say it.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead. You got it. Yeah.
I was gonna say, even on Google Maps or Apple Maps, any goddamn apps, you'll see it only goes out to a certain distance. You know, it'll show as well, bro. It goes out to 8,090. It's 8,999 nautical miles, and that hits the etheric barrier. Now, when you subtract the 899, the 8,999 from 10,000, you get 101. So, like, all the etheric barriers are light luminescence or frequency barriers, and they're all in binary. Just like your graph you got there, bro. Not the one on the screen, but the one with all the auras, the one that
Gotcha.
depicts it
Gotcha.
all. Each one of those are different etheric barriers, different frequencies. You know, so anybody out there listen, anytime you get the chance, you can go on Google your own self. You're gonna see that all the way around. It's not gonna let you go further. And if you do the math, you're gonna see it goes out to 8,999. So each level though still following that code. So the next one behind us is 8,999. You subtract that now from 100,000.
Okay.
But it's not really 100,000 because it's in binary. You see what I'm saying? So now it creates a pyramid in, or the stairways to heaven, just like you're looking at your screen. But that's a whole nother story. I got it depicted. I draw it
You
all
know what?
out.
I think the whole thing that they talk about today, when you going over the horizon line, you just went over the curve. But that when we traveling around, we know that that's a lie. We flat earthers, we know that when we go beyond the horizon line, we traversing a plane like the quad on the table. Rah, 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 whatever. But we say there's truth to everything. Is there a point on our earth where the ocean start to curve like we said, man, globalists think the horizon line is a waterfall? Well, check this out though. If you want to deal with flat earth, what happens to the water right here? It start to fall down. So look, if the people that's traveling outward now probably say, well, what if we're on a globe? Because look, the globe conversation come into argument when they start trying to lead the earth, space travel, space pondering. You got to think these were a group of people who had already discovered Agartha, Hyperborea. It was all in they fucking art, the North Pole. So it seemed like the outward discovery of our world took place after the inward discovery. And I think it was then when what they call the age of exploration, when humans left the North Pole and started to create nations and all this stuff. But when we left the North Pole, we were advanced creatures who knew the knowledge of Hyperborea from the center. Because remember, what is the North Pole? It's a teacher right here. Anybody living around the North Pole is way smarter than any human living with cable and all that today. If a child born near them northern lights, they already growing up learning about plasma. Cause they growing up looking up in the sky saying, daddy, ooh wee, and that now daddy gotta teach about plasma, which gonna lead to fucking ether, black hole, and that's a little boy. See, if you living around the North Pole, you can't lie to nobody right there. They got this all the secrets right there, how reality breaking down, you seeing it. So that's why we can't go to the North Pole today. I think life started there, and during the age of exploration, we started building cities and all that, nations or whatever. And in these nations, religion made us never go back home to the North Pole. And that's where we at today. But I think the outward exploration age never stopped. And I think it led them to the firmament dome and where Christopher Columbus and them ran out of land to discover. They met the Truman Show in, where Jim Carrey met the edge of the wall and shit, and right here where it said the foundation's at. and they thought they ship was gonna roll over that curve and all that shit. You see what I'm saying? But the thing is this right here. They realized that the sky that they saw, they couldn't penetrate because the sky acts like a barrier to trap you in. It's the reason why planes are built a certain way to withstand the pressure up there. So that is like a magnetic physical barrier. You got to think, what is the sky? It's a fucking invisible wind current system. Our sky is literally all the wind of our world in motion in a dome type motion in this dome. And you're meeting the edge of a tornado right here. And when you was living on the middle of that tornado, which is what they call the sweet spot, that's why they said Earth is the habitable zone, the sweet spot habitable for life. But what they said happened in the exosphere, they say it's hard to exit the exosphere. So check it out. They lied like they went to the moon, and when they came back to the Earth, it's hard for them to explain how they can enter something that they said we can never exit. Because what they call in the Van Allen belt is the exosphere. It's the final layer that lets you leave here. So what Columbus and them found out was we enclosed and at this barrier is where technology began. So what happened after the age of exploration? The age of technology began, which led to NASA trying to break through the fucking barrier, fishbowl, and the same shit we at today with them trying to recreate the universe, smash through the ether and all that.
Ooh, that was fire.
But them folks, see what happened right here. All of the ocean water start to make literally like a waterfall. So when they tried to lead the Earth on the outer tip, they start to say, well, maybe we live on a globe because we're seeing the fucking ocean curve downward at this point as if it's making a waterfall and the horizon line has ran out. Some Truman Show shit happens at the lip of this thing and it show you in the Truman Show. So check it out. The sky above you where the clouds are flat and all that, what I be showing y'all what the Hebrews show you here. This shit right here start to curve inward. The sky above you start to curve inward. And the water below you start to curve downward. And you like at a lip, some lips. You see what's happening here, y'all? You see, even the energy will show you what's happening. If you look at the top dome and you look at these little blue dots, let's look at where my mouse cursor at. You see how the blue dots that's wrapping around this top dome are curving inward at the edge like I'm telling you the sky doing. See where the bottom of the cloud, let me show you like I show y'all, and I'm going to yield the flow after this. Watch this. This is what happens at the edge of our terrarium. Let me show you. Our whole reality is a sliver. It's a thin strip. I always show y'all this. I'm about to go back to it. You see where the bottom of these clouds right here, they get flat? That's because they're reaching an invisible magnetic energy field. The ground beneath us get flat too because it's reaching an invisible magnetic energy field. Every tree on the ground will grow to a certain height and it won't grow no further because the trees would actually grow all the way. What's stopping them from getting taller? The trees can't grow to a certain level based upon the gases that they need runs out at a certain height. So they can't grow above the height by which the gases that they need is at. So trees can never get too tall unless they become a different kind of tree, what they'll call a silicon tree. Now they can escape that law that I just said, but that's neither here nor there. Let me show you something. Our whole reality is a pocket that exists between two invisible energy fields, and you can see that pocket right here. Right in between where the clouds get flat and where the ground start to make the horizon line. If you get on a ship and you go to the edge of our terrarium, you will see that the clouds above you start to curve inward. And that'll look weird to you Think about what I'm telling you. You got to wrap that around your head a minute. Imagine a place, right, where the horizon runs out and the ground start to fold downward and the clouds start to fold upward. The ancestors did it this way. Watch this. Watch this. Hold on, let me show you some. This is what the ancestors described it as. And then I'm going to yield the flow. Here it is here. Check it out. They're saying the sky start to get shaped where these trees are bending. Think about it now. You going outside seeing clouds with a flat bottom. All of a sudden you like, wait a minute, bro, you see that? Look at them clouds up there. And all of a sudden you see the entire sky start to fold inward. Now they had a movie called Inception. Who remember that movie? When they was walking in the simulated part, the sky start to fold. Remember that? Now, and at some point in the Inception movie, reality morphed where the ground folded downward, the sky folded inward like a carpet folded inward. Go watch Inception. They showing you what happened where these trees start to bend. These trees represent where all that flatness above us start to now get folded back inward to go back and be recycled at the dome. This how we know the sky is a globe, atmosphere. Hey, check this out, right? So when you get to right here where these trees folding inward, that's some weird shit to see. And I'm telling you, we don't know what that looked like because they won't let us explore the edge. We can't go outward because they got a treaty out there. And we can't go inward because they got a treaty there. Because they know our fake physical world will be revealed for what it is when we explore them areas. We will see physicality fold inward on some Inception shit, and we'll know we're in a light matrix. This will be revealed to us, and this is what they're hiding. Now check this out. This is what the Hebrews showing you here. The ocean water falling downward, the sky folding inward, but you reaching a spot where there's no more horizon to get away from you. Like Truman Show got up out of his boat, Jim Carrey said, hold on, what the fuck? I'm running out of sky. He started to get scared like I'm about to crash into the goddamn clouds because you know how the horizon work when we on a boat. We know the sky is above us. But what happened when just how we see the fucking horizon, it start to get appear just like it show it to us. I know this sound crazy. Let me show you something. Watch this. See, because the way we see the horizon, guess what we say? We say, man, the sky ain't really touching the ground. That's just an illusion. But when you get to the edge of the earth, the illusion become real, is what I'm telling you. Watch this. See, it's only till you get to the edge of our earth till you realize it's all a paradox. Somebody will tell their children, son, the sky ain't really touching the ground, son, okay? But the son would actually say, Daddy, you lied when we get to the edge of the earth, because this what'll happen. You'll run into the clouds that you was looking at above you. And it's be very tricky, like, damn. And what happened? He couldn't go no further. That's the part where the Bible say, ye mighty waves, stop here. You know why it's telling them to stop? Because God represent the sky, which is wind. What I'm telling you is that this is a running into this sky would blow you back. You could never penetrate this thing because it's the sky. Think about flying in an airplane. If you can open up your window to see how fast the wind going up there, let's just suspend you up. Let's take you out. Like at certain heights, like I'm showing you right here where the clouds get flat at. The reason the clouds won't go no further, it's the same reason that the waves won't go no further. Physicality can't go no further. The universe breaks down here. Is what I'm saying. Because The reason that the sky is so violent, see, he'll sail through that to a certain level where the winds will get so strong, it'll start to threaten the ship. And that's the same thing they say happen when you go to the middle of the earth too. The sky is curving inward at the middle of the earth, but it's doing it like this. Reality is folding inward. And on the outside, reality is folding outward. It's very fucking dope when you think about it, man. You know what I'm
Like a
saying?
like a spiral staircase.
Yeah, and look, like I said, it's energy beneath here. Show you how the blue dots are folding downward and on the bottom one, and the energy on the top when the blue dots are curving inward on the outside. So it is to back me up, man. Y'all are the best panel, yo. And I'm gonna let y'all go ahead right there. So
That's
like that, yeah. Mhm.
no, I was just gonna say that you know, that kind of goes when you were saying that about the sun and the moon pull all that energy that the sun and the moon is pulling and all that is why it's spiraling in the water and the outside, I guess.
If you look at it like the Chinese finger torture, like when you put your two fingers into the thing and pull it, and you can't get your fingers out of the thing, that's exactly what the universe is doing. So when you get to this edge, you're actually going to be pulled into a pull thing, you don't literally stop. You go into a whole nother what would be the word for it? Cool. If you travel in a boat, right, and you go to the end, like Bro Sanchez just showed you, it's like the Chinese finger torture. Like you're going to be stuck between two realms. So you still can go on, but not physically. You see what I'm saying? So once you get to this edge, you're in a whole nother world. But in this world, you just stop. You see what I'm saying? So you can't pull it into the other world. That's what the edge of the earth is. Or like,
yeah, sure.
like go ahead.
No, I was just saying because I went to California, I saw like the moon and it was like I could almost touch it, you know, and it felt like the Truman Show, like too.
Yeah,
California's beautiful.
Yeah, going to the edge of our earth will be like being born inside of a tornado, and you born in the middle of the tornado, right? And somebody in that little circle, like this little circle represent our reality, flat earth, our little earth circle, the AE map. And everything around this represent the fucking torus field around our world. Let me show you right here. So this little bubble right here represent the sweet spot in a tornado. Everything around us is turning. Like, let me show you like this right here. Physicality is breaking down like how everything around this tornado hole is breaking up the physical world around it. Anything come in contact gonna get chewed up and just turned to some more shit to be recycled around the hole. And tornado gonna do it just like this. And you will see shit just spinning around a tornado, desk and cows and all that, following the path of the torus field you see here. But inside the tornado is the most calmest place in the universe. Did you know that? This what I'm saying. The worlds are separated with what the ancestors called torus fields, but the word torus field should really be tornado fields. Tornado fields. Each ether is its own cyclone spinning inside of a cyclone, a tornado in a tornado. And you're trying to break through. See, once you make it outside and penetrate, when they trying to penetrate the firmament dome, Operation Fishbowl, break to the other side, it'll be like somebody inside of this tornado trying to go to the other side of the tornado, but you were born in the middle. Them walls is spinning, bro. Soon as you try to go through them, gonna chop you up. That's what they found out with Fishbowl. You see what I'm saying? They found out the best way to break through this wall is to build a big old tube inside of this circle and push it through. And once we get the tube outside the wall, we can climb through the tube and go on the other side. And in science, they call that tube a wormhole.
Wow. Goddamn.
Yeah, you know, and how it's all, it's, bro, you're a genius too. But it's crazy because even wormhole is 8 letters. You know, it goes back to the infinity sign. I be trying to show people like our alphabet is the same thing. It's the same trick. It's the same mod trick going on. But bro, I put a link in the chat. If you can click on that for me, please, when you get a chance. Just when you were talking about the wormhole or calling them tornadoes. I just want to show you this real quick.
Yeah, because when your ship, just say you on the inside of this hole and you travel in the ocean and you meet the wall like the Truman Show, guess what? Soon as your ship touch that cloud space, it's gonna point your ass back around in the circle. You can't leave out of here. See what I'm saying? Even if you fly a plane through here, soon as your plane get to a certain distance, guess what? The tornado is gonna just point the nose whichever way it's spinning and chew it up and recycle it and make it start spinning around it like everything else. They found out everything we try to send out of here end up, when we track it, we find it on the outside of the fucking earth doing a circle. It didn't go nowhere because this was happening. The plane is going into this wall and boom, getting caught up in the damn, chewed up. And they had to, you see, but I'm gonna just stop. He got a link. Let me take this off real quick. It's an interesting bill though. Salutes to y'all.
Hey, while you doing that thing you was just showing, they made a Rubik's Cube that was a ball with the beads going in it. That's that same image. So they actually told us how it's working. If y'all remember the gray Rubik's Cube with the beads going around the circle of it, that's the exact same image. So they're telling us what it is. And the ball, when you put your finger on it and the electricity go to your finger, y'all remember them balls? That's exactly, yeah, that's exactly what's going on. But go ahead, bro, pull that shit
That's
up.
why there's always more than one way to get places too.
Oh, one thing, I don't know if anybody's checked. Excuse me. All right. I watched the video. It's like a minute long from like 15 years ago on YouTube. It's the Antarctica, what is it? Condition 1 weather, where if you step outside, you freeze to death like in the movies. So they have 3 levels of warning signs and all kinds of codes you got to put in, another steel door after another steel door, and then you can get outside. But they were like, when you look out, you're looking out into nothingness because the winds are going so fast, it's so cold, et cetera, et cetera. But I haven't seen any other videos posted online or outside of that one, and I'm looking for more. But this one's posted about 15 years ago. You could just type it in, Antarctica condition 1 weather. It's like it's literally a minute and 4 seconds. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there when we talk about when Bro Sanchez brung up the vortexes and the wind and the conditions at the North Pole or the South Pole, because it's got to be 2 poles or whatever, right? But there's conditions that we physically aren't supposed to be able to bear, but we break through those barriers. That's why I wanted to chime in, because when he was talking about breaking through those barriers, that's what our technology is trying to do, is trying to break through these barriers right now with our terraforming technology. And when you do that, we're literally going to allow in other versions of ourselves that's not ready to meet up right away.
So don't live in fear.
Yeah, so that's why I'm like, yeah, exactly, because it's all us. So
This is the dream world.
Because if we live in fear, that's what they are trying to come for, and bear and fear like rhyme.
Spirit,
And,
we're never given that spirit. Yeah.
Yeah, fear is just a 4-letter word.
But that's called friction, because we enter that. We do that all the time. We go into meditation or just simply sitting in silence. You already penetrating through them different realities. I just wanted to make a comment real quick when the brothers breaking down this astrology, man. I just feel like, and I've heard it before. I'm beginning to see it somewhat, but these folks are able to create these books called Bibles by masking astrology in the form of a god. And I don't know if that makes sense, but that's exactly what they've done.
Can you say that again?
They created these books called Bibles, even the Quran, because you can look in certain astrologers' books and information. I can look at the Holographic Universe by Michael Talbot and could tell you that when they create these Bible stories or Bibles in general, they're using the universe or the study of astrology to create these biblical characters and this biblical God, so to say. And it's a huge, mass mind control entity. When it's you, these people are creating these memes of these characters called biblical characters and angels and stuff, but they're really looking at the study of astrology, which takes me back to, well, they've plagiarized a whole lot of ancient Egyptian understanding and created their own version. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm just seeing this a bit clear. Every time brothers like Sanchez breaks this stuff down so simple, you can see it in the form of characters in these biblical and Quranic verses.
Yeah, so like I can really go deep with this, like how when you look at the electromagnetic energy field, how the top, when the energy go up, the bottom, the energy go down, that plays out as the law of density. Heavy things go down, light things go up in this reality. Now, when you talk about angels and demons, ultimately we decide which universe we want to continue our infinite voyage through, the underworlds or the heavenly worlds. We can travel downward or upward toward the stairway to heaven, or the spiral staircase sliding it down to hell like the fireman going to the fire. Now the thing about do not live in fear, do not live in fire. Hell is fear. And what if you think about it, when the fire transcends to its next phase is smoke, and it's looking down at what it was as a flame. And that's another way of saying when we ascend to the next level, we're no longer fire or fear-based creatures trying to understand a fake physical illusion. We're now ascended like the smoke to the next level of fire, to where you know what I'm saying? So, but the thing is this, if you understand ascension though, where I was gonna go with the whole stairway to heaven versus a descension spiral, right? Is that there's a lot of fish that swim upstream, and they were revered in they certain times and shit. Like everybody gonna say the salmon, but even if you say the salmon, like the root word is sal, dealing with salvation, mun dealing with the moon. How these fish use the moonlight at night to still know where they at on their journey, because it's reflecting at certain points in the water. They actually mimic the moonlight at these dams. At some point, these salmons will be intercepted because they using the light, and these salmons thinking that this light they following the moonlight. When think about it, the salmon may be, how the moonlight leave a streak. They can actually go off that to determine a certain point for location or whatever, if you will. But what if it ain't a moonlight? What if it's a ship dropping a light under the water to intercept the salmon? Now think of, if you can see this in your head, you got a huge stream of salmon following this light matrix in their water. And then we come into their world, shine our lights, polluting that would be like polluting their ether. That's what they doing with the space net, with the laser technology, invisible infrared, all that. It's like this, right? Certain fish can swim upstream, and that's showing like how gods climbing a stairway to heaven, they use more energy, but they in a more respected location than the people at the bottom in hell or whatever. The fish got to swim upstream, but because of that, it's a bad experience for them than this fish that go the easy way. But my thing is this: salmon do that to avoid all the bullshit. But check this out, all the it's you know what I'm saying. So the thing is this right here: the code was to take the path of least resistance. You would say if the salmon is going upstream against the current, that ain't the path of least resistance. The path have no problem resisting the water. It's trying to resist the predators. It's taking a journey to reproduce. But it can't never make it to its promised land because it get caught up in a dam, and they got certain technology. But the thing is this right here. They call it condemnation. They say when the soul is damned. What happens is when you on an infinite trick of Saturn and you can't break out of it. We breaking out of it now, which is why they trying to create technology that even though if you woke, you can't escape it. We got to use physical force, but it'll never play out like I'ma beat you up and fucking take your soul. It's gonna play out, well, listen, if you don't get this, then you can't do this. You can't, you know how what's going on now with the whole, pandemic. But I don't mean to be too long-winded. It's easier to swim downstream, and a lot of people that's going, what we call the hell. If you look at the images I put up, how the energy go down, that's easy. But us swimming upstream, we're like the salmon. You know what I'm saying? To reproduce our consciousness in these other worlds, and that's the journey of the salmon, man. But if the salmon get something can happen today where the salmon can reach a dam, hey, where did this come from? I've been taking this path all these years. Now there's a dam here. And now they'll reverse the salmon into fishermen companies, make us can it up, all that. So the thing about it is, if our consciousness is the salmon, once we're swimming upstream, stairway to heaven, they're trying to create technology to intercept the salmon. This is where a lot of people is like, don't go into the light, don't do this. When you're upon, you know what I'm saying, all this stuff, they intercepting and all that. Now, I got my own different beliefs about that, and so I'm going to just stop right there because that's neither here nor there. I was just trying to make a little point, though. But I know I was all over the place.
You was on point. I promise you, where that's exactly how I feel like where we're going. Let me take one of these headphones out now. I can hear myself. There's that the energies that we put out have a storing recycling spot. Cosmically speaking, there's a cosmic recycling bin for the energies the frequency that we emit. And so religion has categorized it, like you said, as heaven or hell, right? Where all of the negative energy goes here, positive energy goes here. So there's a spot in also science itself shows that energy has to have a storing point before it even becomes energy that you can even use for any source whatsoever. And matter itself has no beginning or end. So that feeds right into what we're talking about. It can be proven scientifically. But currently, we're with research. But what we do here matters, and that grows new realities for the next realm. So our negative energy, if that's all there is, which is why that's all that's promoted. Hold on, let me turn it to is a reason why I can see why other people spaz out about certain things, and they get upset when they see certain images promoted more than other images, and so they subconsciously comprehend and understand that what we actually see, what we take in every day as the data collecting devices that we are, the organic CPUs, GPUs that we are, is actually uploaded somewhere and then used for the next build. And so we have to be wary. We have to be careful about the systematic brainwashing that we're seeing, because they can actually affect our organic cycle, even though they're trying to recreate like the fake matrix off of our organic one. They can still and have been affecting our organic one. So chemtrails, I just want to throw this out there. I've noticed that the silver oxide is what I watched the video on, the private Texas airplane company or whatever, right? They hire them off based off of the meteorologist or whatever the weather is in the area, and they try to spray in front of the clouds and catch the clouds. Excuse me. Silver oxide is a coagulant. It claws up and it makes things stick together, and it's also used in surgery to help heal wounds and stuff, right? Yeah, Bobby. Yeah, but hey, I'm all right. I'm gonna shut up in a little bit, but look, I've noticed that those joints have been soaking up into our sun, because our sun is localized. It's literally like a flashlight, but everybody has their own little flashlight. And nobody's horizon is the same because everybody's different. It's impossible to have the same horizon if everybody's looking at it from a different point. So when we go into deep into what Bro Sanchez was talking about how the sun is like a little opening or a cut, like a flashlight that's shining in for everybody specifically, it's literally that. And so our collective consciousness has built this realm for all of us to dwell in and enjoy. Is our playground. We're the gamers in third person view, right? We're supposed to be using third person view, seeing our whole character move around, but avatars or whatever, and we're supposed to have 9 of those. But I ain't gonna get too deep in it because I can drift on for a minute. But we better pay attention to what we soak in through here, because it's stored in our third eye and then regurgitated in the next one. But yeah, shout outs to the panel. Peace, love, and suck. Mute up.
Peace. Me messed up. I just wanted to on what bro was saying. I forgot. I'm trying to not forget what I'm trying to say, but has to do with okay. For us to all awaken, like for the people to awaken, I think like we for somebody to awaken, you got to go through like a purge of things, you know, like shadow work and like purging and all that stuff, and that's how we all collectively awaken. So just going back to the fear, no living in fear thing, like I think collectively maybe the earth, you know, can go through a purge so we could all start really waking up and, you know, all that.
Factual actuals before I cut anybody else off. I promise you this is the last time. All right, look, I forgot. The earth is breathing. In and out, exhale, inhale, exhale. And when you look at the torus field cycle, it's so trippy that he pointed it out, because I was just about to talk about like we give human names and entities that we can relate to in life to the actual celestials that we are so-called on or within, and the ones in the space, right? The Son of God, Father, Son, Daughter Moon, Mother Earth, right? And so all of these things actually take in air like we do, right? So that's why I was like trying to get everybody on the path of like everything that is you can relate to yourself is real easy. Look in the mirror, and I promise you, you'll become what they call so-called woke and deep in a few weekends of just actually looking at yourself and asking yourself where you truly want to be and what you truly are. And you're going to guide yourself to actual knowledge, and you're going to start using the devices that we have, like cell phones, smart devices, to actually get smart, get learned. So, but yeah, those things are related. This planet is actually breathing, is sentient. I put in the chat a while ago, Tabitha star. It's one of the biggest stars. I forget what it's like. I don't want to throw it out there, but I can just look it up and pull it up on Google. But she was the one that discovered it. And the reason it's famous is because there's a large object that's flying in front of it, but people thought it was the gas or the asteroid belts or remnants of something else, right? But they said that the drop in light, which is how we notice planets that might have life on it or whatever, but that's going into the outer space. But I kind of believe we have more of these conscious these away from here, and so that's what they're calling outer space. And I think they have technology to see the other realms of consciousness that we have like here. But that's what but I'm not. Yeah. Yeah, but Tabitha Star specifically, they said the dips are so big that it has to be something sentient or alien or intellectual. It has to be intelligent design. What's going around that star? Because nothing else in our whole galaxy in this quadrant dips like that, including ours and the closest biggest red dwarf stars or whatever, right? And so they were like, when they look at the dips, it looks like it's talking to us in binary code, like beep boop beep beep in the flashes as we record them, and then they went all through the calculation how many light years, so called whatever, right? But yeah, I just want everybody to tap in. Yeah, go real deep down the rabbit hole and see how we everything and we can tap in through across, other planes.
Yeah, we definitely gonna have to get it in, man. Samoto. Hey guys, I got to get out of here real quick. I hate to do it, but yeah, it's my time real quick, man. It's really been dope, and I appreciate y'all as always. Salutes to the sisters, man, and just salutes to all of y'all, man. I really appreciate
Appreciate you,
your time.
bro.
All right.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Salute to the brothers on the panel. Love everybody, man.
Most definitely, man. Salutes to y'all brothers and sisters and to everybody in the chat room as well. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get up out of here, grab me something to eat and all that stuff, man. Stretch my legs a little, but yeah, I appreciate it. Y'all be safe. I'm out, man. Peace and love. Oh, and if you weren't able to bill on this one, don't worry, man. We gonna be getting it in, so we'll be live again. Peace and love, my brothers. To everybody that's listening, I want to continue to thank y'all for your viewership and support. And shout out to Natcon Cole for the Cash App, Uriah Price, my brother Anthony Mitchell, Darren Brody, and Muntu Gun Club. Shout out to One Motion Clothing. Yo, let's drop a bomb for all of you brothers. I appreciate the support, guys, for real. And that was all the donations. Let me thank you in advance if you donate after the fact on the replay or whatever. Let's go and drop a bomb for that. Salutes to all my Patreons. I'm going to try to go ahead and get this beat store updated. So I'll see y'all, but we will be back, all right, shortly.